Let's go. Let's go.
Let's go. Welcome, everyone, to a special presentation. Um, it's the 60th anniversary of the Black Panther. Um, this is a character that both Phill and I. Hello, Phill. By the way, how you doing?
How you doing, brother?
I'm good. This is Phill and I's favorite comic book character.
Yeah.
It is safe to say that in all of comics, he is the most well-known and recognized Black comic book character of all time at this point. We can argue and debate Storm was there first, which is absolutely true. But at this point, after MCU stuff, etc., he's number one.
Yeah.
He also happens to be our personal favorite. But there's a number of reasons as to why he's our personal favorite. And those are things that we're going to go into and celebrate today. We're going to have a show for you guys today. I hope you guys get ready, because this is a celebration that has not been done before. Phill, what do you got?
That's an understatement. That is, and I think, but this isn't the 50th. This isn't the 75th, etc. It's the 60th, but this is still a big deal to us. Who T'Challa is in the history of just comic history itself is just an incredible situation. I can't even, like I said, this is the particular individual who made me really fall in love with the medium of comics. Watching my dad had a collection. It's pretty much the reason why I actually did collections in Black and things of that particular nature. We got 8 hours to get to that story, so I want to save some things. I don't want to knock it all off early, but it's just, I'm excited. I mean, let me say this, Paul. I'm gonna say this with all due respect. The fact that this is also the month, I believe, that Fantastic Four 52 came out in. I believe
it is
60 years ago. The fact that it's me and you doing this, I'll just leave it at that. Not, and it's not a flex, it's just whatever. It's just about the fact that, we care about this particular character, we care about the culture, and we care about the history, and it's important. And the fact that we were able to assemble a who's who of the greatest creative minds to have ever worked on this particular book over this next 8 hours. If people notice, we didn't even put a list of who was on. We just want y'all to come and respect the process and just be a part of the journey. Because I'm gonna tell you something. When you may not be able to be on for the full 8 hours, but if you step away for a half or hour and you come back, you're gonna be like, damn, I missed such and such. I know he was on there. Yup. That's what it's like. This is one of the particular situations that every half hour, it's like, and you know what? It's like WrestleMania when you don't know what is that when they be in the little the Royal Rumble, when you don't know who's coming down next. This is what this John's gonna be like. So get your seatbelts. I'm strapping. I'm excited, man. Like, I'm stumbling because we're really doing the 60th anniversary of T'Challa right here on BCL.
Let me tell you something. Since the inception of BCL, it has always been a goal for me personally to do a show like this. We have done plenty of celebrations of Black Panther in various forms, but this format, where it is a full-on celebration of the character of T'Challa, with the creators that we're going to have on here, this is goals for me. This is a moment.
Yeah,
I ain't gonna lie. We purposely didn't tell people ahead of time who was going to be on the guest list. It's almost like a reward for those loyal followers who rock with. And y'all can be fans later.
Yeah.
But let's get into it, man. We have a brother with us today to start the show. Another fan of this character, a super fan.
Yeah.
The more I study and learn and hang out in these spaces, and I used to think I was the #1 Black Panther fan with the best collection in the world, the more you realize you can get humbled real quick, because there's some other people out there that have incredible collections and incredible love and faithfulness to this character.
Right.
I met this brother. I think you and I met him around the same time, right? At OAX 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Khalil. He has an art collection, an original art collection on Black Panther, which is incredible. Absolutely incredible. Shout out to Meister Geek Media. Appreciate the super chat. Thank you, sir.
Incredible is an understatement, but go ahead.
Yeah. So let's bring him on.
Hello, gentlemen. How are you today?
It's good seeing you, brother. Let me give another introduction to this brother for those who don't know.
Please.
I was actually introduced to Khalil by one of the GOATs, Bryan Stillfreeze. That's not a flex. That's not a fake story. That is an honest conversation. The very first time I went to OAX, I was filming and I'm walking around with Stillfreeze, and we're talking about iconic Black Panther, everything, just culture in general. And we were getting like near the end of where we were going to be at. And Stillfreeze says to me, "You need to meet this brother. I want to introduce you to somebody." So we stop. Khalil comes over, and we exchange pleasantries, right? We talk.
Yes.
And I said, man, and in mid-sentence, and this is literally, shout out to Expensive Paper, man. That's super duper chat. We got to go ahead and acknowledge that real quick.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Oh my God.
We got to acknowledge that real quick. So we starting off strong. It's like a dunk. You start off with all 9s. You can't do nothing but 10s after this. Shout out to Expensive Paper. I got a story about him too. But I was giving Khalil some love for a piece that he has. And then Khalil turned around to me and he said, "Aren't you the guy that owns such and such and such and such?"
Mm-hmm.
Then from then on out, we've been rolling. He was one, he was a major player in the first collections in Black at the August Wilson Center. And when we did the joint in Florida, with me, Kazra, and Khalil put our minds together and did the Florida joint. Me and Khalil's been to Heritage Auctions together and did our thing. But I'm gonna step away from that, and we're gonna let Khalil talk and have Khalil go through some things. I don't know why these images are up right now, but that's okay. This is what we do sometimes. It's early in the show.
Well, thank you for the introductions. And yes, it's a celebratory moment, year anniversary, celebrating T'Challa's 60 years here, and his importance to our not just our, I would say, our enjoyment in the fantastical, but honestly, lessons learned, things I hold on to this day. In terms of how I live my life, we learn lessons from everywhere, and that's a character that has brought a lot of that to me. I did want to share something really quick. Right behind Peter, there's a piece on the wall, and I found this picture in 2017. My man, look at this, 2017. That's me and Phill Jimenez and my baby, and
wow.
That's when that's the day I picked it up. That's the day I picked it up in 2017 in Dallas, Texas. Yeah, wow. With Mr. Phill Jimenez there. Yep. And it takes me to the. I show that because,
but see, one more, people may not have caught that. That is actually the original art to a piece that.
Yeah, and we can bring up the gallery to look at it closer, but That's in February of 2017. So that's
Wow.
nine years ago that I picked that piece of art up directly from the artist, right?
Wow.
And I think about, yes, there's the art collection that I'm happy to have and own, but just as important, if not more so, was the process over the years, right? That was 9 years ago. And I've been picking up the pieces featuring the Black Panther at that time and before that. And every instance has a story behind it, has an experience behind it. And some of the best are the ones that are more spontaneous, getting to meet the actual creators at shows and other avenues. And like Phill said, similar deal, the way him and I met through an artist, right? We met through an artist who happened to do one of the most seminal runs on the character, at least as far as the modern era goes. So yeah, I feel privileged and fortunate to, yes, own the art, yes, but on the flip side is going through the process of getting it and also sharing it with folks through CAF and through what Phill has been doing on the collections and Black Front, and he'll continue to do. So I look forward to helping I guess provide a little more exposure in some of the areas, a little more light shine on the areas that maybe historically haven't been so much. And there's an opportunity, like PW said, as far as the movie, the films. I being a fan of the character and what we would consider, what a lot of people consider a tier B character in the Marvel pantheon of characters, that film, and we can talk about the film itself, but just the film's broad appeal and what it. I've had conversations I never would have had without it. So it's great that we've got some of that exposure, and I think there's an opportunity still to do more on the origins and the comic front of the character.
Let's talk about that real quick. I'm gonna bring up this image.
Mm-hmm.
This is where it all began. Phill mentioned that this is the 60th anniversary this month of this issue dropping. This is Fantastic 4 52. This is the first appearance of the Black Panther. Shout out to Stan Lee and Jack Kirby, rest in peace. These gentlemen decided to create a character in 1966. Jack Kirby has been quoted as saying, "Look, I had friends who were Black, who were fans of our comics, and they kept noting that they didn't have a character that like them." And context is important here because we're at a time where you don't have a lot of representation of Blacks in mainstream comics, and we're talking about the civil rights era. In many regards, Jim Crow is still going around. We're still dealing with the vestiges of Jim Crow after the Civil Rights Act. The country is in turmoil when it comes to race relations. So they decide to create a character that is contradictory to many of the stereotypes that Black people have been given. That, it's not important to go into the stereotypes, but in essence, create a king of an African nation, someone who's noble, someone who's highly intelligent, scientist, educated at the finest universities, a warrior, unlike any other, who takes on the entire Fantastic Four just to see if he could do it. The man had swag. They introduced this nation unconquered. They introduced a technological jungle before that type of technology even exists today. And he takes out the Fantastic Four. The only saving grace they had was a Native American guy, Wyatt Wingfoot, who stepped in at the last minute. So it took a Native American brother to childless plans.
That's real.
Yeah, but it's dope. I mean, this guy was, as I said, he was educated in the finest universities, highly intelligent. But this is what I wanted to talk about. In terms of the origins, you mentioned origins, Khalil. I think this is a book that Phill and I have in our collections. Two Gun Kid number 77. This came out in 1965, I believe. I think this came out a year before the Black Panther, and this character is called the Panther. It's not a hero. This particular character is actually a thief. They said that he somehow got this suit. They never talked about where the suit came from. In my own mind, I always think that in reality, this was a Black Panther suit that somehow got into this guy's hands. It's like a vibranium, like I think Marvel should revisit this and give it an origin like that. Like this suit is clearly similar to what T'Challa was given a year later. It's
too coincidental.
It is way too coincidental. We're both done by Marvel within a year of each other.
And Marvel does have that history, right, of referencing or using designs or whatever, or what else is, before the introduction of it. So, yeah. Yeah. And that cold tiger look. Remember that cold tiger?
I was about to say, yeah.
Woo! Little different.
Yeah, I mean, Jack Kirby's original Cold Tiger design, I think, maybe Stan said, I got this. I remember this other book that I was an editor on because although Stan Lee wasn't the writer on this issue, he was the editor. So he's probably like, hey, I saw this other design on his book from a year ago. Why don't we use that instead of this Cold Tiger guy? And so that's how he became. Here's another thing that I thought was interesting. There's another character that preceded Black Panther that we often talk about in our spaces. Might have been a precursor or inspiration to the character. And that character is Lion Man. Literally, it says here, for those who don't know, Lion Man was an agent of the United Nations sent to to Africa. I don't think they really specified where. They said an African Gold Coast, because there was within this crater, this mountain, this magic mountain, the world's largest deposit of uranium. Sounds familiar? Look at this panel on this Lion Man page with the mountain. And then look at this panel over here at this mountain that's in Fantastic Four 50. A lot of similarities.
How old is, when was the Lion Man book published?
1947.
Wow.
In All Negro Comics. All Negro Comics. So it's kind of similar. You can say, hey, Stan Lee and Jack Kirby created the Black Panther, but where did they get it from? They actually might have gotten the concept, from Lion Man, 1947. That was done by Black creators.
And they're working, they're churning, right? And so it very well could have been something that they saw when they were a little younger, and brought it back. Wow.
Look at the look. Here's Lion Man on the right with the headband.
Yeah.
Here's T'Challa with the headband. He only wore a headband in like these first couple issues of Fantastic
that's right.
Four. And then he never wore the headband again, but I don't know. Dudes look kind of similar.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah.
But they say all brothers look the same anyway, man. So you know how that go, man. So
the chicken or the egg. I think, Khalil, we were trying to look at your collection on your Comic Arts Fans page, right?
I mean, if you wanted to, I was just saying, if you wanted to talk about some of the art, if you go to the site, and there's a little field near the bottom of the site, the page, you just type in Black Panther.
Before we do that, I need people to understand that when we say art, Khalil doesn't just have random pieces. I need, there's no disrespect to random pieces, because we all have some. But this dude has, so I'll say this, when we did collections in Black, I had J. Scott Campbell covers. Appreciate you, my brother. We had that really dope Scotty Young cover. I could go on and on and on. And I'll say this too. If people want to see some incredible art, please make sure you subscribe to CAF, Comic Art Fans. Go to their page. and you can see, you know, you can look up your favorite artist, you can look up your favorite collector, whomever, your favorite character, and it'll populate everything that you want to see.
Yeah.
But Khalil's collection is just it's next level. Like, you have a piece that has been traveling though, right? That's the piece that Still Freeze introduced me to. That was for Black Panther.
Yeah. It's not here. It's been traveling. Yes, sir.
Where's that piece at now, sir?
It's in Germany. I mean,
Okay.
it'll maybe back after that. I'm not sure. May hit one more place along with the
So let's give the people context. What's in Germany? Where's it at in Germany? What company has it? Who asked for it? Let's get into that, sir.
Yeah. So I think it was in the States first. There was an exhibition that moved around different cities in the States where it was a Marvel themed exhibition, and they would feature a lot of props and clothes, designs, things like that for the films themselves, among other things. But part of the exhibits too was showcasing original art for all the Marvel characters. And I went to this exhibit in Charlotte. I was there for Heroes Con. I went on a Sunday, and it was great. You see all these pieces of art that all of us know just from being comic readers, right? And all these props and whatnot. And they section off these exhibitions kind of based on the characters, the Fantastic Four section, the Spider-Man section, the Black Panther section. And the Black Panther section was impressive with but I felt it didn't have as many pieces in terms of the original art. And so I actually reached out to the exhibition and I said, hey, there's some pieces I have here that I think if you were moving to another side or wanted to beef up, you know, the child part of the exhibit on the art front, you can use some of this. And they ended up taking me up on that, and with a couple of Black Panther pieces and some other pieces. And then, interestingly enough, they left the States and they moved to a couple other sites in Spain and New Zealand and now Germany. So I have some pieces moving around in these exhibitions, and have been lucky enough to make a couple trips myself.
And this is the you have the original art to this. This is the piece we're talking
about. That's the one they really wanted, and you can scroll down to see it if you want. But a lot of this is let's see here. Right there. Yeah, that's the #1 cover by Still Freeze. Yeah, so I got that directly from him and his art rep, Essential Sequential, some years back. And again,
that's why I can't find that piece, because you already own it.
I'll share the story, man. It's you know, Still Freeze and Ta-Nehisi Coates were prepping to do this run, kind of in step with the movie being released, and Still Freeze did all his work, except for I think 3 pieces, digitally. So he drew them on a computer. 3 pieces I think were done by hand, including this #1 cover, which was also like a promo image. You know, this is done well before everything else because they're kind of you know hyping the coming book and whatnot. And I remember him being interviewed on something on YouTube, and someone's interviewing at his studio, and he was flipping through some of his art, and I saw this in the pile. I saw this, and I was like, Is that the original, or is that a print? I found out it was the original, and you know, kept it in my head. And then at one Heroes, guys, I mean, this is things just happening. I'm talking with Bryan, and he's like, hey, you know, I decided to sell some of the pieces, and I'm going to work with Jason Schachter at Essential Sequential to do it. And I brought some of them here, and he pulled out what he brought, and this was one of them. And he has I forget the young woman who helps him. But he basically was saying, yeah, she's going to take these over to Jason at his Essential Sequential booth to sell them. And he gave her the 5 or so pieces. I walked with her to Jason's booth, who I know because I've bought some stuff from him before. And I said, Jason, I said, she's handing you that one to you right now. Let's immediately talk about how you hand it to me.
Talk that.
And so over the day and a half, we worked it out. And I was so excited. So excited. I mean, if there's a, you know, piece more on the modern front that people recognize, it's probably this, right? I mean, there's t-shirts, I have a t-shirt with this, there's napkins, there's balloons, kind of any and everything was used. This was used for. So yeah, if I had to keep on my hand 3-5 pieces that and everything else had to go, this would be one that'd have to stay. Yeah.
You know, you also own another incredible piece. And you know, it was a piece that had and I think it was your piece, that Killmonger.
Yeah, that's in if you wanted to go back, that's and just scroll down, that's in there too. And interestingly enough, that came from Essential Sequential too, because Jason reps Klaus Janson, you know, who's been inking since, you know, the 70s. And yeah, it's funny with some of the guys that have been doing it a long time, they've just kind of kept some of this art like in a closet. Right. You know, and when Black Panther was coming out, you know, Klaus, I got some of that old Jungle Action stuff, and he broke some of it out, and he had this one. This is the first appearance of Eric Killmonger, the issue, and this is when he shows up in the issue, right? I mean, T'Challa right before this, he's like turns and he has to dodge this strike here. So this is the introduction, the splash introduction of this character.
So I need people to understand just how big of a page this is. This is beyond an iconic image. Even though Killmonger, you know, looks like Rick James to me most of the time. But the one thing that's important about this, because when we were at OAX a year or so ago, and you know, showing this piece to Cowan. And
Dennis Cowan, yep. And
showing us both still freeze. Both of them stated this was the image that made them want to draw.
Shout out to the GOAT, Billy Graham.
So that Billy Graham didn't do this joint.
Not this one.
Oh, this was Rick Buckler?
This is Rich Buckler, yeah, Rich Buckler. And then Billy Graham came on right after. The first initial was Rich Buckler. Yeah.
Now, do we have the video on it? We could actually show the Cowan, when we show when Cowan
try to find it
piece and talks about this.
And you can click the image if you wanted to, Paul, and then just click to the right, and they'll show what the published one looks like. It's kind of neat to see. Like you can just click it and then click the area. Yeah, you can see. So I always post the published with it too. You know, it's kind of cool to see that. But yeah, I'll share a quick story on T'Challa. For me, you guys said is your favorite character. To me, it's Spider-Man and Black Panther are kind of right there, neck and neck for me. And because I found Spider-Man as a kid, and then I found T'Challa later. I actually didn't see the Black Panther issues as a kid. I saw them later when I was in my hitting 12, 13, 14 years old. And for me, everything you guys said, right? A king, Oxford education, all that. I mean, the mythos around a country that was not colonized and was able to bring up this clean, country and environment because of that. And what I found in it was not the straightforward hero stuff. You know what I mean? This guy was pulled a lot of different ways, and I kind of like that. And through these hard decisions, right? There's the Avengers. There's what's going on at home. There's some of the relationships he has that he always tried to keep his North Star being having integrity and making the right decision amongst very tough circumstances. Right. And there was just a lot of gray that I hadn't seen, and I appreciated this guy for it. So I looked into it more, and as I started getting into art, guys, and this is 2008, 9, 10 when I first started going to shows. It might have been 12, 13 where I said, man, I think there's an opportunity for me to focus on this character I like and find some of the key pieces from or key piece from the runs that kind of made him who he was. So you'll see in my collection, I focused on, you know, jungle action, priest, the priest run, like Phill said. I enjoyed the Campbell run, the John Romita Jr. one. That's more of a modern one. I got, you know, Cowan in there. So I really kind of said, you know, I was thinking, put together this kind of, I guess, collection, but also almost like a chronological one of this character's progression over the years in artwork. So
one of the things that you mentioned,
talking, but yeah,
one of the people that you mentioned was Dennis Cowan. I think I've got the video loaded up here for us to play.
Great.
Let's
yeah, make sure you mute us.
Is that an original Jack Kirby?
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's an original Kirby.
Love to have that. Who's that?
Yeah, and that's 80s Kirby too.
All Kirby's good Kirby. All Kirby's good Kirby.
All Kirby's good
Look at
Kirby.
this. Please. Just
Unreal.
all Kirby's good Kirby. His Black Panther run in the 80s was fine to me.
Right.
I thought it was great. It was his last great era.
Right.
And he bought it all.
Right.
You know, you may not have dug the stories or whatever. I don't know. I don't care.
Right.
I love the energy of it. And he did it. Who else draws a Black Panther like that? Nobody.
Oh yeah. For the go. Look at
That's
that.
Rich Buckler.
Yeah.
That's his Black Panther. And that's the one I kind of grew up on.
Yeah. The jungle action was
Jungle
like
Action was my first one, for real.
I used to sneak in my dad's comic box and read the jungle action books, and would risk getting a whooping. Unreal though.
That's Rich Buckler and Klaus Janson. You know Klaus is here, right?
Yes, sir. That's one of the reasons why we made sure that's up here.
Yeah. Just that page alone influenced everything I ever did. It really did. It made me want to draw comics, and then later on, my first comic job really was working for Rich Buckler, working for this artist.
Wow.
When I was in high school, I worked for Rich. And because I had to work for the guy who did the Black Panther.
Right.
Good stuff. This is a Clan issue.
Yes, sir.
That was deep. That's a Clan issue.
Yeah.
This is Billy Graham.
That's Billy Graham.
These are all famous pages.
Oh yeah.
This one,
Yes, sir. Jay Scott.
not even a brother, but you're like, all brothers like that piece.
For sure.
We
For
all
sure.
like that piece. Because he really did his thing. Just the whole sweep of it is just like perfection. That's good too.
Oh yeah.
Who did this one?
Wow.
Yes, sir.
I wasn't there for that, Phill. I wasn't there. I was out. And when you showed that to me, I was like,
Yeah, I'm glad I was able to capture that. I mean, it's you were there, that particular year at OAX, we didn't even really get a chance to be on the floor because either we both were in that space,
yeah,
or one of us would go and then one would come in the other. And it's just, we're just blessed to have been able to capture those particular moments.
Yeah.
And even, when you sit back, I watch that and it's almost an emotional experience for me. Honestly, it is, because of just the journey that we went through. At no point in time as a kid did I ever think any of this would even be whatever. And I'm 50 something. I remember when this ish wasn't even popular. You know what I'm saying? And that's not even my piece, but to see Dennis Cowan say, this is the piece that made me want to draw. And I'm saying, and the non-hater in me is saying, oh, Khalil owns the piece. This is what I'm talking about. Like, because for me, I feel like a win for any of my guys is a win for me. We're a team. We're on a team.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And I feel like when I seen that, it was like that made everything worth it. Like, and I know our time is limited, but this is important. When you and Kazra and Paul and everybody else came to see Collections in Black in Pittsburgh the first time, and we decided we're going to do this in Orlando, and all the help that went through, and the fact that we're able to get all these particular pieces. Yeah, I sit back and I say to myself, and it's not talking ish, is like, we've done so many things that have never been done before. And it's not that we're like, yeah, it's just about, we see a need for this. This is something that we would like to see. And this is what happens, you know, to see Cowan and to see Still Freeze amazed at seeing these pieces that we own is incredible. And speaking of that, I got to show this. If we're doing a I got to show this piece just because I got to show it every time I get a chance.
Yeah.
Shout out to my man, Expensive Paper. 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 Just in case. This is the piece that when I was a kid, I would stare at over and over. And Khalil, you even know when we were talking about doing collections in Black, we were talking about, man, do we need to try to get this? Do we need to do this? Except this is real. And it's just amazing for me to have this. And this is going to be in a new exhibit called Panels that's coming up. And at the collector of me is, I'm grateful to have met brothers like Khalil and whatever. And, you know, it's just a dope experience. And I apologize, people, because this show is not going to be show format. It's going to be us talking with our people. It's like we just at the family reunion, sitting at the table talking. So if we go off topic, we just go off topic. And another thing, my last point, while we were at OAX the year before, me, you, Paul, Angel, everybody else, but then it was Still Free, Sanford, Cowan.
Yeah.
We had a conversation about, because we had the oldest Black Panther page in existence that we believe that's in existence.
Yeah.
And then we were talking about how there's no pages for, nobody knows where any of the pages for Fantastic 452 is. And for those who don't know, I don't know if we got the slide. I guess I might as well announce that my next project is going to be Finding 52. The Kickstarter is going to start very soon. Get y'all stuff together. If y'all want to get in on this joint early, let's go, because I'm about to go around the world and we gonna look for these pages. And if anybody can find them, I'm gonna get my Scooby-Doo, my Hardy Boys. I ain't gonna get my Nancy Drew on, but you know what I mean. But we gonna find these pages.
Yes.
Or we just gonna get to the dead ends. So that's where we at with that.
All right. So let's pivot. Khalil, thank you for joining us. Appreciate it.
Yes.
Hey, Paul, before you pivot, throw that Final 52 joint up. The hell? Throw that image up there. We gonna throw that up. We gonna take a second to throw my stuff up. The hell? Let people know this joint coming. This for real. We ain't just talking. This is what we do for real. And Khalil, we appreciate you, brother. I know you got things to do. You got money to count.
One thing I wanted to share when I think about the character and the art and its influence on history, I have one piece of art by the great John Buscema, and it's from Avengers 105, and it involves a dialogue around. If you remember back at this time, Black Panther was called the Black Leopard for a while. And I actually, again, these stories, right? I really appreciate it. I got a chance to meet Roy Thomas, who was editor writing at the time, and asked him what the deal was there. What was the name change? And he said, well, he's like, at the time, the Black Panther Party, right, is coming up in prominence in America. And he said, Marvel didn't want to condone or condemn or whatever. They just wanted to step away. And so they called T'Challa Black Leopard for a bit. Mm-hmm. But this page that I have, maybe we can send it out or whatever, figure it out later. But it has some dialogue around him reasserting that his name is the Black Panther. He's, not a stereotype, this and that. So it's a neat moment, just in terms of, for me, thinking about comics history with what was going on at the time.
Right.
Yeah.
And where was that? And where was that on display at too, brother Khalil?
That one isn't on display anywhere. That one's
where was it on display?
Not. Oh yes, that was in Collections in Black.
That's
Yes,
right.
sir. Yes,
That's
it was.
right. Don't get it twisted. I just want to make
That's
sure
right.
that people know.
That's right. But yeah,
And
if anybody has questions about art or whatever else through these gentlemen, I have a comic art fan site that you can contact me through if just any questions or want to discuss any of that stuff. But I do appreciate being on with you guys and y'all making it a point to celebrate this character's 60th.
We have this tradition at Black Comic Lords. When you come visit with us, we consider you family. So to that point, what we'd like you to do is look into the camera. Oops, not like that. Look into the camera, say your name, and say, I am a Black Comic Lord.
My name is Khalil Gearson, and I am a Black Comic Lord.
There you go.
Authority too. Grown man version. That's my guy. And I'm gonna say
natural.
Just natural. Khalil, man, I love you, bro. You family.
Love you too.
And it's always good chopping it up with you, and I appreciate everything.
All right, fam.
All right. Take care, man. Until next time.
Okay.
For sure.
All right. So we're going to talk about
that was good,
this.
Man.
This was the book that forced me, grabbed me by the neck and said, you're going to like this dude. This is the series that made me a Black Panther fan. I came to it late, only 30 years ago.
That's all right.
But if you look, I remember doing research once as I was doing a show on the Black Panther. And I'm looking at the credits, and then I realized over there in the credits to the right, it said a name I did not realize was there. It was a 1998, and a young woman artist came to Marvel and became Marvel's first Black woman artist. And she continued to work on this series for several issues on the Black Panther. And her name is Alitha E. Martinez.
Let's go.
We promised y'all the best.
No games today. Play no games today.
Here we go. Alitha, how are you? Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. I'm fine, and I'm sorry Thea is freaking out about something, but yeah.
That's all right. That's all right. We wanted to talk to you. We're doing this celebration about the Black Panther, and you have had some work on this character over the years.
Yes. I've visited Wakanda quite a bit.
Well, first of all, we had your experience here on the Christopher Priest run, and you did the backgrounds on this run. Is that correct, for the first several issues?
Backgrounds and washes with Mark Texeira. Yes.
I remember you and I spoke once, and you talked about your experiences, and I don't think you even realized at the time that you were the first Black woman to ever be an artist for Marvel Comics and DC, for that matter, I believe. Talk about how you got on this book.
Well, I came in as basically Joe Quesada's ghost. We were actually working on Azrael Ash with DC Comics at first, and Marvel when Joe Quesada and Jimmy Palmiotti came in and formed Marvel Knights, then they brought me over as well to continue to ghost for Daredevil, Black Widow, and this is the first book that I was actually given credit for.
So is this not your first work at Marvel?
Technically, no. And they were all happening at the same time. So while this was going on, there were 3 other books going on. And I left this book because I got Iron Man.
That's what's up. Now, a little further down the rabbit hole, you actually got to be the regular artist a little ditty called Black Panther: World of Wakanda with
Yes.
Roxanne Gay.
Yes.
Is it a coincidence that you work on this book, fantastic book, and all of a sudden, the Black Panther book earns its first Eisner?
Well, again, since I'm a workhorse, I come to work, I come to do this thing called comics. I didn't even know about this thing. It was told to me in passing at one of those kind of premieres for a movie that Chris Robinson had tossed a book in for, consideration for an Eisner. And I'm like, okay, that's nice. And continued about my life. And so I wasn't, and I normally am not invited, nor do I attend San Diego Comic-Con. It's expensive. So the Artist Alley is just not friendly for, making money. Then I was in a cab on my way home when my phone blew up that this thing had won this Eisner, and one of my Marvel editors accepted the Eisner in my place.
Wow.
Right.
Yeah, you've had some work with those with the Black Panther character. You've also worked on the Coates run. You worked on Marvel Voices.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to get your thoughts as our first featured creator of this character. What do you feel is the significance of this character in comics and on our culture?
I feel a little outside of the people's touch with the character. I had been that way until the movie. So here's a good story. I went to see the movie with the Marvel crew, and they're like, "Oh yes, this is a good vehicle for the Avengers. This will be good leading in." And I thought, it was nice. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the touches, seeing things. I like, "Oh look, I did the shields, and look, the ladies are clothed. This is wonderful." But overall, it was like, yes, there no more loincloths. I banished the loincloths for good. I like seeing the tribes because I had done a lot of research on the different tribes because they said just add these things. I'm like, okay, let me pick out different types of tribes in Africa, since the Laura Milaje is made up with these group of women from across Africa. So I'm like, let's do some research. And to see all of this beauty unfold, and then it's like our jaded crowd was like, this is a good vehicle for the Avengers. So fine. A couple days later, I took my brother to see it. And I'm sitting in a movie theater, and suddenly it's like the Titanic, watching the Titanic. The ship is going to sink. So why are these people crying? Why are they upset? So I'm looking like, oh my God, people are in tears. What's going on here? Then I turn to my brother as if to say, and I see tears rolling down his face. And I'm going, ooh, it's me. I am truly that jaded that I don't see and I'm like, oh. Then it hit me what I'm looking at. And so just like Marvel at first, they didn't know what they had. I was not aware of what I had done. And in that moment, you could see that it's like that pain that comes from not just African Americans, all people of color. You feel that you finally, we have something that isn't a reflection of, look, white people have to come in and guide everybody to the promised land here because they've been living here all this while, but they just don't know what they had. Here you have this beautiful, sophisticated society built up. Unfortunately, that's where I find that it's not real enough for me. I need this in my world, not just on my screens.
Right. Did your run on World of Wakanda, was that before or after the movie? I don't remember.
Before.
So it was before.
It was before the movie. Yep.
Yeah. So a lot of I noticed the more and more I look at it, and I remember Phill and I had spoken with Brian Stelfreeze at OAX a couple years ago, and he had talked about his work on the book with Ta-Nehisi Coates, and how a lot of what he came up with ended up being on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
And you really have the opportunity with World of Wakanda to show the side of the Dora Milaje, which was really prominently displayed in that film. You showed them interact. You showed how they moved, etc. And you're brilliant at that. In terms of the action sequences and the story told by Roxane Gay was very compelling, showing the personal side. Are there parts that you came up with in your visual storytelling that you got to see on screen and say, hey, that's actually something that I did first? Is there stuff that you recognize in your work that was ultimately used in the films?
Oh, sure. This is the way the ladies were elevated beyond their just loincloths or short skirts into more
Right.
sophistication and diversity. That I definitely think it's like, yes, I did that because I love Brian Stelfreeze and all of the other interpretations. When I first saw them, my first thought was, who are these hookers? And why do I have to? It's like, I do not understand this. So you're going to fight in this short skirt and these heels. Like, yes. Oh, yes. In fact, that's my everyday wardrobe. Why not? Let me do this. That makes sense. And then we get like Brian's beautiful, beautiful when he sent me the reference for this. And I'm going, okay, now you're home and you're relaxed. In Africa, you're home. So what I'm going to do is fit on this metal bra, you see. And I'm going to fit on this loincloth for no good reason. And I'm going to go now and confront somebody who's holding women hostage. I'm like, no, I think I'm going to cover up a little bit more than that. Or even better, I'm going to relax at home and I'm going to put this metal bra on. I am not ever going to put on a metal bra. Never, 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 never in my life. Not for any reason. So little things like that, just like, no, we can do better. We can figure this out. We could, do hairstyles that are not just reminiscent of women straightening their hair. Like me, I will never, never go with my hair unstraightened. As a strong Spanish woman, you don't want to know what this looks like when it's it already has too much rain touching it. But still, to have everybody having to look one way, everyone straightening their hair, everyone doing this thing, that's a reflection of an American society with no true touches or understanding of what it's like to function as a woman of color in it.
What do you think about the cultural that the character has had in comics?
See, here's where I get where I love what it's done, but I don't think that we are mature enough as a people to truly understand it. In their attempt to recreate that kind of success monetarily, they are beginning to isolate and to basically segregate artists of color. Black people draw black books. These people draw this book. You're an artist, you draw every book, because this is just a season in my life. This is not where I start. It's not where I'm going to end. And you're literally watching. So they've got this book. They got to go find a bunch of black people. I'm like, really? You need to find the best artists for the book possible. You need to literally, you have to allow people, because what it happens to it is what happened to me, is that someone looked at me when doing an interview like this, and I was drawing Wolverine. Well, what is it like to handle this strong masculine character? It must have been difficult for you. I'm like, I've danced with Wolverine just as long as I have with Black Panther.
Come on now.
We've been together a very long time. This is not my first rodeo, but you see, you're only remembered for what you're doing now.
Right.
So think about how many more artists are going to end up in this same position where you're only as good as the book you're doing now, and your only book you're allowed to do are people of color. That's not good for us.
That's real. And I'm sure this topic will come up throughout the day. I know certainly Christopher Priest has some strong feelings on the same topic. As a Black creator, oftentimes, even today, are relegated to just the Black characters. And you guys you're creators. You're not Black, just creators of Black things. You're creators of comics.
I think that too. I think Brian Stelfreeze had a really good quote in the collection of Black OX behind the scenes when he talked about that same thing. So two things can be right. So his thing was saying that people at first looked, they didn't even know that he was Black at first. He was the Batman guy, And then when they found out he was black, he went and they put him on, he started doing like the Black Panther and whatever. But even with that, once he did the Black Panther, there was a different sense of pride and responsibility in trying to make this the dopest, the greatest thing ever. And he made a statement where he didn't have to reach into his imagination to do things because the characters look like his brothers, his uncles, his aunts. He made that statement in the film piece. And so I think that's dope. I just don't want people will get, we live in a day where people will take a soundbite and twist these words or whatever, because people are weird nowadays. But I understand exactly what Alitha is saying. It's, you want the opportunity, you want the best artists on those particular books. If it happens to be one, we call you Dr. Martinez. This happens to be one of the dopest artists, that there is. We're never gonna go into Moon Girl. That's a whole. We'll say that for a whole nother day.
Don't make me start flexing my original Moon Girl.
We won't want to do. I got some at the house too, but I just the World of Wakanda book. I got like the first couple issues in that in 9/8, and it's just I met you. Me and Paul. We met you at the same time at Schaumburg. Was it Schaumburg?
Yeah, it was Schaumburg.
It was at Schaumburg, and I remember just going through the portfolio and seeing the Moon Girl pages, and I was like, oh man, these are just incredible. So that's all. That's all. I don't want to fan out or whatever. I just want to say I appreciate your contributions to the culture, and
thank you.
And that's just being honest.
Absolutely, your resume is crazy. I remember going on your League of Comic Geek account and looking at your profile of works that you've done. You've literally done everything, every genre, Marvel, DC, indie. I saw your covers for the new book to Senna coming out. Mm-hmm. Fantastic. I have your
what? You're really talking like, do I remember these things? I do. Oh,
God. I had it around here somewhere. We had a Black Comic Lords flex off recently where we're all going through our books and showing off and what have you. And I had your Black Moon Ritual book that you did with Ytasha Womack, and I can't find it because it got lost in the fray. But outstanding work by you. Before you go, can you tell us what you are currently working on or what you have upcoming that you can tell us about?
I don't think I can. Since I'm like, wait a minute, don't get me in trouble. But finally, I'm getting to do a cover for one of my most favorite controversial characters. So that's what I'm working on right now. So I'm like, yay, it's about time. I hope I get to do an issue of that book one day. That'd be great. So yeah.
Can we get a hint? Can we get a hint?
You're trying to get me in trouble? Why do you want them to come for me?
I'm sorry. I apologize.
I'm still looking forward to someday seeing your version, your Robotech version, because you and I talked about that.
Yeah, oh my God, that would like complete my whole set, my whole journey. That would like close the circle for me to get to do something. But see, here's where we're getting into that muddy water again. This is where I'm one of those artists who have to constantly prove their ability to do something. So it's never that I'm thought of that you can do this thing, because drawing Iron Man, I didn't get to draw any real women until, almost a decade later, because, they didn't think I could handle women, or I would not make them look sexy or something. I don't know what they thought I'd do to them, but, I couldn't handle drawing women. So I only drew solo male heroes or, things with guys in there. And then you start drawing all the ladies and like, we don't know if she could handle drawing the men. It's like, what? We don't know if she could handle drawing the robots. What? It's this constant, well, time to go back and prove it again. Let's go again. But Robotech, that's close to my heart. It's what showed me, coming to this country and going, oh, look, this is on TV and it's wonderful. I love it. They changed their clothes.
One of the greatest shows of all time.
Yep, they die, and they eat, they do all these things. It was a great story. And to see these books over the years and never get to touch it, come on.
I just got me a Cyclone from eBay recently.
Yes, Miss Martin, you know what's dope about that too? Because I remember when I first watched Robotech for the first time, and the fact that the story continued. I mean, I was captivated, and then characters died on television. You didn't have characters dying in cartoons. You didn't have characters punching each other. These characters were shooting at each other, killing each other, and it was like.
How about running into the church and getting bombed and dying in a church after
it was
praying?
The most incredible situation I've ever seen in my life. I was losing my mind like every, I was just, what's going to happen with Rick and Rand? And I was like, what's going on? But it's just, I would love to see your rendition of that. So hopefully
there's also calls here for you to go do Nubia, but more so the one I'm really rooting for.
Nubia.
She's done Nubia. That's what I'm saying. You've been there, you've done that. What I would like to see you do, Stephanie Williams has been pushing for a Vixen book at DC. I would love to, I remember your Truth and Justice Vixen version. I would love to see you and Stephanie's paired up again on a Vixen series, if it happens.
Well, we'll see. They decide. See, that's the one thing. It's the way I create. I don't get to suggest what I want to do. They'll tell me what I'm going to do. So hopefully one day I'll be big enough to say, I would like to do that. And they'll go, yes, we'll let you do that. We'll see, though.
All right. Well, Alitha, thank you very much for your time. It's always a pleasure to have you. Come back soon, okay?
Thank you for having me. Yes, indeed.
All right. Okay. So now.
That was dope.
Are we going to do a little commercial break before we bring on our next guest? Do we have a video to play or something?
We got all types.
I don't know. I don't know what my producer's doing. I got like 2 producers today. I don't know which one's working.
Well, let's say, man, we started off hot. Today, man. It's a lot going on, and
we want to keep on schedule.
Let's keep on schedule, man. Let's go. Who we got next, brother?
All right. So the next person we have. Let me pull up his materials here.
And don't forget, y'all. Finding 52 is coming soon. We gonna talk about that all day long.
In fact, I got his book up here. Give me a second.
Who's next?
I'm getting to it.
You're getting the book. I'm just trying to get the people something to think about.
Comics are different. Those things cannot be returned if they do not sell. Okay, so that means that if they buy 10 copies of Monica Rambeau Photon and nobody buys it, they eat that money. And your local comic shop is, the margins are very thin, right? Times are hard for everybody. And so what that means is that it gives comic shop owners incentive to be very risk averse, right? And so you could order a bunch of Batman and you know that every month people are going to come in and buy Batman. It's often characters of color, new characters, lesser known characters where they're like, I don't know, this could be good, but if I put this on my shelves and people don't buy it, I lose money. And I'm sympathetic to that. That's a real assessment that they have to make. So the way that we avoid that is you go in and you pre-order. So Paul goes in 3 months before the comic set comes out and says, hello, I would like to pre-order Monica Rambeau Photon #1. I'm not going to wait till it comes out. I'm telling you now that I want it. And at that point, they're like, okay, let me go ahead and order this. And in the comics world, that is the sale that counts. By the time you come into a store and purchase a comic book, that sale does not count. I know it is ridiculous. It is very silly. That is the way it is. The sale that counts is when the store orders it from the distributor. That is what they are counting. And so what that means is that when you go in and you pre-order things, it actually gives that store confidence. Like, okay, Paul said Paul's going to be back and spend his $5 on this book. So we're good. If we order this one, we know it's going to sell and we can pay our rent. We're not going to be eating this cost this month. The best thing to do is your subscription or your pull list where you go in and you say, I want you to put these in every month for me, right? And then they will set that aside in a box.
Message.
Oh, are we done? Oh, great. I was just taking the time to read one of the best books. If you're a Black Panther fan, if you are a true Black Panther fan, you need to have this book in your collection. The Black Panther Wakanda Atlas. This book, and I've got the special edition, which I think you get from, I think it's Walmart or Amazon, one of those. This book is a who's who, what's what of everything Black Panther, specifically Wakanda. It is chock full of background information on the secondary character for the Black Panther universe, which is Wakanda. Highly recommended. This was done by a brother who is also no stranger to Black Panther comics, having done The Rise of the Black Panther, The Last Annihilation of Wakanda. He did some stories in the Wakanda series, and most recently, the Black Panther 60th anniversary special. I'd like to bring to the stage Mr. Evan Narcisse. How you doing, Evan?
What's up, brother?
I'm good. Glad to be here with you guys. Phill, I think this is our first time meeting, so thanks for having me.
My man.
Congrats on everything you're doing. Like,
Appreciate it.
I keep an eye on Collections in Black, and that's some heavy business over there.
Thank you. Thank you.
We actually had you slated for 2 other people to join your panel.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Professor John Jennings, he had a conflict. He didn't check his schedule properly. He's actually at his son's swim meet or something.
Yeah.
He's got a thing with his kid that he's doing. I'm like, Black Comic Lord's my kid. Black Comic Lord's my kid. I think he made the right decision.
He's raising a future Black Comic Lord, so it's all
he's raising a future Black Comic. So I give him respect. Shout out to Professor John Jennings. Hopefully the other party will show up soon. I just emailed her. But let's get started with you. You, as I said, are no stranger to this.
Paul,
character.
we need to stop for a second here. I don't remember if we talked when that book came out, but I'm trying to think how wild I can be right now. Whatever. It's
no, man, do your thing, bro. Do your thing.
Be yourself, man. Be good. We all family. This is just us.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if the sniper dots come out. That book was a lot of work because every time you see a panel from T'Challa's publishing history or Wakanda's publishing history, that was something I picked out, right? I didn't art direct the book, but it's essentially a reference book, right? So I had to cite everything, so they knew where to go to find the images in the book, right? And that made it a lot of work. And there was, you figure big publishing houses, you're going to get some kind of internal support in that regard. And let's just say your boy did not. So it was a real labor of love. It was always going to be a labor of love. I love T'Challa. But that book, everything in there was something I decided that needs to be in there. And then we had some back and forth. There was a little bit of arbitration about around page counts and stuff. But yeah, it was a real labor of love. And I'm so glad Sean Martin Bro did a couple of original drawings for Wakanda Atlas. Yeah. I didn't even know there was a special edition. You pull out that shiny book, I'm like, that's not the book I got on my shelf.
Yeah, you can tell it's a special edition because it's purple, because it has an extra map. It has this pull-out map in the back that's inside this folder. This is an actual little folder that has a extra map inside.
I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah. And brother Evan, on a side note, just so you know, we had some of the pieces that Sean Martinborough did in there. He had the mask on the wall, the big giant, but I don't know what it was, auditorium, Wakanda, whatever it is. So we had that in Collections in Black. We had the original art for some of your pages of the book in Collections in Black. So
that's amazing. Yeah. I've got a few original pieces in my house. I've got some stuff from Herman Peralta. He did Last Annihilation Wakanda.
Oh my God, that guy's a beast.
Yeah, he's amazing. And I've got some of Adam Gorham stuff from Ta-Nehisi's run, which are some great pages. Used to be I tried to buy a page of original art from every comic I wrote, but that got untenable real quick. Yeah. Anyway, I didn't mean to hijack the beginning of our little chat here, but
No, man,
yeah,
Let's go.
This is just a conversation, man. We're just talking about this character and its importance and how we feel about this character. And you know, you had the opportunity with your Rise of Wakanda series to reinvent sort of or reimagine the origins of the character. Can you talk about that process and how you decided to make the choices that you made in terms of reimagining and re-envisioning the origins of T'Challa?
Yeah, so you know, Rise of the Black Panther was really interesting because I wasn't really given any mandates, right? Like some of the direction from editorial was like, you know, these characters are going to be in the movie, so like if you can find a place for them in the story, that'd be great. But I was going to do that anyway, right? And there were certain synchronicities that were just like happy coincidences. Like, you know, one of the things about Rise of the Black Panthers, it's kind of like a secret origin for Killmonger, right? If you read the original comics when Killmonger appears, the jungle action stuff with Don McGregor and Billy Graham and Rich Buckler and everybody else who drew that stuff. Killmonger's just like out in the country, like out in the United States, right? Like, oh, my king, can I come back home with you? And he's like, sure, come. How about the plane? Let's go. I'm paraphrasing, but like that's essentially how it goes down. But like, you know, going back and doing my research, I was like, yo, we don't know like why and how he got out of the country, right? And more importantly, what happened to him when he left Wakanda. Imagine you're from Wakanda, a near utopia. You ain't got to worry about shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, ain't no white folks around to bother you, et cetera, et cetera. And then you get exiled in a country where it's nothing but that, you know? And what does that do to your head? So one of the happy coincidences, like I'm working on Rise of the Black Panther with no insight as to what like Coogler and them are doing for the movie. And I go to the premiere and like, oh, it's a very similar story. Obviously they made changes from the source material with Njadaka being related to T'Challa and Shuri. But the idea is still the same, like the prodigal son returns.
Right.
So one of the things I want to do in Rise of the Black Panther, again, not knowing anything about the movie, was like, hey, what is it about Killmonger that makes him hate this place so much? What did he go through? Or not hate this place so much, but like hate T'Challa so much, like wanting to impose like a different philosophical like direction on like the throne. So that was something I want to do, but like, you know, the other thing was like I didn't want to invalidate any stories that came before, right? Like I hate when retcons like just cut off a story that had been previously published, right? Like to me, one of the great joys of like legacy superhero comics is when you find a way to make everything work, right? Like these things are like aggregate creations that like, you know, hundreds, thousands of creators tribute to over the decades, right? And like I didn't want to invalidate everything, but you know, and the way I always talk about this book is that it's like a reimagination of T'Challa's first year as king, right?
Right.
We like in specific timelines, but like, you know, it's like, okay, we see him win the Panther mantle, and we see him, you know, start doing head of state type things and go out into the world, right? So one of the things I like presented to myself as a challenge was, okay, from 1966 to I started writing in 2016 to now, a lot of shit has changed, as we all know, right? Like day one, Shuri's not there. Day one, Hunter's not there. You know, like a lot of characters just weren't there from the beginning. So if this is a reimagination of T'Challa's first year, it's like let's show them there from the beginning, right? So you'll see, like I mentioned, Hunter, I think as early as issue 1. He shows up in issue 5, I believe, 5 and 6, 4, 5, and 6. I don't remember. It's been a while. What does it mean if this white dude your dad adopted as a son, like, is there from the beginning, right? What's he doing behind the scenes, right? And this is just me standing on the shoulders of my forebears, right? Like Priest and everybody. But and Shuri doesn't come in until like 2008, right? So like, how did the dynamics change if she's there? And this is something that Hudlin did a little bit in his run, right? Where he says, where Shuri's like, I was about to challenge, like you challenging in secret, I was about to challenge. So the family dynamics were a really important part of Rise of Black Panther, because again, when we first meet T'Challa in 66 in Fantastic Four number 52, he's an orphan, he's an only child, right? Like, and one of the things I like about his early appearances, like from like Stan and Jack through Mcgregor and beyond, is like this is a really lonely dude. You know what I'm saying? Like his dad dies, defending the country. He has to take on the mantle. His childhood gets short-circuited, right? So like him having family lessens that a little bit, but like the responsibility is still on him, right? Like T'Chaka dies defending T'Challa, right? And I think there's a weight and a guilt and responsibility there. So that was the other thing I wanted to do in Rise of the Black Panther. Like, there's such a mix of like psychological motivations and emotions that T'Challa has to have gone through during his years as king. Like, I want to explore some of that. Like he feels the weight of responsibility. Like, it's a little bit fun for him. Like the science stuff in issue 3, where he's kind of like theorizing about the enemy he's fighting with the Winter Soldier. Like, I think he just moves through a lot of different modalities, and that's something I want to explore. And every time I've had a chance to touch the character since, it's the same thing, right? I feel like he's a guy who, probably goes in and out of like moments of like, like elation and depression. Like,
yeah.
I don't want to talk about like other creators' works, like, and then this is not me dogging Priest at all, but like the version of T'Challa that Priest writes is a very unhappy person, I think, like deeply unhappy, because he sacrificed everything to defend his country. And Priest says that, like if you catch Priest talking about this stuff, like he's like, yeah, he cares only about Wakanda, and he has a hard time knowing how to care about anything else. And
right.
I don't write that version of the character, but like I still think it's valid, right? And synthesis is a large part of what I wanted to do at Rise of the Black Panther. Like, everything I loved, throw it all in the mix together and see how it works, and then like find some new angles on some things. Like the Dr. Doom issue was just me being a fan, sitting around thinking, yo, did this dude like almost kick the ass of Victor's arch enemies? Like, he almost took him down all by his lonesome. Vic's gonna want to chat with that guy. So that's where issue 4 came out of, right? Where like it's Doom's invitation to dinner, with the kind of spectacular entrance into Wakanda during a moment where their anti-teleportation protocols are down for a couple of split seconds. If you read the issue, that Doom teleports a robot and puts him on the throne, on some, come see me shit. And that's like the energy like I want to approach the whole book with. We're like, are there questions that were answered in the past that we could answer, or at least provide some insight now? And like, re-explore the idea that T'Challa does have a family, and it's as dysfunctional as any family that any of us might have in the real world. Like with Jakara, like I'm like, again, this is from the Kirby run of the book. He just shows up, but I wanted to seed a little bit where he came from, what his motivations might be, without invalidating the story that Jack Kirby wrote. Like, as far as I'm concerned, you can read Rise of the Black Panther number 5, and he disappears and he comes back to threaten Wakanda in the Black Panther comic that Kirby wrote and drew. So yeah, a little bit of dancing between the raindrops.
I also love the interplay that you had. You talked about his loneliness and being a monarch and a king and what have you. And you got to show sort of a mirrored dichotomy of that with his relationship with Namor. And I love the fact that you showed these two kingdoms, these two ancient kingdoms with advanced technology, what have you, as parallels of each other. And you see the two rulers as parallels of each other as well. On one hand, they seem like they could literally be brothers. On the other hand, they're clearly rivals. And I love the fact that you showed that they have some history there between these two nations, which was intimated. I hope, based on what happened in Wakanda Forever movie, I hope you got some writers credit for that. See, there were some parallels there I thought that hadn't been done before that I think you did that I thought was kind of cool.
No credit for me there, but that's fine because the idea of T'Challa and Namor as rivals doesn't originate with me, right? Like the first place I can remember seeing in the comics was in the Defenders, and there was a whole international incident between Namor and T'Challa. So like I knew about that, but I wanted to make sure that the story I told was happening in Wakanda. For reasons that would bolster the rest of the story I was trying to tell in Rise of the Black Panther. The main like crucial plot point in Rise of the Black Panther is T'Challa deciding to reveal Wakanda's existence to the world, right? And he does that in issue 3. Issue 2 is the issue with Namor, and he's like, "Yo, this shit's gonna keep happening. People gonna keep on trying to snatch our citizens and our resources unless we declare ourselves to be a sovereign nation, right? Like, because when you're in secret, you can't avail yourselves of like the court of like public opinion, or even the the international courts that are supposed to make nations abide by certain rules. So that's the reason he does that. That's one of the motivating factors.
I had mentioned to everyone here that your Atlas and certainly the Rise of the Black Panther are must-haves in any decent Black Panther collection. There's another book that I would highly, highly, highly recommend along those lines. Black Panther: A Cultural Exploration by Ytasha Womack. This book, I think, is another necessity in anyone's collection if you want. Particularly after the impact of the film, an explanation of the character and the cultural significance. But don't take my word for it. Let's take the word of Miss Ytasha Womack herself.
Hey,
hello,
everybody. How's it going? Hey there.
How are you? Thank you for joining us today.
Again, it's been too long.
I know, it's been forever.
All right. So
how cold is it? How cold is it in Chicago right now?
Shockingly warm and muggy. But that can change tomorrow.
Yeah.
Or tonight.
Ytasha, I know. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate having you here. You do a deep dive on this character, and we're celebrating the 60th anniversary. I wanted to get your thoughts on let's start with first the significance of this character in comics. We started the show by me saying at this point the Black Panther is the singular most recognized Black superhero in all of comics, and I think that's objectively accurate. And I liken it to when we were all kids and you got into comics and cartoons and stuff, and a lot of people, at best, they might have had like a affinity for a Superman or a Batman or a Spider-Man. But now we have a generation of kids that view Black Panther at that same level. Can you guys talk about that in terms of the significance of this character?
Well,
yeah, I'm gonna let Ytasha go first. Yeah.
Oh, thanks. Now, when I first started getting into the world of writing about Afrofuturism or starting to think about writing it, the one thing I realized I had to do a super deep dive in was the whole comics world.
Well, Ytasha, let me interrupt you just 1 second. Just for those who may not know, explain what Afrofuturism is.
Oh, Afrofuturism is something that I write a great deal about. I wrote a book called Afrofuturism, the World of Black Sci-Fi and Fantasy Culture and the Afrofuturist Evolution, all of which gives context to African diasporic ways of thinking of futures and alternate realities, and looking at imagination, technology, mysticism, liberation, and the Black Panther, the comic and the film, and along with Parliament Funkadelic, Janelle Monáe, the whole world of our space-tasticness is embodied in Afrofuturism. So not so very long ago, when I started to, I'd done a lot of writing on hip hop culture, and then I was thinking about, I heard the term Afrofuturism, I'm reflecting on it and starting to write some essays and pieces on it. I had a conversation with John Jennings, who was going to join us at one point, and he was starting to do these retrospectives on independent comics and mainstream comics. And I said, man, I need to really dive into the comics world. And one of my first starting points was the Black Agent Comics events that Tertel Only was doing in Chicago. And of course, one of the big conversations, and I'm talking 2010-ish, 2011-ish, a lot of the conversation was about Black superheroes, how they were regarded, how they were treated in, say, Marvel and DC worlds, that juxtaposed with all these indie comic creators. And the name that kept coming up was Black Panther. And when is there going to be a Black Panther movie? And Black Panther is this awesome character. And I was less familiar with these nuances of the Black Panther character. Like, I think I'd seen a comic before. I mean, I had friends who were super deep in the comics. My godbrother was super into it. But Black Panther was not a figure. You could be in the comics world. You could have known of Black Panther. But, you could have came of age. If you were coming of age in the 80s and 90s, you could have completely missed Black Panther. A lot of the people who were the biggest enthusiasts were ones who were introduced to, the Don McGregor era of some of those comics, his appearance in the late 60s. There were certain runs that they really knew. But by the time you started getting into the 80s, with the exception of like the apartheid comics that they did towards the late 80s, his appearances were rare. So one of the shocks when the movie was announced and was coming out, people were like, this is going to be the Black Panther movie. And there were people who were deep in the comics world who were like, yes. And there were other people who were Black people who loved him, who loved the Black superhero, who were like, what? Black Panther who? Like, oh wait, not the party, the character. Where'd this character come from? So you could have been a Black person, knowledgeable, on the scene, paying attention to pop culture in the 80s and 90s and early 2000s and completely missed Black Panther through no fault of your own. And the significance of the character was that here was what's that? Oh,
no, that was a glitch.
Okay. Yeah, there was a character who was written about, and you had enough of a body of work, and you had these super fans who were really championing this character existing in a larger stratosphere. So the person to give the hands to are, Black comic lords folk and all these people out there who were like, I've got my comic. I want to see this character. He must live. When Blade was coming out, they're like, yeah, but what about Black Panther? Like, you had champions of the character, and that filtered through to people who wound up writing about the character. And so each iteration of the character was sort of a retroactive try to recast Black Panther as a fuller entity.
John Jennings says it best. We colonized colonized Wakanda. You know, like
Yep.
It was, you know, Stan Lee and Jack Kirby created it, but like we gave it meaning. And I always say the same thing. Like every time a Black creator touches Black Panther, you know, in the pre-movie days, right? We have to separate pre and post movie. Or I'd argue the pre and post Ta-Nehisi. That's a whole other conversation we can get into in a minute. But I think every time a Black creator touches this character, they infuse like a broader sense of cultural possibility into it. You know, that apartheid series that Ytasha mentioned was like, that was 1988. That was 10 years before the Priest run, right? And you know, some of you guys watching might know I've been one of the rotating hosts on the official Marvel podcast, and we did a Black Panther 60th anniversary episode. And Dennis Cowan talks about his journey with that book, where like, you know, there was one editorial mandate that was like, yeah, we can't publish this. This is all about apartheid. Those people buy comics too. And then there's like a couple of years between the third and the fourth issue between him drawing it. The book was shelved, and until like somebody in editorial at Marvel determined the political winds had changed enough where it was okay for them to publish it. But like, this is the kind of stuff that impacted the character's publishing history, to say nothing of a lack of Black creators in the creative core in professional comics at the time. But every time one of those professional Black comics creators did get to touch the character, you could tell it meant something. You know, the way Billy Graham draws those pages in the Don McGregor run in Jungle Action, like he's putting his whole foot in those pages. And there's a reason for that. You know, it's a chance to see the place where we come from, even in a deeply fictional iteration, like treated with reverence and respect, and to serve as a counter narrative to all like the primitive, savage like narratives that were you know, promulgated about Black people for, you know, decades and centuries.
Yeah, brother. If I can offer some context here, I know a lot of people. You know, I think some of the general consensus is that Black people didn't know about Black Panther until like the last 10, 20 years. I'm going to have to offer some kickback on that and say that's not true. Those of us who were collectors back then, Black collectors, you know, Luke Cage ran for so long because it was a Black character that we loved. Black Panther was a character that, I'm 54 years old. My father collected comics.
Damn.
My father, yeah, that's right. And I still look good too, baby. One day you'll look like this. But my father collected comics. It's music going. My dad collected comics. My dad collected Black Panther, Spider-Man, Hulk, Luke Cage, and any of the Black History comics. So I remember in the 70s going through and reading the Jungle Action pieces. But I also remember that you also, you know, back then, everybody kind of read comics. Wasn't nerd culture or whatever, just something that you just picked up off the shelf when you grabbed a magazine, you know, you had the book. But I just wanted, you know, for those of us who are older and who have been in the collecting comic space, Black Panther was always that character we always wanted a toy of. Black Panther was always a character that we got excited the first time we saw him in that Fantastic Four cartoon. I have a Black Panther puzzle that came out in the 60s. Let me show you this, John. So you know, got give y'all some history, man. I got to give y'all some receipts.
Woo!
Give y'all some receipts. So the first item that the Black Panther was on was back in this is the first thing that wasn't comic related. This is 1968.
Merch.
So this is 1968. So when we talk about it's just historically speaking.
I mean, I want to defend.
No, I understand what you say, but real quick, I think what happens is that we all discover things at different times. And the one thing that I'll say that is dope is that, like Evan, like you were saying, we would look at Billy Graham's pages as a kid, and I would lose my mind. Like how you said, when he did those pages, you could tell like his splash pages are just as good as Kirby splash pages. Like they're so dynamic to the point where the reason why I did collections in Black was because of Billy Graham. The particular page that I used to get a whooping over, that's the original art sitting right there. I used to sneak in my dad's book in his box. So it's just, I was trying to get some context that I understand from the mainstream page. You know, when people were first reading, they may not get it, but there was a section of us who was like, "Ooh, this Black Panther dude, he's something special."
And you know what, Phill, if I could just add, when I was asked to write this book,
Yes, ma'am.
I said, this has to be a people story. It has to come from the perspective of people who saw the character,
Right.
and as fans, and how that informed their lives.
Right.
And then as the character resurfaced several years later, how that the fans who saw those and how it impacted their relationship to comics, because
For
it's
sure.
almost like a passing down of a perspective.
For
I
sure.
got a chance to interview two guys, Tertel Only, of course, who started the Black Agent Comics, and then also Floyd Webb, who's a elder Afrofuturist and film curator. And they told me stories of being kids, and they saw Black Panther appear in, you know, the Fantastic Four comic. And Floyd has a funny story. He said one of his best friends lived on the other side of town in Chicago. His best friend lived on the west side. He lived, you know, on what they called the low end at the time. And they would get their comics. Comics would be delivered at different times of the day. And so his friend on the west side of the city got the comic first. And he saw the Fantastic Four and saw the Black Panther and sitting there calling Floyd. And he's like, the Black Panther the comic, and it's this and that. And Floyd is like, what are you talking about? The Black Panther, that's like a group, not the party, but he was referring to the Alabama SNCC collective of voter registration drives. He said, no, that's a group in Alabama because they're socially conscious. They were ironically part of, I want to say it was part of the Urban League under Fred Hampton before he later, he was like their scout leader or something before he went and became a, you know, leader of the Black Panther Party, formed 2 months after this incident. And Floyd has comic, you know, recollections of going into the Black Panther office as a teen, because a lot of them were teenagers, or nobody's over 21, 22. He said they were reading Black Panther comics. So these are the stories that, you know, aren't always captured when we're talking about characters and what they mean. People want to get into, you know, sales and this and that. And it's like Black Panther, it's impact. And the reason that the impact is because the narratives they're pulling from are part of our mythologies already. You know, you're pulling from the idea of the return, or these, you know, there's older tales about sophisticated African societies, you know, whether you're talking about Kemet or, you know, other spaces across the continent, you had kings, or you still do. And, you know, there's these mythologies of their adventures, and so, or these tales of their adventures. And so it connected Black Panther, those original comics were tying into ideas that already existed, and you finally get to see it in visual form.
Yeah, we live now in this information age where things that we viewed as science fiction as kids is now becoming science reality, and we see a brother go up to the moon for the first time in history, even though we've had, you know, space travel for well over 60, 70 years, right? And we just finally got one of us to go to the moon. One of the runs that you guys had mentioned was the Ta-Nehisi Coates run, and he had this intergalactic Empire of Wakanda, which is, for all intents and purposes, Marvel's most Afrofuturism storyline ever done.
Epic.
And I would go so far as to say it's one of the best Afrofuturism stories ever done in comics, period. Especially when you think about the fact there wasn't a single white person in that entire run. It was all Black people and aliens. It was, but the speculative part of what happens if you had us go across the universe unencumbered by the vestiges of racism or slavery or colonialism, any of those factors, and we were to create a society across the stars? What would that look like? Just the very concept of it, I thought was just sort of unique, ideal, and just mind blowing. So I asked the both of you through that lens, what do you think is the impact that Black Panther Wakanda will have on the future on Afrofuturism? Because certainly after the film, I think the Afrofuturism movement certainly grew and got more recognition. And people are starting to understand that concept of what if. How do you view that impact the character has had on that concept?
Professor Womack, you have the floor. Which is not to say I don't have anything to say, but I want to make sure you get your chances.
No, you can go first. I could go after you.
I mean, look, I've talked about this a lot. If y'all follow me when I talk about the character, like
that's why you're here, Evan.
Yeah. Like it's not all fiction, some of y'all watching might know that I'm Haitian American, and my cultural background, Haiti being the first free black republic that forever and ever.
Is that chocolate in the background doing that?
That's chocolate doing sound effects.
We're lucky that's all he's doing.
Right.
But it's not fiction, like the kind of ingenuity and like ancestral energy like that kept those people fighting. Haitian Revolution is like more than a decade long. You know what I'm saying? Those people were fighting for a long time. And you can't do that without like something else motivating you, right? So, and I think that's the energy that shows up, at least in part, in modern day Black Panther fandom, right? We know that like our ancestors, were more than we are taught. We know that our capabilities and our possibilities are more than or what recognized in us. We know that like we can be anything in the world that can be imagined, and even beyond that, right? Like, and to me, like, look, I was a little kid, skinny ass kid growing up in Brooklyn in the 70s, and the world was telling me I wasn't going to be shit. You know what I'm saying? And part of my journey to proving the world wrong was reading about T'Challa in these comics. Like I've talked about this in the past. First issue I saw him in was an Avengers reprint. And he's pining away for Wakanda. And that reminded me of the way my mom used to pine away for Haiti. Like I'm like, I fucks with this dude. You know what I'm saying? Like Luke did not catch me the same way. Luke Cage did not catch me the same way. But it's because like, look, through whatever subconscious decisions were made in the creations of his stories, like there was enough there for me to latch on to. And like now that we have other people feeding their energy and concerns into this mythology, like we don't have to be quiet about the pride stuff, about the possibilities, like, my kid was like 8 when the movie came out, and she didn't know anything about anything other than Daddy writes some Black Panther comics. I'm getting to go to this movie. He's going to be up on stage talking in front of people, and she's throwing up the salute. Like, it's just different. These kids don't have to apologize about where they come from and what they can do, which is the significance of a symbol like this existing in the world.
That's real.
Yeah, agreed. This Black Panther, between the film and the comic, has completely, and I'll put in air quotes, normalized seeing these space sagas that are dealing with issues that come out of that reflect the narratives of Black cultures and histories and trajectories about the future. And you have many writers who are exploring their own takes on that. You know, intergalactic Wakanda, you know, it's talking about Bast. You know, Bast is functioning, you know, you're on this other planet. First of all, the whole setup for that comic, you have T'Challa. All of a sudden, we're in the midst of this planet. He's not in Wakanda. He's on like planet Bast. And
He's a
Working
slave.
in the mines. Yeah.
slave, right? He's working his, you know, trying to fight out of that. But the people on the planet, this planet is like a futures version of, or I don't know, I don't want to say futures version. It's in another, it was created by people who had been from Wakanda, and now they're named after people who had once lived on Wakanda, and they are looking for the next Black Panther, the actual T'Challa. And so he's dealing with people who are avatars of sorts of people he already knows.
Yeah.
They have the energy and the name of friends he knows, and they're carrying that forth. That in and of itself is a
What you mean your name is M'Baku? Because I know M'Baku.
Right, exactly. That's a very African concept to then put that in space. And then the next layer of that is he's a slave trying to break out of things. And, you know, we start dealing with this concept of gods and goddesses and what are their roles. And you have this Bast character who's depicted as a little girl. You know, it's at one point almost functioning like a Shu or a Legba as this trickster sort of figure. And you're like, what? You know, like it's amazing. And in the midst of that, you know, Storm herself moves from becoming being Storm to becoming a goddess in the pantheon, you know, at least for a moment, for Wakanda. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's not unbelievable, but
right.
But it's fantastic to see all this told in a comic that is accessible. We can all sit here and discuss it. And it could be it doesn't have to be covert.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
and
I mean,
the magic of it.
I think the Coates intergalactic run will in time get even more recognition for the significance of it, a lot of the things it accomplished. I really love that run, because I'm a big sci-fi geek. Growing up on Star Trek and loving to see images of us on screen, that took it to a whole nother level. And the film, between the film and the comics, I think it is paving the way for us to look beyond that glass ceiling that we thought, hey, we can't have a bunch of us in a big endeavor on the screen and have it be successful. So now we've got properties like this Ayanu series. We have Stranger Comics coming out with its two endeavors, its animation and its live action film. And we got the Children of Blood and Bone coming out later as well. These are things that I don't necessarily know would have been made if not for the success and recognition of the Black Panther. And I think I view that very positively towards the future of us recognizing ourselves and our possibilities for us and our generations that come after us. So I think that's a good thing. I wanted to thank both of you personally for coming on here. I know you're both very busy. I really appreciate it. The Black Comic Lords appreciate it. And we hope you come back soon. Ytasha, you and Alitha need to come on to talk about that Black Moon Ritual book.
I would love to. I have so much to say about it.
Let's
Evan. I wrote my first comic.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
No. Oh, I'm aware. Like I'm
great.
quiet on socials, but yeah, like I'm seeing what y'all are doing, and I'm so happy for you both. Like it's incredible.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I want to give you some props too about with the writing. I know the one thing that you were talking about how you write a totally different character than Priest does when you talk about Black Panther, like just the way they deal with things. But I think it's dope because I feel like in our journey in life, sometimes we're like in different stages of our life.
Yeah,
you know what I'm
absolutely.
saying?
Yes.
So like when I look at that, I'm like, okay, this is when, you know, this is how I'm dealing with this in this particular stage. And when I get to a certain particular space, I'm in this particular space, you know. So it's still in the thing that I'm gonna give you props on. It's not a diss to anybody else, maybe, but the one thing I want to give you props on is the fact that even when you write your stuff, and you may go in different directions, there is still a respect for the source material or for where the character comes from. My issue with a lot of newer writers today, and I don't make any qualms about it, is that you don't know, though somebody will write a book and you don't know who this character is on the screen. It's not the character, it doesn't have to be the character that you grew up with, but there has to be something. When grandma made such and such, it may not taste the same every time, but when you know that it's grandma's food. You know what I'm saying? So for me, I just like the fact that regardless, I don't care if T'Challa's having a bad day, it still feels like T'Challa. And I feel like a lot of times writers, we sometimes make the characters that we want them to be instead of the characters that they're supposed to be. And I feel like sometimes that does work when you're creating new characters, but I feel like T'Challa has to always feel like T'Challa. Submariner has to feel like Submariner. Damn it, Lassie need to feel like Lassie. If the kid goes down the well and you call for Lassie and Lassie don't come, damn it, that ain't Lassie. I don't care if a black person wrote it or a white person wrote it. Somebody blind and can't type the shit out, whatever. I need the characters just need to feel like the characters, and I'll say, that's the one thing that I do appreciate about your writing. I know that when you were talking about you and Priest, it's different, but to me, they're both still T'Challa, but just at different moments. You understand what I'm saying?
I 100%. Like, look, this is a continuum. This is a continuum that starts. Well, in the comics, in T'Challa, it starts in 1966. But for those of us who are part of the Black diaspora community, it starts, centuries, right?
Right.
And I'm just happy to be part of Continuum, right? As concerns the comics, like, I know so much of who I am as a person and the way I think about myself and the possibilities that I can achieve, like, are emboldened by this character existing in his stories, Like, look, there's a lot of stories that were mid to me, like Ytasha mentioned before. There was a wasteland from like the 70s and 60s where our boy was not showing up at all, right? And he's guest starring in an issue of Daredevil, I'm gonna get it, And it could be whatever. It could be a fill-in because somebody fell behind in the main storyline, but that meant everything to me to be able to see him, right? And getting the opportunity to participate in the creation of stories around this character, like, I did not take lightly. And I'm not saying other people do.
For sure.
But, like, I'm just trying to give back some of what was given to me.
That's fair.
Yeah, it's a weighted task to be able to write about Black Panther because he is a synergetic point for so many things.
Yeah.
And, in writing the Black Panther, a cultural exploration, it was like you're a stream of everything. There's this people's history, there's what's happening in these times as this character is being written about. It's retroactively what certain writers are doing to place the character in a context.
Yes.
And there's very real things that they're pulling from. You did have African-American soldiers who fought in World War II, some of whom, went to live in Ghana or in other countries in Africa. Idris Elba said he was a descendant of that kind of lineage actually recently on his mom's side on a podcast I was listening to.
Yeah, I just saw that too.
Yeah. You did have, there are parallels between that first iteration of Black Panther and Patrice Lumumba. That's very real. You know, Floyd Webb, when I interviewed him, he said that's who he thought the story was about when he read it, like it was a comic version, because there were so many newspapers that put out, Black newspapers would run comics, run Black History moments as comics. So it was very easy for him to make that parallel. There are some really interesting mythologies taking place, I think, because of how the Black Panther comic was written. You know, there were some real explorations that I don't always know if top brass always noticed.
Yeah, no, there's that Fantastic Four issue from the 70s where like the Thing and Human Torch got to go bust T'Challa out of Rhodesia. Which was, you know, an analog for South Africa at the time. You know, I'm pretty sure that was a Roy Thomas issue.
I think it was going by Cold Tiger at the time too, or something like that.
No, it was going by
Black Leopard.
Black Leopard, yes.
Yeah, and you know, like everything Ytasha is saying, these are the creators in the moment who weren't us. Let's be clear, but like they are imprinting their politics all over this fiction, right? So like. T'Challa makes a point of saying, yeah, I'm not going by the Black Panther anymore because them boys running wild over there in the United States. And, you know, I can't be affiliated with that. What that really is Marvel saying, yeah, we can't be seen as co-signing that stuff, you know? Like, and then the story I mentioned before about Dennis Cowan and Peter Gillis and their apartheid Black Panther comic. So it's like 20 some odd years later, and we're using the character in an apartheid storyline in a completely different way. And Dennis Cowan gets told, yeah, we can't publish this. You know what I'm saying? So it's like this character has always been like a really potent tool for catalyzing the Black imagination in superhero comics. But like what kind of stories get told, who gets to tell them, and how they reflect the contemporary moment that they are occurring in is all like very like worth studying. And that's why, you know, I've got to give props to Ytasha and everybody else who does academic or interpretive work about this character, because like this is all stuff that is as interesting as the stories in the panels, you know, like and this is why this character is so important, is because like, you know, all superhero characters reflect the times that they are created in and exist in, but like when it's the Black Panther, like we're talking about African continental cultural histories and folkways, diaspora and folkways, the clash between those two. Like we were talking about intergalactic empire before, and one of the things I love about what Ta-Nehisi does in that story is like it be your own people. That's the whole story. Like the Wakandans got lost, became oppressors in and of themselves, and we can't sit here and say like that's not something that hasn't happened in history. It has. Like you may feel a way about it, but like that too deserves to be like alchemized into metaphors so that we can think about historical events from a different angle.
Right. Always looking to see who's being marginalized, you know, in your so-called utopia. And doing something about it. And there were, you know, some of those eras that Ta-Nehisi was over, that's very much what the conversation was like. What is utopia? Do we have a king? You know, does that make any sense? And I also have to, you know, acknowledge, I'm assuming you guys mentioned Reginald Hutland at some point during this time. I mean, you know, he had, you know, T'Challa and Storm get married, you know, which, you know, fans had a lot of thoughts about that. But two superheroes getting married, you know, they're both Black. I mean, I can only imagine the conversation that was had behind closed doors about trying to make that even work. And so, you know, a lot of these things, I think.
And the thing that's important about that moment is that, like, it's not just like they got married. Like, Reginald pushed to make that an event, you know, like on par with Reed and Sue, or like Peter and Mary Jane, or the famous superhero weddings, right? He's like, nah, we're not just gonna like make this an ordinary issue. Like, we're gonna frame this as like an important event within the fiction and outside of the fiction, and push for press coverage in the real world. you know, and in the story, I remember the Watchers there, right? Like,
Right.
you know, so like, he's like, we're not just going to let this be another beat in the storyline. This means something. And he made sure to infuse it with all that intentionality.
And I think a lot of things that Reginald added to the story made the story very cinematic. He is a filmmaker and lays the grounds for it to function as a story, because you have the sort of transformation of the Dora Milaje, you have the female characters are sort of, you know, just more developed altogether. Now T'Challa has a sister, you know, and these are things that, moving into other times, you can't just have these sort of homages to just the solo hero who's taking down things and has the sexy vixens, you know, that has its appeal. But if we're moving into this other era, you have to round out some of your women characters. And that was, I think a lot of things he did really became a big part of the foundation for what wound up in the movie, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
And that was important.
Indeed. Well, again, I wanted to thank you both for showing up today and sharing your thoughts with all of us. It was important. And we have... Oh, that's weird. Sorry. I got distracted for a second. Anyway, thank you very much. We're going to take a quick commercial break so I can go to the little comic book guy's room. And we'll be right back in just a second.
Thanks, y'all.
See you
What's
later.
up, people? This is Big Phill from Collections in Black.
That's not what we tried to do. Where's our...
To the first of several videos that I'm going to do about my experience at the original Art Expo in Orlando. First, I wanted to do a full, just this super long, big movie piece about my experience with the good people from Comic Art Fans. But instead of me doing it like that, I've decided to switch gears and I'm going to break it down into segments. For those who do not know the original Art Expo, this was the second one that they had, and it's an incredible experience. It is a place where you have nothing but original comic art. You have the greatest artists in the industry. You also have some of the best art dealers in the industry. And of course, you have the greatest fans in the industry. They all gather in Orlando to come and experience this event. I want to backtrack a little bit. The reason why I even went or even knew about the original Art Expo was that my good friend, the guy I consider my brother, Otis, he hit me up and he said, hey, there's this thing that's coming up. It's really special, man. And, you know, you're going to want to be there. So I made sure I was there. During this time, I'm in the trenches. I'm working on my exhibit at the August Wilson Center back in Pittsburgh. And I'm also trying to get footage for the film that accompanies it. The biggest thing that came about after going to the original Art Expo, the first one from last year, was that not only did I get a chance to meet such legends as Ken Lashley and Bryan Stillfreeze, but Stillfreeze introduced me to a brother by the name of Khalil. Stillfreeze said to me, you need to meet this guy. So we met, we talked for a moment, we exchanged numbers. He gave me some props for some art that I had, and I showed him some love for some art that he had. I had no idea that meeting Khalil on that day was going to make such an impact on Collections in Black. Because to be honest, it was almost instantaneous that we started working. Within a few weeks, me and him were talking about, you know, him helping out with the Collections in Black exhibit back in Pittsburgh, PA. And his brother was like, hey, I got this, I got this, I got this. You know what? I know this guy, I know this guy. We could pull these things together. The next thing I know, me and Khalil both end up in Dallas, Texas. And that is where we exchanged the artwork. So he gave me artwork to take back to Pittsburgh.
This is the couple that you really dig. So this is J. Scott Campbell, and these are my first
First of all,
pricey cover buys. Go ahead.
First of all,
Yeah.
I didn't see this.
I know you didn't. I know you didn't.
He was a wild boy. We also made our way to Heritage Auctions because they were going to pull out some really dope Matt Baker pieces for us to look at. They had a whole entire Matt Baker story spread out for us, and they had some really nice high-graded Matt Baker comics for us to check out. Sat there, we chopped it up with them for a couple of hours, and shout out to the good people at Heritage because they rolled out the red carpet for us.
That kind of thing.
Jim has said yes. You can have the Hero for Hire 1 cover and a Baker page. So we've got that Hero for 1 cover. That's a big deal.
I got a chance to kick it with my little brother Antonio, and then I was on my way back to Pittsburgh. A few weeks later, Khalil flies in for the opening of the exhibit, and now here we are. And if we're going to be 100% honest, you know, me even having a gallery at OAX wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for Kasra. Shortly after I left OAX the first time, for the first installment of OAX, I did a video piece, and he hit me up and said he loved it and he wanted to do some work with me. And then after that, we just kept in contact. He even came into Pittsburgh and visited the exhibit with him and a couple of other individuals. And after that, we just kept in contact, and the next thing you know, we started talking about doing what I did here in Pittsburgh and bringing it into a different scale in Orlando at the Original Art Expo. And it turned out to be a really dope experience. Having me, Khalil, and Kasra curate this thing, pulling together all of our particular friends and connects to make this thing happen was nothing short of incredible. So on Thursday, me and my daughter Tristan, we were flying off from Pittsburgh to Orlando. And I see Sanford in the airport, and it just so happens our seats were together. I said, man, I got some of this artwork with me. And he was like, man, pull it out. So we're literally on the plane looking at artwork. And I got one of those big 11x17 portfolios, and we're sitting next to each other, and we have it all the way out, and we're going through the pages. And he's looking at things. He's showing love to certain art on the pages. He's critiquing certain things, and he's like, oh man, this is crazy. I've never seen this before. And to me, that was a dope experience to, you know, to be sitting there discussing this art on the plane. And it wasn't weird or in no weird way. It was just two brothers on there, you know, discussing really dope artwork, and we were both excited about getting to Orlando. Me and my daughter, we go to our room, settle in for a minute, and then at this particular point, I wanted to make my way down to the gallery just to see what the space looked like. The calm before the storm. You know, I wanted to kind of scope out the area and try to catch up with Kasra and Bill and others. Kasra's there literally handling business. He you know, he's sitting there trying to get things in motion and seeing what's going on. And it's always dope seeing Kasra, man. He's one of the hardest working brothers in the business.
If we know how to set up the pro panels, at least we can do the one corner one in here. We're not worried about it. It's the CAX gallery, which I think, Roger, I think this is open. CAX special gallery right here, panels. So you see that wall is like right in the middle, and then so you can't put anything by the wall. You have to stay 6 feet away from the door. So by the time it's done, you're like, where can I put anything? Put a lot of weight on Big Phil's shoulders. That's where we put everything.
This is what we do.
But did you see this? This is pretty well set up. This is the Illustration Art Expo.
All right. These folks are coming in.
Nice.
It's gonna be full art. Tomorrow is the crazy day. You should see some of the art. Did you see that, Kirby?
I did. Wow. When are we gonna put our shit up tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, tomorrow. So tonight, they're supposed to set up all of the walls and panels. So that
I think did they start in there? Did they start in there already?
Well, there's two companies. One of them does like these pipe and drapes and tables and chairs.
Right.
That's the convention service company. Then there's another company we got for the panels for the art.
Okay.
And they're supposed to show up at 6:30, but they're going to set up all the panels in the CAX gallery, the special gallery.
Okay.
So that by the time you and I come in the morning, hopefully with Khalil, I'm not sure when Khalil gets in.
He comes in the night.
We're going to set up the gallery. You were on the plane with Sanford?
Yeah, we sat next to each other.
Who arranged that? It
just happened. The highlight to me for that night was actually going into our gallery room and seeing all the bags set up. We were some of the first people that were there. So I'm sitting there with Bill and Kaz and others, and we're kind of, getting ready for the weekend. And we decided to look at some of the art that we had obtained for the Collections in Black Gallery. Shout out to my man Sean, who hooked us up with the Black Panther Jungle Action KKK pages.
Funny is, I've been trying to get these pieces for what? So I tried to get these in the original Collections in Black. My God. Oh my gosh.
Look at that. This is incredible, man.
In person.
It's unreal, man. Just the level of detail on these. It's crazy.
Those two.
Playing cards, looking at his hand while listening to this whole conversation.
There's that DPS. We gotta get to that last.
Yeah, that's.
This one's got to replace the entire top panel. We use that pattern for the background.
Just look at this though, man. This is Let's just stare at this page. Oh, he's about to swing on him with a shotgun? I've never noticed that before. Like he's getting ready. Golly.
It's fragile too. I mean, it has been pieced together. It's got this weird backing. Maybe it was damaged and it's been reinforced. That is a wild piece of original art.
Yeah, that's one of the illest pieces on the planet.
Where are the gloves?
They're upstairs.
My dear.
It's just crazy, like when you see this and you see the just the amount of detail.
Hey, there's always next year. There's always next year for the Ravens for Lamar to choke in the playoffs, and there's always another year for Russ to not do good or Mike Tomlin to be mediocre. It's good to see you, man. How you being? I know the world does. We'll fumble or something crazy. Hey, very good, very good, very good. How you been?
I've been great.
They're happy they went to 17 games because when they win 9.
Hey, listen, Mike Tomlin's MO is like, I've never been under 500, but I never won anything without Ben Roethlisberger, so we're all set.
I'm gonna let him slide today. You know I'm gonna let him slide? You know I'm gonna let him slide?
Man,
you know I'm gonna let him slide?
I'm going out.
Because you want to see this. Oh, I know you gotta go before you go.
Right now I'm just. Oh, I understand that.
What?
Went out, and then like make a triangle, so it holds it. I mean, for the most part, once we get it all set up.
You little raggedy thing.
Let me ask you something small.
Don't stop. Take that.
We can, but sometimes.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
One more of those.
And two. Listen, you go. Oh my goodness. I'm like playing spades in this bitch. Pop.
Is that crazy or what?
Oh my goodness. We not done.
Oh no, finders keepers.
Perception. I can't either.
Where you want to keep him? Just here?
Just
keep him here?
That one.
That
one.
That one. Yeah. Come on, man. This is when you do the walk away. Come on, man.
Just walk away from it.
These were the pages that I saw these pages as a kid, and I would sit back and I would just study them. So to see these pages live and to hold them pages in my hand was a powerful moment. Like, it was even to the point where my daughter said something to me, and she said, watching me see these pages for the first time meant something to her, because she knows that these pages meant that much to me as a kid. And for her to say that was dope. Like, I'm like, okay, yeah, she gets it. She gets it. So that night was just incredible. Like, we're literally just going through pieces of artwork and just, you know, getting ready for the next day. And this just was on Thursday. Wait till I tell you about what happened on Friday.
That was dope.
You know, it's what we do.
That was dope.
Thank you, brother.
Legitimately the best curated early Black Panther collection and exhibit ever done.
Ever. Not even up
and
for
the best part, what?
Not even up for debate.
I'm getting some type of news from Lord Chocolate, who's
what?
This is a Black Comic Lords exclusive.
Boom!
Hey, let's go.
We're in trouble now.
Hide the children. Hide your wives.
Hello, gentlemen. How you doing?
How you doing, brother Priest?
Sorry for the confusion with the communications getting up here. It's we'll follow up on email. It's a server thing.
We seem to have lost our other guest who seemed to have dropped off. Let me check on him to make sure he's okay.
Okay.
But thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me. Appreciate that.
Oh, it is our esteemed pleasure, I assure you, sir.
I'm not sure I'm Black enough to be on this broadcast. You guys are way out in front of me. You know.
I could make some comments about that in light of the last week, but I will not.
Too early. It's too early.
Wow. I'm not certain where he is. Anyway.
Was he already logged in and we just lost him?
Yeah, I think his signal I think he's back. There he is. Don Mcgregor.
There he is. There's the man.
You have to unmute yourself, Don. We can't hear you.
Yeah, we can't hear you, brother. You gotta unmute yourself.
Don, you gotta hit the mute button. The unmute button. It's in the lower left-hand corner. You gotta hit that button that looks like a microphone. Don't you love technology? He's still talking. Don, we literally cannot hear you.
Can't hear you.
We can't hear you. You have to
hit the mic. And he's giving us a great story right now that we're going to miss.
I know. I'm like.
Let me see if I can text him.
I think he's figured it. Almost there. You got to hit the little microphone button. It's in the lower left-hand corner.
Oh, I got you.
There you go.
Oh, okay. There we are.
Okay.
Sir, how are you?
I'm doing okay now. You know, I couldn't. I couldn't hear you guys, and I could see the artwork up there from the Panther versus the Klan. And I said, well, they're obviously talking about my books.
Yes, sir.
But I couldn't hear a word they're saying. And the odd thing is, those particular pages were the Panther on the cross that has Kevin Trueblood in smaller panels talking. I just ran across the original script pages with my sketches for Billy Graham up on, the actual script pages. I just ran across them 2 days ago.
Oh, hold on. I gotta take my glasses off.
You want me to take my glasses off?
First, no, I'm taking my brother McGregor.
You know the real reason I'm here
Mm-hmm.
is because Christopher Priest is here.
There we go. The tag team.
That's a true
when
story.
you guys said, well, because I love Christopher Priest, and I just, one of the best things coming out of that movie was meeting Christopher Priest the night that we saw the premiere of the film.
Well, that's very kind.
And because he's just one of the most stand-up, talented writers in the business, but also he doesn't forget the other people that worked on the character and everything. You can get forgotten in this business really easily. And I have always thanked Christopher Priest for remembering the kind of work that went into trying to do those initial
you're hard to forget, Don, and you know, and you laid all the groundwork, particularly for Wakanda and all the characters and building those relationships. You know, there was really no, you know, and also, you know, I've been in that position where, you know, somebody comes along after I leave, you know, a work or something, and they completely wipe it out. It's like day one, and nothing I did ever existed. So I would never do that to another writer. But good to see you again. I haven't seen you for a while.
That meant so much to me that night. When the film finished, and you had turned to me, and I didn't know you at the time. I mean, I knew who you were as a writer, but I didn't know, you know, as a human being. And you introduced yourself, and then said, "Well, that's your movie, Don." And that meant more. And you said you should be down there with the suits. And I said, I'd rather be not up here with those peons. That's your word. And I said, Christopher, I would rather be up here with you guys. I got nothing in common with those guys down there. I wouldn't even know what to say with them, and I wouldn't want to be around them.
Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Don.
If I could say something before we go any further, I just want to say to Don McGregor, your run on Jungle Action is my overall favorite comic run of all time.
Thank you so much.
I'm not saying that just because you're on here. My fellow Black comic lords know I talk about it all the time. It's not a diss to anybody else, but that is the run that my father read when I was a kid.
Right.
I used to go and sneak, and I say it all the time, sneak it to the comic boxes on my wall. Got the splash page from the issue with the Thorns, when the character had with Salamander Crow and all of them.
Right.
And that's my favorite. I'll pull it back down for you just so you can see it one more time, sir. With your name on it. You know, this joint right here.
Right.
And
I remember it.
That image right there is my all-time favorite comic image of all times. My dad would go to work. I would go in his box and I would look at that and I would just stare at it and just stare at it. And just the way you and the GOAT Billy Graham worked together, I could go back and read those particular stories and it still has the same impact. You and Billy Graham are the reason why, a big reason why I started the whole collections in Black and doing the exhibits and things of that particular nature. And those Ku Klux Klan pages affected me as a young Black man in such a way I cannot describe. So that's why a lot of times when people talk about, you know, Black Panther character didn't become important until, you know, several years ago, I always push back on that. Because I'll say, you must not have read the Mcgregor Billy Graham pages. You must not have seen Billy Graham splash pages, which are some of the most incredible splash pages of all time. You must not have read just how eloquently you put the words together in those particular books. And people who see me on here, I never do all this for any, and it's not a diss to anybody, but as a kid,
right,
it affected me. It's part of who it's in my DNA, it's part of who I am. And when I had those Ku Klux Klan pages in my hands, my daughter saw the look on my face and she felt a certain way and she was like, okay, you know, this is what this is about. So I just want to thank you for having the foresight, for doing those particular things. And
it wasn't a particular foresight. It was just part of who I was as a person and as a storyteller. And I got really fortunate. Billy Graham and Rich Buckler cannot be undervalued, and because they took those scripts, all those splash pages, they were my designs, but the artist could easily have said, "This is way too much work now. We don't want to be bothered with this, or we have our own ideas in mind." And Rich and Billy both. Let me just talk about Rich Buckler quickly, because I was on staff and I was not, when I was given those books to write, I didn't find out until after I was fired from the books that originally in the original staff meeting, and Steve Gerber told me this, he had no reason to lie. He said, "Don, they gave you those books because you're on staff, and there were unspoken rules that if you were on staff and you were a writer at Marvel, eventually they would have to give you something to write." And when the line was expanding, Jungle Action was a reprint book that I when I was first there on staff, I was reading the reprint books. Jungle Action was unfortunately one of the things that I had to read. And I went into editorial and said, "I can't believe you guys in 1973, Marvel is printing this racist material. I mean, it's all jungle gods and goddesses. Can't you possibly have a black jungle character?" And I wasn't even thinking of the Black Panther, and I wasn't thinking of me writing it. Just like, how can you guys print this stuff? When they started to expand the line, and I'm Christopher, I'm sure can tell you this is true. The company never has enough people to actually produce all the books they're producing. So as the line expanded, they needed to get more people coming in there. And that's when they gave me the Panther. And all I was ever told was, "You're going to do the Black Panther set in Wakanda." And there had only been a very few stories at that point in time that had been done. You know, they're basically the ones done in the Fantastic Four by Jack Kirby and Stan Lee. And there might have been a half a dozen of those tops. It's a long time ago. It's a half a century, guys. I don't exactly remember the number of issues, but there's not much more than that. And then they bring him to New York and make him a school teacher in Harlem.
Yeah.
So when they gave me that the Panther to do, he wasn't an important character to Marvel editorial. They didn't think that book was going to last. And Steve Gerber is the one who told me that, "Don, they gave it to you. They thought it was going to die. Jungle genre books, comics did not sell. If Joe Kubert couldn't sell Tarzan at DC at the time, how are you going to do it? Take a black jungle character and make that sell." Thank God for you fans. Thank God for the people out there. Because they believed in the books. I can tell you 3 people at Marvel Comics that believed in those comics at the time: Jim Salica, John David Warner, and David Anthony Kraft. The rest of them really, I don't want to say hated, although I think some of them actually hated and others just didn't like them at all. So therefore, when meeting Rich Buckler, who really liked those books, and Rich's half year on those books, and Rich actually had me. I hadn't yet moved into New York City. I was staying with somebody, and Rich said, "No, come. I'm going to get you a place to live out in the Bronx, so that when I came off of staff at night, I could come over to his place, and I would actually pose for the Black Panther. I have photographs of me doing it, so that because I had certain ways I thought Chalice should look. I was involved in every phase of that, down to the coloring. I would say to Glynis, I really wanted to create Wakanda as a place that the only place you could experience it is if you came to my comic." And that's how I would say to Glynis, there should never be a pale yellow moon in Wakanda. It should always be, it should be, first of all, and I said to the Rich, it should always be a Frank Frazetta moon. There should be always clouds cutting through it. And it should be a blood red or a pink or an orange, and like even the colors on his outfit, there were like certain I had a certain range of colors I felt worked for his outfit, and in fact, if I saw the others, I would reject them. But that was only because the colorists and Rich and everybody gave me. I didn't have that power with editorial, but within the realm of producing, creating the comic, because to be honest with you, they didn't care. They were more interested. You know, they had Spider-Man and the Avengers and the Fantastic Four. That's what they were concerned about. So that 6 months that Rich put into those books, they weren't even reading the comics. They were just looking at the artwork when it was going through. Anything they caught afterwards when I got called into the editorial office was after they read the printed versions. They didn't even know I was going to do it as a novel. And I wasn't trying to be, again, it wasn't like I thought, oh, I want to do this because nobody else is doing it. And maybe there were already variations of it being done. I don't know. What I thought was, when they gave me the book, was I have 13 pages that have to last for 2 months. And that's not a lot of pages to get the audience involved. And I thought, so I've got to, my first thought was, all right, he needs a villain. He doesn't have a villain.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's the big, I started working on Killmonger. And fortunately, I had 4 months to put those first issues together. I don't think I wrote a line of finished copy that for that first 4 months, but that allowed me to read all the Black Panther books. That allowed me to go to do research on Africa and costuming, because unlike the movie, which has a lot of people they can go to and pay lots of money to do that, it all has to come from Rich and me. So even down to I tried to have an idea of where I thought it could be, and then you had to kind of build that world, because it didn't. At that point in time, it was basically a palace, a jungle, and a vibranium mound, and white people would somehow manage to stumble in there and find the vibranium mound, know what it could do, and then they're going to steal it. And I thought, well, you can't have that every issue. And I thought, well, even if it's a separate stories, I got 13 pages, and every other month there's going to be either a new villain that comes in. But then I thought, well, the Wakandas would say, well, you know, you were, Charlotte, go back to New York City. We were better off before you showed up. And I said, the only way it will work is if it's connected. And that's what started me to do it as a novel. But they never would have approved it if I said I wanted to do that. Because I was on staff, just as the book was going out of the office to be printed, when the second issue would say it was coming out, I would stamp Panther's Rage continues. And they didn't catch up with it until Billy Graham was taking over the book to draw it. And I think by that time, wait a minute, this is part 5, 6, or whatever it was. But by that time, it was too late for them to be able to halt it. And everybody thinks that I brought Billy onto the book. Now, Billy and I were really good friends. I've been staying with Billy up in his place up in Harlem on 145th and Lenox since about 1969. Whenever I wanted to try to sell my stories, I would come in. I would either stay with Billy Graham, or I was up in Harlem, or I would stay with Alex Simmons up in Spanish Harlem. So the photograph that people often see of Billy and I, and have been mislabeled, says that Billy and I are working on the Black Panther. That's not true. We're not. Billy was the first Black art director in comics at Warren Magazine. And I'm writing for Warren Magazine, doing horror stories. Billy had come up to Rhode Island to visit me for a weekend with his girlfriend, one of his girlfriends. And that's a picture of Billy and I at about 6 o'clock in the morning, having been talking all night long about, and it's essentially women, comics, movies, and sex. I don't know. Billy, by the way, is just one of the word's going to go right out of my head right now. He was so far. Renaissance man. He was a real, yeah, Marsha's right. She's heard me say this about Billy. Billy was a truly Renaissance guy. And the reason but I didn't choose Billy for it. I didn't have the power to do that. People think I didn't have the power to choose Rich Buckler only because Rich wanted to be there. Marvel did not want Rich on the Black Panther. Rich wanted to be there.
Nice.
But now Billy, they put Billy on. And why did they put Billy on that book? And Christopher knows this is true. It's because he was a black artist. And black artists in those days in 1970, I think that's probably 74, going to 74, going into 75, were put on black titles.
Mm. Is it
Am
true?
I right, Christopher?
Oh, you're muted, Chris. You're still muted.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just hit the wrong button there. My neighbors are working out in the yard with a chainsaw, so that's why I keep muting myself. So I don't want you to pick that up. Yeah, I wasn't in the office that when Billy came on the book and so forth. I was a teenager, reading this stuff in drugstores.
I heard a
story. But I did choose Billy for Saber because I knew that Billy was truly, as I said earlier, a Renaissance guy. And I knew that I was good. Not only was I going to have a very sexual, interracial relationship, but babies were going to be being born, and it had been a big. The first book almost didn't get finished, and I knew I had gay characters coming into the story. Remember, in the American comic books, none of this had been done, so it was like because I knew Billy and I had a real history with Billy. I knew Billy was not going to have any difficulty with this, and I had a trans character called Deary Decadence. The tagline I had for her was Deary Decadence. She has a cake and she can eat it too. So.
You're the one who actually introduced. I don't know if Marvel had one before. The first gay characters I recall seeing with Venom and his relationship with I guess it was Taku.
But I could never come out with that. I mean, there was so much trouble over the interracial kiss and Killraven. And if you look at those both the Panther's Rage and Taku and Venom, I handled the introduction of those characters the same way I did with Shula and Camilla. But I had an artist quit the book on Killraven. And because, as the artist put it to editorial, Don's doing a salt and pepper relationship. And at that point, I still only had the characters talking to each other. And so I got called into the editorial offices. Once again, they said, well, Don, you're doing this. And I didn't lie about it. But I knew enough that it was too early to say I was doing it. Because if I said I was doing it, I was going to be told, no, I couldn't do it. And if you get told no and you still try to do it, one, it's not going to see print.
It's better to ask for forgiveness than permission.
Well, and then if you try to do it, then it's an open act of defiance. So what I kept doing was baiting the readers with it until the readers started demanding it. Right. So then I could say I want to go and talk to Stan Lee about it. Mm. Now I could just go to Stan, but if I bypassed editorial and went directly to Stan, well, there's a chain of command there in comics, and if I do that's an open act of warfare. So then I had to go to them and say I want to have an audience with Stan and discuss about being able to do an interracial kiss at Marvel Comics. And now it's on them, though, because if they tell me I can't have an audience with Stan, and I go to and I start talking about it, well, then it's on them that they wouldn't even let me go see Stan. So then we were able to have a meeting, and there was a bunch of people that, about half dozen people that had to be in there. And originally, I know Stan's reaction was, "Well, Don, can't she be green?" I saw Stan. She's she's what are you gonna do? Well, no, I just don't want at a PTA meeting down in the South that people say, "Oh, look what your kids are seeing in the comics," and it almost looked like it was going to go the other way, but I knew how to approach Stan on it. And I said, "Well, okay, Stan, but I don't know if it's true or not, but I hear that DC is thinking about doing an interracial kiss in one of their romance comics, and you always said you wanted Marvel to be first. I just think what a shame. Wouldn't it be a shame if DC was the first ones to do it and not Marvel?"
Got him.
And then Stan said, "Oh, I don't want that done." And so then the discussion could go further, and finally it was decided that yes, I could do it, but I could only do it if it was in knockout colors. In other words, both characters, both Camilla and Mishula, would be in purple or something. And then when the book came out, somehow I don't know what happened, but it was in full color. And of course, I got called right into the editor's office once again. I swear to God, this is all true. So they're going, "Don, what's going on here? This was supposed to be in knockout colors." And I'm going, "It isn't." They said, "Well, look, it's for." I said, "What? You're right, it really is. But it doesn't look that bad. It looks pretty good to me." And they're going, "Well, how did that happen?" I said, "Whoa. I'm the writer. You're editorial. If you guys didn't catch it, I have no idea. I mean, I just write the scripts." So that was my excuse.
Well, Don, there's a couple questions I had for you.
Sure.
Before we get to Chris here, because I want to.
Chris, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh, please, I'm enjoying it.
All right, so you talked about how you established. You're the first one to sort of establish what Wakanda looks like, how it's made up, and this got carried over into subsequent series. Also tried to define that. But what makes your run unique?
And he never got paid for it, by the way.
Really?
Never.
Let me just add. That first issue, Jungle Action #6, was introduced that creates Killmonger, has those maps of Wakanda, and does a storyline basically for that.
But you never got paid for it. You sat down and you created all this stuff, all these little areas and tribes and cultures and the rules of the game. Here's the river goes here and blah, blah, blah. And you go up that creek and you find run into these people. And, the tigers, they're in the mist down there. And here's the jungle of solitude. And all this great infrastructure.
And the dinosaurs had to be in there.
Exactly.
He drew this thing. And he's not the artist. He sits down, he drew this thing, and I'm going and he never got paid for it. And they've made billions of dollars with the B off of this stuff here.
And I got paid $12 a page for that first issue. I got $162, and every once in a while on my Facebook page, I have the actual pay voucher. So I'm not making this up. That's what I was paid, but I was able to create. But on the other hand, I was able to write because I didn't care about that character. Because I had a Rich Buckler working on those books, I was able to tell my story.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's well documented or rather not documented enough. Much of what we envision, what we appreciate, and we know of about Wakanda came from you. And I wanted to, for those of you who may not know, it's important. That's why we have this. We want to, as Phill always says, to get the history right. Don Mcgregor, and let me pull these slides I had up here again. These are the things that he accomplished in his run. If you're a fan of Wakanda, he established the mystical side with Baron Macabre, the cadaver.
Let me say that the splash page for that, that was the first page Billy drew, and so the title was Baron Macabre is dead and living in Wakanda, and I wanted it also reflected in the bottom half of the page in the water in reverse. And Billy goes, Don, can we shorten the title to just King Cadaver is dead? No, Billy. There's a reason why. And Billy, thank God, Billy, I love you, man. I miss you so much. Billy said, okay, Don, if that's what you want, that's what we're going to do.
You also established the resurrection altar.
Right.
You also established, as you mentioned, one of the things I bring up every time I bring up Black Panther and Wakanda, dinosaurs. There's this whole, and the thing is, since you wrote this back in the 70s, there's not a whole lot of writers that have even mentioned about this whole savage land type place in Wakanda with the dinosaurs. It's like one of these unexplored things that I think really, I hope a subsequent writer will get into.
But the dinosaurs had to be there. You know why the dinosaurs had to be there? If we're going to do, go into the jungle genre, the whole Edgar Rice Burroughs, Tarzan kind of thing, that's always been a part. It's not one of the genres that I particularly really follow that much, but I'm aware of what it is. And so if you're going to now have a Black African character who is going to be the hero, it's got to have all those things that people love about that genre. And so the dinosaurs had to be in there. That's part of that genre. And so then there was a found way, okay, where do they exist? Why? How can they exist? And somebody said that I never made fun of any of the stuff. No, it had to be handled absolutely straight, or nobody's going to buy it and believe it. And I wanted people to believe every time they picked up an issue, they wanted to see Wakanda. They wanted to be the only place they could experience that place. The reason that Glynis Oliver, the color, stayed, I think, with that book was that she got to color something. She was always having to color New York City. But here with Wakanda, you could really explore different ways of approaching the coloring.
Yeah.
I got one thing that I want to
look at Billy there.
Billy got to go.
Look, he's so great.
I got a question for you.
I could tell so many great Billy Graham stories. But
brother,
I'm saving it for when the Billy Graham Savers come out.
I have some. We'll get it. I got a question for you.
Sure.
So people are often
50 years ago, I may not have an answer.
Oh, you got one. You got all the answers. People often miscredit Jack Kirby for the story about Marvel said we need some white people in the comic. So that's where the clan issues came from. We know, right? So we know you're the one that did that. Can you please clear the air of that? Because I say, here's the thing: I see a lot of quote unquote comic book scholars quote that BS all the time, and I'm always saying that is not what happened. Kirby had nothing to do with that. Kirby's one of the ghosts. We're not debating that. But can you please tell us your motivation for doing that epic KKK?
Yes, and I'll tell you exactly how it came about.
Hold on for 1 second. Chocolate, you got to throw the exclusive up because this is the first time this is being told like this. Where Chocolate at in the background? We got somebody in the background that we need to be on, or somebody.
This is a Black Comic Lords exclusive.
Let's get it.
Okay, because I worry about everything when I'm writing a book. In those first 4 months when I was starting Panther's Rage and what would become Panther's Rage, I already was really worried about okay, well, but if I stay with this book and I'm doing this, and when I get to the end of what do I do for an encore? What do you do? What do you do next? And I didn't want to just be writing the same book over and over again. Well, originally I wasn't going to do the Panther versus the Klan. Right back before I even wrote any of Panther's Rage, as I was reading the original Black Panther books, I realized they had never mentioned the Panther's mother. They mentioned his father. His father's in there a lot, but his mother's never in there. So my second storyline really was going to be about the Black Panther going to South Africa and dealing with apartheid.
Wow.
And what happened was, as I was getting toward the end of Panther's Rage, remember, your own private life is still following you and evolving. And by the time I was getting toward the end of it, now I'm going through a divorce. And I'm going into child custody court to see my daughter. And nothing, by the way, is more important to me than my daughter. The books are important, but nothing's more important than her. So and Marvel Comics is like really upset with me. They're continually asking me for white people. And I keep saying to editorial, it's your mythology. You established that Stan and Jack established that it's a super secret place that T'Challa is so smart and the Wakandas are so smart that nobody can find it. So where are all these white people supposed to come from? And that was continually my argument. But now as the end of Panther's Rage was coming about, it was like, well, while I wanted to do the South Africa stuff, and by the way, I just knew that it was going to be T'Challa was going to go search for his mother in South Africa. I didn't even know why she was there. Why nobody had ever mentioned his mother to him before, or his father never spoke about her. I didn't know anything. Just that for some reason she's there, and I thought to take the T'Challa and put him into this very politically charged situation and deal with a racist society, but doing a story about a son that's looking for his mother, that people of any race or persuasion can relate to the idea of just a son trying to find his mother, and that you get into a repressive regime, and it can make the most, this most basic human thing so difficult to achieve. But the problem was that by the time I was finishing Panther's Rage, I'm going through all this personal stuff, and I knew I can't research it enough. I don't know enough about South Africa to do it. I don't have the focus or the to be able to. There's just too much splintering my life right now. I know emotionally I couldn't do it, and I thought, well, I'll bring them to America. And it was the bicentennial. It was 1976, America's 200th birthday. And I thought, oh, it would be my birthday gift to America, and I'll do the Panther versus the Klan.
Wow.
And I thought, well, in that way, because I could already see that it wasn't going to just be about the Klan; it was about extremism in America. And unfortunately, with what's going on these days, that was only the beginning schism of the divide that could be in this country. But I saw it then because it wasn't just the Klan was now becoming more re-emerging from their dark, gloomy shadows, but you had the Reverend Sun Myung Moon and these various extremist religious groups. And so I thought it would examine these extremists in the midst of American society. And America living up to the myth of America, what we're told America is, what America says that it is, and trying to get to become closer to from the myth to a reality. And so that's what prompted the Panther versus the Klan. Obviously, as soon as I did it, it was like, Don, you can't do this. You can't. And I argued with them when they said listen, for 2.5 years, you people, you badgered me for white people, and I give you white people, and you and still there's no satisfying you people. The first time I told that story, I think actually was at Michael Davis's Black Panel in San Diego, and the audience really, they really went crazy when did the tagline. I think they mentioned it that night at the award ceremony. But I think that's maybe the first time I actually told that story. So that's how the Panther versus the Fan stuff came around. Jack, I don't even think was maybe working at Marvel at the time. He came back, and I know Jack came back and did the Black Panther at, among other series that when he came back from DC. Number one, if people want to know why I thought about Jack coming back, first of all, he's Jack Kirby. Jack, at Marvel Comics, Jack can do whatever he wants. Like without Jack, 3/4 of that stuff doesn't even exist, and he certainly doesn't have to come and ask Don McGregor what he wants to do. I'm sure that Jack never read any of my work, and I promise you, I've never read any of his Black Panthers. Not because I felt like I think I'm better than Jack. There were a number of reasons. One, I was fired off the book that I had put 3 years of my fucking life into. So now there's no way I know that I could come to it unemotionally. And so, like, one, just stay away from it. The best thing for me to do is to stay away from it. And the other thing is that people are always going to go, well, what do you think of Jack's Black Panther? If you don't read it, you don't have to get involved in that whole quagmire. And again, I think Jack should be able to do anything he wants. However, Jack did have nothing to do with the Panther versus the Klan. That little book eventually got me fired. And the reason that I was given, I swear to God, I'm not making it up, was, Don, you're too close to the Black experience. And then I held up his hands and went like, wait, hold on, what? But but that didn't matter. I had just lost my job, and I had just lost the work. Plus, I'm going through a divorce. Plus, I'm going into custody courts to make sure I can see my daughter. So you can imagine the emotional upheaval. My life is in total chaos right at that point in time. So it's a really exciting time creating those books, having people relate all over the world to those books, coming up to me in person, and now having that response from an audience as a writer. So it's really with mixed emotions. Yes, it's very exciting, and yeah, I made a lot of great friendships out of that time period, but it's not without real emotional depths. It's like going into the abyss. And I swear to God, to some of my friends, I'm sure they remember me in that time period probably better than I do. Because either you come out of the end of that on the other side of it, and when you look back, it's kind of misty, like, it was just too painful. It was just
the good thing that you can take solace in, Mr. Mcgregor, is you have inspired an entire generation, and you have
thank you
add nuances and substance to a character that is now literally
at my age, with the health issues and everything that I've had in recent years. But even just throughout my life, how many people have told me all over the world? I don't just mean here in the States, but in every country that I've gone to, what these books meant to them at the various ages that they experienced them.
Say it all the time.
What more could a storyteller ask for? Really, seriously. And at times you think, boy, that was like, I wouldn't change any of it in terms of, I got to write stories that I wanted to write, and like in this medium, pretty much any of the places where they really screwed the books over, believe me, it's like fresh wounds to this day. And I can, as soon as you bring one of them up, it's like immediately like it happened yesterday.
Well, Phill said that your run on Jungle Action was his entry point into the Black Panther. I can say that my entry point was a little later, because I didn't get to the Black Panther until 1998, when this gentleman, Christopher Priest, did Black Panther #1. Now, a little backstory on that. several years before that, I was in college, and I had brought down Dennis Cowan to our college to talk about, and Milestone Comics is going on at the time, to talk about multiculturalism in comics. And so I actually got to host him. I was responsible for driving around, getting him into his hotel, getting him, taking him out to eat, what have you. And one of the things he just immediately said was, let's hit up some comic shops. So I was taking him to various local comic stores, and he was talking to me about comics and what have you. He's the one who said, you know, if you really want to read a serious comic, you should read Kyle Baker's Why I Hate Saturn. And he actually bought the book for me and handed it to me and said, you need to read this if you want to read something substantive. And then we discussed, because as part of his discussion, talked about the Black Panther and multiculturalism in comics. He said, what do you think of the Black Panther? I was like, because remember, this is early 90s. There were no Black Panther comics going on at the time. There was that whole, his run ended in 88, and there was that 10-year gap. I was like, yeah, I'm aware of it, but you know, I just don't see him to being all that substantive right now. I just wasn't into him. He goes, oh, you need to get into this character. You need to get into this. Here, read this. And I think he gave me his run or something like that. And so I started to read some of the books and started to get interested. But he was the one who really sort of sat down with me and said, hey, you need to read the Black Panther. That's a dope character. So when this pre-orders came out for Black Panther #1, I went ahead, pre-ordered it, read the first issue. I can say, in all honesty, I was hooked with issue #1. I immediately said, this is my guy. This is my guy. And he became immediately my #1 favorite superhero of all time, and to this day. And so I wanted to first say thank you, Christopher Priest, for that. I'm sure this isn't the first time you've heard that. But you know, what makes this your run so interesting for me is the fact that you made him cool. You reinvented him for the modern era. And I know that was kind of what Joe Quesada sort of intended with the Marvel Knights run. I think we have do we have that video queued up, Phil?
The Quesada joint?
Yeah.
I don't have anything queued up on my.
Is that in the folder you gave me?
No, I got the I could put it in there though. Give me 1 second. Take your time.
All right. Well, you're working on that. I'll continue with what I was doing. Anyway, so what I loved was the fact that you used Everett K. Ross. Everett K. Ross as a literary device, I thought was brilliant because you're trying to reintroduce the character to people that may not have seen him for some time. And so it's kind of like, who is this guy? And that's what Everett K. Ross was saying throughout his, entire introduction. I just thought the way that you used his voice as kind of the mainstream audience's lens was brilliant. I thought that was the perfect way to introduce the character, reintroduce the character, and to give that focal point from which people could explore who he is and see him in that light. Can you talk about that for us?
Well, sure. Well, first of all, I just want to thank you for those kind words, and I think that when I was approached about Black Panther, I was feeling about the same way you were feeling. I had no interest in it. I was deeply disappointed that Joe was not offering me Daredevil. I thought he was calling to offer me Daredevil, and he said Black Panther, and I said, "Who? What? Who?" And I turned it down, and then he called back a couple of days later, and I turned it down again. And then Mark Waid called me up in a tag team with the late Brian Augustine, who was my editor at DC. And they were both going, no, you got to do this, And if you've ever seen that movie Casino with Robert De Niro, there's the scene in the movie Casino where De Niro's character is lounging by the pool, and he's approached by the mob boss who is offering to get him to run the casino, is trying to talk him into running the casino. And De Niro keeps turning it down, until finally De Niro says, okay, look, I'll do it. But if I do it, I got to do it my way. I mean it. No interference from downtown. I got to do it my way. You got to keep your fingers out of it. And that's kind of the discussion that we ended up having. I said, look, if I do Black Panther, it's, I'm not doing. What happened was somewhere between, certainly, Mr. Mcgregor is the exception to the rule. Okay. But Fantastic Four 52, Jack Kirby and Stan Lee introduced this character, and this character was a very efficient character, resourceful character. He was conniving. If you think about it, Black Panther should be written more like a supervillain than a superhero. He's not a hero. He's the king of a sovereign nation. He could give a damn about our laws or our culture or what we think is right or wrong. It's completely independent, completely disconnected from truth, justice, and the American way. Means nothing to him. Okay.
To hear you say that is so validating for me, because I've said many times, because there was a story recently, they were like, saying T'Challa was a criminal, he was a bad guy because he tried to have contingencies against the Avengers and what have you. I'm like, that didn't take it far enough. This guy is a monarch of a country.
Because he joined the Avengers to spy on him. That's the rap. But go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Right. But there was a storyline done in the annual by Hudlin, where Black to the Future.
Yes.
Where T'Challa ultimately, with Storm, decide, hey, let's just take over the world. Let's just fix all the problems, take out all the bad guys, and just take over the world.
Yep.
I want that storyline. Because that cannot have been a bloodless takeover. He would have ruffled a lot of feathers. He would have destroyed a lot of relationships in saying, I'm tired of sitting back and playing nice with the world. For the safety of Wakanda's future, I'm just going to take out everybody and take over the world. And
that's what we're doing right now in the world to come.
Yeah.
Okay, where Black Panther is missing and presumed dead, and his, adopted son, which caused all this uproar, gets a hold of all of these documents and these plans and so forth. And what does he do? He takes over the world. So it's exactly what you're talking about. Go ahead, please continue.
Well, look, I've actually read the first issue of that run, and I said I saw how long before the last issue drops. I'm like, I'm not going to torture myself. I'm going to wait until the whole thing is done. I'm buying all the issues, but I'm waiting till the issue 6 doesn't come out till June.
Not my fault.
I cannot torture
I did my
myself.
part, I assure you.
So
I wrote that story 7 years ago. Okay.
I'm waiting until the whole thing's done. I'll read it all in one shot.
Yeah, but
wait. Paul, he said he wrote that 7 years ago.
7 years ago. What happened in the interim?
Life. I don't know. That's not my side of my side of the street. But let me get back to Ross and Panther and so forth. But I had to kind of get talked into it. But here's the thing about comics, and particularly about Black characters in comics. And I don't want people to read negativity into this. This is just facts, okay? That superhero comics, as we know it, is a medium, is an industry that was created by white males for white males, where all the levers of power are controlled mainly by white males, where all the channels of distribution are mainly controlled by white males. The points of sale, the retail outlets, are in the majority owned by white males, and services for a traditionally white male audience, which is why Black themed comics, Latino themed comics, LGBTQ plus comics, things that are out of the mainstream or considered out of the mainstream. Why they want Don to put more white people in it? Because they companies have to be responsive to the market they have access to. So when I'm getting ready to write Black Panther, what and I don't want to be critical of people who have come after me, people who are really talented, make way more money than I make, and they've done wonderful work. But the one criticism that I would have for them is that they're trying to make their statement. Now I have Black Panther, I'm going to make my statement. Here I go, and I am going to make my important statement with Black Panther. Now I finally have my hands on Black Panther. And I don't think we're here to make a statement. We are here to be responsible to our publisher, to our retailers. These people are mom and pop people who are betting the mortgage every month on what they should order. And we have a responsibility, and we should take that responsibility seriously. I take my retailers very seriously. So do I write Black Panther just to this small segment of a target audience and hope that, the general audience comes along? Or do I find a way to entertain everybody? And I think the mission is, like when you go to see Dave Chappelle doesn't just tell jokes to Black people, right? He tells jokes that everybody can laugh at. Now, how do I tell a story in Black Panther? How do I make a Black character successful? Black characters are usually a weak seller because the system that we've developed for distribution is not meant to support what we do. They could give a damn about the Black Lords and what we're talking about today. Okay. So now, how do I
message?
I'm operating in this system. Okay, this is the market I have access to. I shouldn't be writing for the aspirational audience. Okay, I'm going to write this to this enormous Black audience that I will cultivate, that will suddenly emerge and come into the comic book shop. I have to be responsible to. These are the people that brung me. I need to dance with the people that brung me. So how do I do that? I have to give voice to the white male readers' resistance to reading a Black character, and put those words, some of them quite racist, if you recall, in Everett's mouth. And Everett was saying things, and I'm not trying to be racist here, but he's saying things in those early Marvel Knights Black Panther books that I know for a fact white readers were thinking.
Right.
And it came out of his mouth, and it was funny, but it was done in a funny and a gentle way. And as a result, what did we get? We started getting word of mouth from white male readers going, you got to check this out. And they weren't going, you got to check out Black Panther. They're going, you got to read this guy Ross. It's hilarious.
Right.
And that's how we got over. And so, in other words, fellas, in order for me to tell our story about our heritage, about our people, okay, I need to find a way to communicate with the market that will support it, and that allowed me to tell Shala's story in a noble and dignified way. And that opened up, whatever transpired from then. And also, I just want to just tag on to that, really what I was doing was going back to Stan and Jack, then skipping Roy, all due respect to Roy, but skipping Roy because Roy kept confusing Black Panther with Tarzan. That's basically what it was happening. He thought he's just this unsophisticated guy that's in the back row of the Avengers class picture going, hey, how you doing? So I took Stan and Jack, skipped over Roy, and landed on Don and said, okay, let's go. Let's polish this up and let's modernize it for the 90s. And Don had put all the foundation that I needed, all that I could possibly need it. Including that whole story with Anton Pretorius and Ramonda, and that you built all this infrastructure. He made all this pasta. We should serve it up, and that's what I thought we should do.
And then that's exactly what you did. Your run, because you made those references to Don's run and Stan's run, and Jack's run. It's what inspired me after I got hooked with your Black Panther.
We actually roped in Jack's run. The Wacky Panther actually showed up in our book. But go ahead.
Right. And I ended up going back and say, I got to collect these other issues. I don't know what this reference is from, but let me go. Who's this frog? The golden? What is this?
Sal Voluto. God bless Sal Voluto. Did he nail Kirby or what?
Yeah.
He nailed it. When the Kirby Panther shows up, he looks just like the Jack, just came back and drew those pages.
You had to check the credits to make sure Jack didn't come back.
Right.
That was incredible. But yeah, man, it's let me show some more of what you got going on here. You introduced these characters. You created the Dora Milaje.
No, wait a minute. I want you to know, like, so we finally get like, a new Black Panther on. And what do? The brother gets dragged into jail because that's exactly what would happen. Come on,
in Brooklyn.
Come on, come on now. That's exact Sutter Place. I know that precinct. So it's like I said, we're going to keep it real here. They're going to lock him up. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I love Mark Texiera's panel here because you have the Wakandans. They're
That's
like
Joe Quesada under there. You understand? Joe laid all this out, and then Mark did all the finishes. But go ahead.
So it's like they look very indignant. Like, all right, we got us arrested, whatever. And Everett's like all exasperated, like, what's going on? He's all disheveled
because he has white privilege. He works for the State Department. I have credentials, and they could give a damn about his. He holds up his credentials, and they could care less.
Right. Like it's like welcome to our world, Everett.
Right.
I have heard you. I've heard people quote. I don't know if it's true. You could clear it up. That you were kind of writing Panther as like Marvel's Batman. Is that correct? Because Achebe would certainly be the Joker if that was accurate.
Yeah. Well, I don't know that I was necessarily writing Marvel's Batman. I knew DC was not letting me write DC's Batman, and that was irritating to me. And I thought, well, here's this area that of the Marvel pantheon that doesn't exist. No, I just looked at basically what Stan and Jack and Don did, and I sat down and said, well, who is this character? Who would he be? I mean, that's the first thing Reginald Hudlin did. Who is the Black Panther? Right. And I went, and just stepping back from it and trying not to just follow. Just to repeat whatever the last vision for the character was, but just to try to go, if this guy was around, he would be so disconnected from the Marvel zeitgeist. He would not be like Peter has a sense of responsibility, and and Captain America has these American values and stuff like that. And I was close friends with a family from Nigeria. And they like us a lot. Don't get me wrong. They respect America and stuff like that. But we're not their people. They have their own, culture and their own sort of set of values. And I thought, this is a guy whose number one job is protecting Wakanda, and he could give a damn about the rest of it.
Well, there's another guy who had a job of protecting Wakanda that was very controversial at the time of creating. There's a white Wakandan.
What are we talking about?
I say that
Hunter,
because of the outrage about the first issue of World of Wakanda. Like, hey, there's a white. There can't be white people in Wakanda. It's like
World to come. Yeah. So Katama shows up and people are out. Now, one quick thing about that, and we'll deal with Hunter in a second here, is that Katama is at least the fifth white guy to put on the Black Panther costume. So, the people who are outraged about it, they don't read comic books. So they don't even get that, number one. And then number two, Fantastic Four 52, the first appearance of Black Panther, it ends, the final scene of that comic ends with, he has done his little dirt with the Fantastic Four or whatever, and he's making a speech, and he reaches down and Panther, and he pulls off his mask, and it's the big reveal. Remember that panel?
Yeah, and he's
got the mask off,
the red headband on. Yeah.
Okay, but you got to understand, in 1966, when he pulled that mask off, there was a collective gasp across the comics reading community, because everybody just assumed we've never seen a black superhero. We just assumed there was a white guy under there. There really was it was a shocking reveal that this is a black guy under that mask.
Like, that's not Voodoo. It's not the white guy who's in the black.
Exactly. So the World to Come, the series that is kind of the sequel to our Marvel Knights Black Panther, our issue number one, the character pulls the mask off and there's a big reveal, and it's the opposite way of going here. And people most of the people who are outraged about that, they're really not. There's so many Easter eggs and so many I'm hoping that when you read issue 6, you'll go back through the series and see all of the clues that were in front of your face all along that you missed. you know, while people were yelling and screaming and carrying on, because that's who I think Black Panther is. Black Panther is always working game. He's running game. Go back to Fantastic Four 52, read it again. You know, this guy from page 1, Panther was lying. He was lying to the Fantastic Four. He lured them there under false pretenses. You know, he brought them into his trap. He outsmarted them. You know, and you know, why did he do this? Because he was about to open Wakanda to the world, and he wanted to make sure that he was doing the right thing, and he wanted to test himself against these people. And so he had this, you know, he always had a subversive reason. You know, so skip ahead to 2026 and the world to come. You know, whatever you think is going on ain't going on, because he's not Tarzan. He's Black Panther, and he has been lying to you from page 1. You know, he dies on page 2 of the first issue of this thing. Why is it snowing? No one's have asked me why is it snowing. They're outraged that I'm some kind of, priest has lost his mind. I had some people, maybe it was you guys, I don't remember who it was. Somebody on YouTube was up there hollering about how I'm not even Black. Priest
wasn't us.
not Black. You know, and I'm going, you know, you're missing the point of the character.
One more shot.
The character is that he uses subversion and misdirection, and you folks are falling for it. You know, Why are you falling for it? Wait till the series is over, and then bring me back on and yell at me and say I'm not Black if you like, and I'll take that. You know, but right now you just, you know, I figure the people who are really just making all the noise, they really don't understand the character and they don't understand the series.
For the record, we were the ones posting, "It's Priest, relax."
Okay, well, I appreciate that, you know, but that's the point of Everett Ross. Now go back to Hunter here. You know, I thought that, like, you know, I don't think Black Panther is a superhero, but let's just put it in that framework. Let's say he's a superhero. Every superhero needs a great supervillain. You know, every superhero, you know, and if Black Panther's shtick is that he's the guy who's, you know, 5 steps ahead of his enemies or whatever like that.
Right.
I wanted like a counterpoint to him, and I wanted, like, you know, I wanted a reverse Flash. And how reverse can you get than, you know, a white guy in the Panther suit, you know, and somebody who is, I think he is also dedicated to the betterment of Wakanda, but he goes at it a different way.
From his perspective.
And from his perspective. And I'm sure he felt passed over because he's the older brother and so forth. It really irritated me that they killed him, but apparently they brought him back. I think he's alive again or something. You know?
He's alive. He's alive.
You know, I just think, you know, if you don't like a character, fellas, just put the character on a bus and send him somewhere. You know, send him on vacation. You know, he's going to go explore the world. Send him on a cruise. You know, but stop killing characters. That's just, what are you doing? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
All right. So another thing that we got to see was your creation of Queen Divine Justice.
Yes, Robin to his Batman. Yes,
Robin to his. You literally, I think there was even a cover where it was like Sal Drew
put him in the Robin suit. Yeah,
right. Put him in. Oh man, it was crazy. Making her a member of the Jabari tribe.
Yeah, the Jabari tribe was named after Jabari Taylor, who's a good friend of mine and an awesome musician. He's like friggin' Herbie Hancock with the keys, man. The brother's bad. Yeah.
So to tell us about the impetus behind creating a Queen Divine Justice.
Well, we had moved the book over to the Marvel Universe. I had
a question about that.
Yeah.
So Marvel Knights, it was originally a Marvel Knights book.
Yep, 12 issues.
And then it got extended beyond that. You went all the way to 62 issues. I think you've had the longest Black Panther run of all time. Was that due to the book being successful that they extended it beyond the original Marvel Knights run?
I have no idea. I didn't know they extended it. I literally got a phone call from Ruben Diaz, and he said, you know, where's the next script? I said, the next script of what? He says, the Black Panther. I said, Panther? You guys canceled that. I said, no, we didn't. You know, and all of a sudden I was like really, really late on the book, and I didn't know there was an issue 13.
Yeah, because many of the other Marvel Knights books ended.
Yeah,
because there was Daredevil, Punisher, what have you, and Humans.
Right. Yeah,
but yours book kept going. So I think that's probably a testament to the success of the book.
That's kind of weird too, because Daredevil, that was Kevin Smith. That was big, you know.
Yeah.
You know, I really couldn't tell you, but I will tell you that, you know, from issue 13 on, I was under enormous pressure to raise sales, and we were constantly under the gun to raise sales. So we just had all these guest appearances. I took the Hulk to a disco. We tried this, we tried that. And the lesson, fellas, is that a few minutes ago I was talking about you have to dance with the ones who brung you. And I'm going, we're spending so much effort, exerting so much energy trying to attract new readers that we're neglecting the faithful people who pick us up every month. And we owe it to them to to give them a quality product and stop chasing after numbers, So Queen.
That's a quote by the Brother Priest. I'm gonna let you know, man. Listen, I say that all the time. They alienate those who've been on the ride for the whole time to get a couple people to get on board who ain't gonna stay, which is a ridiculous notion. But I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
No, you're good.
Well, they always wanted the Avengers brought into those Panther's Rage books when they wanted white people.
How did you not do that? I brought the Avengers in. That's easy, Don.
I wouldn't do it, Chris. And to be honest with you, the reason was there weren't very many black costumed heroes in comics in those days. And whenever they were, they always brought white people in to help him out to solve whatever the crisis was.
Right.
And my feeling was T'Challa can handle it by himself. And I had established Wakanda as this separate place. These characters were all separate, including the supporting cast. And I felt that if I brought the Avengers in to help T'Challa with Killmonger and the others, it would only undercut everything I've been building up for like a year and a half to 2 years. And no, this story had to be between those two characters at the end. When you got up there to the, it ends exactly where it begins. At Warrior Falls, it's back there. And with almost the exact same ending as the first book. So my feeling was, to come in now and bring white characters in
to
help the Black Panther would have undercut everything I had been trying that I felt became important, especially as I met the audience, as people kept coming to me, and they really liked the fact that it was separate. And they really liked the fact that it wasn't bringing in all these other characters. I understand what you're saying, and I'm not saying it's not right or from a numbers point of view or such.
No, let me in, Don. Let me in now. Don, hold on. Don, let me in. Okay, so yeah, but here's the thing. Again, under pressure.
And I'm not criticizing what you're doing there, Chris. I'm just saying, for me as a storyteller, that I couldn't do that.
I didn't do that. I wouldn't want you to do that. Here's what I did. I brought the Avengers in and I shot Thor in the head.
Right.
Okay. I brought the Avengers in and
I love that, man.
No, listen to me now. Wait. This is my turn. Okay. I brought the Avengers in and I use that as an opportunity to demonstrate, how great Black Panther is. And there was also an earlier scene where Mephisto shows up and he's like, and Everett Ross is cowering and so forth. And Panther arrives and Everett turns to Panther and goes, it's Mephisto. Should we call the Avengers? And Panther goes, why? And he goes over to Mephisto and boop, and knocks him out with one punch, takes him out with one punch.
Right.
I mean, there's ways to, I understand what the company wants, and there's ways to give them what they want while also magnifying our character. But let me get back to what they were asking me. So Queen Divine Justice, at some point I thought we're skewing too old. That my Panther is late 20s, early 30s, maybe actually early to mid 30s. A lot of the characters in the book are in that area, whatever. And I thought like we're missing a voice. And if you have enough people who are speaking sort of have a formal speech pattern because they're Africans, and Africans are not using ebonics and slang and dropping their G's. They're using pretty much, British style English. Let's have a voice in there that would give us that contrast. That will be like, okay, here's an American Black person, and let's make her young enough that she will have this lack of impulse control. Because young people, as you know, they think it and it immediately comes out of their mouth, right? There's no buffer. I talk to my granddaughter all the time. I go, slow it down. Okay, you have that thought and you blurt it right out. Like hold the thought, think about it, rinse, repeat. Hold on to that thought. I think of like Malcolm X, or I had a pastor in Colorado Springs who he had done time. He was a convicted felon, and now he's a community activist and so forth. And we went to a community meeting with the police department, and we're walking in this place, and the place is packed. And me and the pastor, we're walking. I was a minister in his church, so we're walking into this place to attend this meeting, and he takes up a spot. He takes post like in a corner of the room, like a back corner in the room, and he doesn't say a word for a half an hour. And I asked him after the meeting, said, we went to the meeting and you just stood there for like a half an hour. And he said, whenever you walk into a room, you need to take the temperature of the room. You need to like really just listen, be a good listener, find out who all these people are, find out what's really going on in the room. That's Black Panther. That's who he is, so you contrast him with someone who is impulsive like Ross, or now we have this youthful person like Queen. And then we, tied her into M'Bako, into the gorilla tribe that was created by. Was that created by you, Don? Did you create the gorilla tribe?
Actually, no. There wasn't a tribe. There were actually white gorillas or something like that, or maybe somebody that patented themselves after the white gorillas. And I use that as one of the basic religions in Wakanda for the God Killer.
But man ape, is that you?
No. I would never do it. No, I would never do it. Who created man ape? That was Roy Thomas, I'm sure.
That was Roy. Okay. Because I got a call from the studio. And I'm talking to the executive producer, Nate Moore. And Nate said, like,
I really like Nate.
And Nate said, we're thinking about using man ape for the villain in the Black Panther movie. And I said, I'm sorry, what? He says, we're going to use man ape. I said, I'm sorry, did you say man ape? And he goes, yeah, man ape. And I was like, there's a character named Man Ape? And he goes, yeah, you wrote him. I wrote a character named Man Ape, and I went back through my back issues and I went, holy crap, I wrote a character named Man Ape. That's Queen Divine Justice's uncle, it's all this really rich culture, that came out of that. But anyway, that's what I thought that would make an interesting sidekick or occasional sidekick for him. And, and it led to some interesting storylines with her.
You also got to sort of tell sort of the story of Captain America's first encounter with a Black Panther.
Yeah.
T'Challa's grandfather.
I don't know if that did I write him as the grandfather? Did I write him as T'Chaka? I might have written him as dad, but I have to go back and reread that. Yeah.
Is that I think it's been subsequently retconned that it was his grandfather.
Because, it had to be because time's getting away. Yeah,
right.
And the story's been flags of our fathers.
Correct. Like it's been retold a number of times since, and there's even allegedly a video.
How dare you retell my story? Who the hell do you think you
are? They even included it in the Marvel cartoon, the Black Panther cartoon.
Cool.
As well. But anyway, if I had a question for you, is there anything in your run that you wished you had done differently or would have liked to have included, but just never got a chance to do?
There's nothing that I would have liked to include that I did not get a chance to do. I think that, there was an issue where I had jettisoned Black Panther and Ross into outer space, and that's when I realized, okay, I've just jumped the shark. This was my jump the shark moment where I went, Black Panther in space, which is like, with all due respect to Mr. Coates, who, again, far more talented than I am and makes way more money than I do. I just don't think Black Panther, should be in space. I don't think Batman should have a headquarters on the moon. I think, it's too over the top, fellas. Now, things I would do differently. I would set fire to the entire run and start over. And that's mainly because it was like 30 years ago. I'm a much better writer now, and I have a much stronger command of craft now. Yeah, I know more about what I'm doing now. A lot of that was like make it up as you go. It was like Joe Quesada and Jimmy Palmiotti and myself. We were just having fun and figuring out as we go, and now we could probably be a lot more deliberate, but I think that what we're doing in the world to come, I'm not trying to keep plugging this book, but just,
don't plug away.
But I think that what we're doing in the world to come is like infinitely better writing. I don't know if it's better comic book. That's up to you guys to decide. But I think the technical writing of it, the periods and the commas are in the right place, and it's just better writing than I did a long time ago. And the other thing that I would never do again is chase after new readers at the expense of the faithful. That was a big mistake.
Nice.
Would
I'd like
you
to just say
ever
one,
consider-
I'd like to say just one thing that I feel the same way, Christopher, that those books in the 70s, I worked and gave everything I had to them.
Yeah.
But I think the books in the 80s, as a writer, are much better. I mean, I really think Ragamuffins, which is coming out this year, we're coming out with an ultimate Ragamuffins that will have 20 pages of Gene Colan artwork that has never seen print, and
Wow.
Don Mcgregor script that's never been read outside of maybe a handful of people, called The Pack Rat Instinct. But it's all will be packaged in a book that will reprint every Ragamuffin story with Gene Colan's original pencils. And then we'll also have all kinds of background material, including stories that never got a chance to see print. Some of them is written as far back as the 1960s and 70s, and where the book would have gone in terms of the series if we'd gotten to do more stories at that time. But I also think that Detectives Incorporated, there were things I could handle with that 46 pages of that first book that I could never have done at either DC or Marvel. Yet at the same time, I love working with Gene Colan on Nathaniel Dust, the second series. They gave me more room than I actually originally had allocated, and I feel that it was one of the ones where Gene was just able to take his storytelling, and we were able to really take a look at where America was at the 1930s. But much of it hasn't changed today. I think I took a quote from a book called The Power Elite about how money is the ultimate goal of the American male, and if that's our only goal, if that's the criterion, this is where it's going to lead us to. But the same thing, I really love doing the Zorro newspaper strip. I love the idea of storytelling where you had to come back. I love the idea that there's dailies where people only see the Monday to Friday because that's when they pick up their newspapers. But if you can get a reader to actually tell you they bought the next day's paper because they really had to see what happened next, or they only see the Sundays and the challenge of the storyteller. And so it's like one of my fondest things, and working with Tom Yates and Mike Mayhew and Esteban Maroto. I mean, look at the incredible people that got to work with. But as a storyteller, I feel, I got to look at I like you were talking about earlier, Christopher, that I felt like I was a better storyteller then. I hope. You hope you grow.
We all grow.
You hope you grow as a human being, and you hope you grow as a writer.
Yeah.
All right. So here's my final question for both of you. Especially after the film dropped and certainly brought this character more into the public eye, what would you like to see for the character in the future? It's a two-part question. What would you like to see the character go in the future? And do you have any interest in doing it yourself?
Well, I can make it quick here. I think that Black Panther is now belongs to the next generation of writers. I had to literally get like dragged into doing The World to Come. Joe insisted on it. But I wasn't looking to do a Black Panther anything. And, Marvel has approached me, multiple times over the years to, hey, let's do a Black Panther thing. And I'm like, I really feel like, I've certainly done just about everything that I wanted to do. I did do a short in the 60th anniversary book, and that was intended to plug a dangling plot thread, to tie up a dangling plot thread where T'Challa had a inoperable brain aneurysm, and they never dealt with it. And I was like, you mean you never dealt with that? So we dealt with that in that particular.
I appreciate that too, because it was really well done the way you did it too.
And he looked like Donald Glover. It was during that era where he was deposed as the king, and he was dealing with his illness, and he grew his hair out. He had this kind of choppy afro and this scruffy beard, and I thought the artist did a fabulous job with it. He looked great. Well,
one of the things, the comments you made is that Marvel keeps asking you to come back. Let me tell you, let me show you, remove other media. Oh, hold on. Let me show you why that is.
What's up, y'all? Here with comic book legend Joe Quesada, one of the instigators behind the great run by Christopher Priest in Black Panther Volume 3. Joe, can you give us your thoughts as to what went into that, making that Marvel Knights run, and why Christopher Priest? Why'd you select him? Talk about that.
Well, I mean, why Priest? Because he's one of the best writers in comics, hands down. I've known him forever. He's a mentor of mine. He actually gave me my first gig in comics, and then he went on to freelance writing, and he's one of the best, that's ever been. Really, I think he's a great guy. So yeah, I mean, we had a relationship, and when we got Black Panther, he was the first person I thought of, and he had a great take on the character, and I think he changed that character forever. He really did.
This year is the 60th anniversary of the character. Can you talk about what you think is the significance of that character to comics?
God, it's like the Jackie Robinson of comic book characters, right? It was sort of the first African American superhero, actually African superhero.
Yeah.
Right. I remember when I first encountered the Black Panther as a kid collecting comics, and I saw him in the pages of Fantastic Four, right? And I grew up in a super crazy diverse neighborhood. So I had a lot of Black friends. I mean, I'm Hispanic, but a lot of East Indian, China. It was like it's a mixed bag of kids. And I remember seeing the Black Panther for the first time, and I'm like, oh, these books take place in my world. This is the world that I live in, which is always the attraction of Marvel to me. So for Black Panther, that was the sort of the shot over the bow where I'm like, okay, this company is writing about, the world I live in, my friends, the whole thing, and the badass to boot. So, add that to the mix.
Well, thank you very much for your time, Mr. Quesada. Take care.
You got it, man. Thank you.
I do want to share with that Joe actually laid out those early issues of Panther, and the one scene I love is there's a scene where Panther's chasing some bad guy, and the guy's in this Mustang, and the Mustang goes over the pier and ends up in the water, and I wanted this shot of this inverted shot where they're upside down, and Panther's got the guy like this, and he's like, swear to me, and Joe really pulled that off. One last thing I just want to say before I turn it back over to Don is a name that does not get mentioned enough is Brian Stelfreeze. And I've been really adamant about that. Actually, Ta-Nehisi and I have been really adamant about, like, you know, we've been remorse about. We've done a lot of interviews. We talked up about all things. I've seen some book introductions and things like that. We're talking about, you know, our contribution to the thing. You know, obviously Billy Graham and Rich. But what you saw on that screen, on that film, you know, 75% of that is Don McGregor. Okay.
Yep.
But visually, that's the vision that Ta-Nehisi and Bryan came up with. There's a lot of Brian Stelfreeze on that screen, and we don't talk about him nearly enough. Not only is he a nice guy, but he's a brilliant artist. But a lot of what we now breathe in as the Dora Milaje and how the armies look and blah 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 and the shaved heads and all that stuff. That wasn't me. That was them. You know, in fact, they rebuked me in that scene when she pulls the wig off, you know, which I thought was very funny. But ha, fellas, you know, you know. But beyond that, you know, that's a name that we should mention a lot more often. That Bryan really has. When we close our eyes and we think about Black Panther, we're looking at Brian Stelfreeze.
Absolutely.
Well, Bryan, the first time that I ever worked with Bryan, he did the first painting cover for Zorro, that when I was doing Zorro at Tops.
Wow.
And the painting was like,
you know what issue that was?
Yeah, it was like it was done for the trading card. It wasn't actually done, and then it was used for Zorro number 0, which came out, I think, before number 1, but I'm not sure of that because it was written much later. But anyway, it was the first painting, and it was done for the trading card that was going to promote the series. And you know, when you're first working on a character like a classic character like Zorro, and I love that character, but I don't even think that Mike Mayhew was yet drawing Zorro. We were testing artists out for the series. And Bryan did that painting for Jim Solicott, and they used it for the trading card. And it was like everything. It was like Zorro was just it. The Zorro that I loved. That Guy Williams Disney Zorro, the look, the kind of exuberance that character has, knowing that what he's doing is for the right reasons. He's not the Batman. I'd continually say to Mike Mayhew in the beginning, like, he's not the Batman, despite whatever you've read. Zorro is exactly almost the opposite. There's no second thoughts about all that. Oh, he's questioning why he's doing what he's doing. He sees immediately the results of what he does to help people in need or who are being victimized. And so Bryan caught that so well. And this is a great story. I love that painting. And so I thought, oh man, I would love to buy that painting, but I know I can't afford it or whatever. So years later, I get to meet Bryan. We were working on some James Bond stuff together. And so I'm talking with Bryan. I said, geez, Bryan, I really love that. I love that first cover. That's the first image of Zorro I saw at Tops. And so if I could have afforded it, I would have bought it from you. And Bryan says, well, Don, if I'd known you wanted it, I'd have given it to you. So from that day forward, I would love Brian Stelfreeze forever.
Yeah.
Well, gentlemen, I wanted to thank you for being here today and joining us. You are two legends. To say legends, we throw that word around a lot in society, but you can't talk comics.
A legend looking for a gig.
You certainly can't talk Black Panther comics without mentioning the two of you. So you have inspired a lot of generation. You certainly inspired me and Phill into making this character our favorite character. And I think generations to come will be thanking you as well. So thank you both for joining us.
The thing that Joe Pruitt is talking about finally getting to do young Saber, and so the Saber's the story about Saber's youth, how he becomes who he is, and if you love that character, and there are a lot of people that really do, just be aware that he could be coming along with the Ragamuffins book.
Phil's trying to show you a little something there, Don.
Okay.
Some original art from Saber,
Oh yeah.
done by
Billy
Billy.
was terrific on there. I didn't get to tell you any great Billy. Like talk about the baby was being born or the first gay male kiss in American comics. That's all with Billy, and there's great stories behind it. But see, we have no time.
Next time.
Well, no, it's not. It's not. We don't have any time. We're
Christopher,
saving
I'm so
it
glad
next
that I
time.
got to spend time with you, though. I hope we will get to see each other soon.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I'll just reach out to you next week. You know,
Please do.
we'll confab. Okay.
I miss you, man. I really do.
I love you,
Right?
man.
I love you too.
I
Take
tell
care
you,
so much.
we need to bring y'all two back for a Wednesday wrap up. That's all.
That's exactly what we need to do. We have a tradition at Black Comic Lords you guys may not be familiar with. When you come and visit with us, we consider you family. Mr. Reese, we're going to start with you first. We'd like you to take a look at the screen. Whoops, not that screen. There you go. We'd like you to take a look at the screen, say your name, and say, I am a Black Comic Lord.
I'm Christopher Priest, and I am a Black Comics Lord.
Thank you very much, sir. Don McGregor, we're going to bring you in too.
I am Don McGregor, and I am a Black Comic Lord because they say so.
Yes, we do. I don't know, Phil. Does Don McGregor get invited to the cookout?
Yeah, Don McGregor is the GOAT, man. Like I said, yeah, we could spend a whole another hour on how important he is into this culture. So
yeah, we absolutely could. So we'll save that for next time for both of you guys. You're welcome to come back anytime. We hope that you will allow us to invite you back soon.
Sure. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
You.
Appreciate you both. Thank you.
Been great.
All right.
I miss you, man. Have a great night, guys.
Appreciate you. Lord Chocolate, let's take a commercial break and let's go on to our next guest.
Dear Mr. Billy Graham, I know this letter is late, but you know what they say, better late than never. And I'm writing to you because I know you'll never read this or hear this. It's a measure of therapy for me, I guess. Wondering how you never get mentioned when you are really only one of the few worth mentioning. After all, I don't think Sam and Dave had you in mind, but without question, you are a soul man. How else can you explain how a man can draw tears so well if he never shed any tears of his own? Yes, and I hear music, especially drums, when I see jungle action panels. And when I see Luke Cage panels, I hear the jukebox blaring out horns in the after hours joint. I guess I'm trying to say, Mr. Graham, that I dig your style, and you deserve to be celebrated like the heroes you drew. And like I said, you won't see or hear this, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Thank you, Mr. Billy Graham. You are a Black history legend. Respectfully, the Black Comic Lords. If you like this video, please like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Until next time, peace.
Hey, Paul.
Yes, sir.
I just want to say real quick, man. I don't people understand how much the type of show that we got going on here. We had Priest and Dawn on at the same time.
Yeah, two
of the most iconic runs, historically iconic runs with T'Challa. And it went over time, but sometimes you just can't, sometimes you just can't cut the time.
Life happens, man.
It just and it's just that was incredible. But we got so much
more. Trying to tell people that we ain't coming to play this year.
Listen, man. Listen. I don't know what everybody else is doing. I don't know what everybody else is doing. I don't know what everybody else is doing. But I know what we doing. I know what we're doing. And I'm going to say this too, man. You know, this is what it's all about. This is what it's all about. All this dissension that's going on in the community and whatever, this is what it's all about. Do this. This is what we want to see. This is what the people want to see. This is what the 60th anniversary of the Black Panther. I talked about this and Paul, let's do this. And we said, Bonka, let's knock this out. We've been putting this together for quite some time. And if you notice,
while others were bickering behind foolishness.
Listen, when you see the people get on here, it's all sincere. It's all sincere, and it's all love. And we let people come on here and tell their stories, even when this is just what we do. And we do this so naturally, and this is as much as for me as it is for everybody else, because we have the people, our heroes on here, and we're gonna keep it moving because this is, it's nothing but family on this show. It's people we respect, people we deal with on a personal basis. And who we got next?
One of your people's, man, that we met at OAX. Brilliant sculptor. Look, there's all types of art. There's writing. There's art. There's Go
ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Physical drawing of art, but there's also sculpt work. Phill and I went to this event we constantly mention to you called Original Art Expo. And we met a dude who is just an incredibly brilliant artist, who is so good that at this last event that we had a few months ago, they had the Kirby Awards, and this man was brought in to design and create the official Kirby Awards. This is the award that goes. He was brought in to design and create the official Kirby Awards. Tell the folks. What are the type of creators we're talking about who gets the Kirby Award?
Top tier. Let's say this. Just the fact of being called in to design the award, an award that hasn't been around. It has a long story. Like my pastor says, sometimes you gotta go read it for yourself. Go back and look at the history of the Eisners, Kirby Awards, and it came back this year in OAX, and my man created a beautiful piece that was given out to some of the greats,
Bill Sienkiewicz, John Romita Jr., Walt Simonson.
Yeah,
these are the types of people that won the Kirby Award that this brother made these statues for.
I'm gonna get mine one day. I'm gonna wait. We're gonna see what happens. But we could bring my brother in right now, man. This is my guy. And actually, this brother's going to be. He actually sent me some things for my exhibit called Panels. That's next week. And if we can, let's go ahead and bring the brother on in.
Mr. Carlos Soca.
What's up, brother? They got the matching shirt, the matching.
I feel like Big Phil sandbagged me though, man.
What'd you say?
He didn't tell me that Don McGregor and Christopher Priest were going to be on right before me.
Man, listen, man.
We didn't tell anybody, man.
We didn't tell anybody.
This show is only for the diehard BCL fans.
You don't do that to him, man. Come on now.
Hey,
you're gonna have two legends on before me. Damn it.
So it's Carlos, man. This is I want to say,
I don't know how to follow that up.
It's light work.
It's easy for you. I want to
see you guys again.
I call.
Feels Carlos. Like even though it was a month and a half ago, 2 months ago, not even. It feels like it was a year ago because if for those who haven't been to OAX is so intense, so compressed an event that those 3 days basically feel like a year of your life. Especially this year for me it was very different. Obviously with the Kirby Awards coming back and getting that commission was a big deal. But when I saw you guys there, not at this most recent one, the year before, I'd come to the first one just as a guest. And talked to Kastra, met some people there. I said, hey, what do you think about having a sculptor here? He's like, oh, he saw my work. He's like, oh, okay. But, I didn't really know what to expect that second year. And that was the first year that the card art was really popping. And I was actually, my table was right across from the gallery that they set up for Greg Hildebrand, absolute legend. And behind that room was the room where they had, from the Korshak Gallery, they had Al Williamson work and original Frazettas and, stuff that you expect to see in a museum. And then, at the other end was Julie Bell. So I had Greg Hildebrand right in front of me, and I'm in the corner with James Martin and George Pratt. It's like, this is legit. This is a whole other level. And it was kind of interesting because I brought a lot of work that I'd done in the past, licensed work, some of my own stuff, but just lots of different things. And I knew coming into this show, even before the Kirby Awards stuff went down, that I was going to come at it differently. And you guys saw, like, I didn't set up a table. I set up pedestals because I thought, I got to bring a little bit. It isn't so much about following in the footsteps. We all creative people do. Even you guys having a podcast. All creation, we have to honor what came before. We're standing on the shoulders of greats, no matter what, and try to bring our own thing to it, because if not, what's the point?
Right.
And so one of my early visions for this year's show was I want to do sculptures that are kind of linked thematically. I've always looked at sculpture as just like a cover of a comic book or a splash page. You have one image that's going to try to tell a whole story. So with a sculpture, even more limited because I don't have a background, right? But I do have a 360-degree presence. When a person interacts with a sculpture, especially because it's tactile, if they can touch it, if it isn't too delicate, they can move around it. You have a lot more opportunity of a big panoramic, of a giant space in a strange way to tell a story, to impact. And one of the first things that I felt moved to do was to really bring out characters that, like my version of characters that were important to me. And initially, like the very first vision that I had was going to be 3 elemental kings. Marvel, we're all blessed with growing up with these 3 figures that are kind of related. Also, they intertwine these 3 kings with Black Panther, Namor, Submariner, and Black Bolt. And what's really cool about them is if you look, they're each tied to an element. Where Black Panther, it's all about Wakanda as a country, but also vibranium as an element. It's unique. And what does that mean for Black Panther as a character? Why is he unique as a king? Submariner, he lives in both worlds. He can fly, but really, he's more powerful in the water. It's all about fighting for his people. And he's so closely tied to the element of water. And then you look at Black Bolt, even though he doesn't speak, his power is air. So it's like, man, those are like those classic 4 elements. And I said, I got to find fire. So I ended up doing Surtur, King of the Fire Demons, right? But I also wanted to take a very unique approach in sculpting them to try to tell a story. Very particular in the way they were titled, putting the titles on the bases and also painting them. So I didn't just, I always sculpt if it's going to be something that's a one-off. I sculpt in this material that's a 2-part epoxy clay. It's very, very strong. And what's cool about it is for the first hour or 2, depending on the humidity, it's fairly pliable. It's like a very strong clay. After that, it's getting harder. You got to leave it alone, work on another part of the piece. But at 24 hours later, it's stone. So I can chisel it, carve it, Dremel it, create all sorts of things. And it's really interesting what Christopher Priest was saying. I wanted these all to be my interpretation, right, visually of the character, but you can't help but be influenced. And so my version of Black Panther in particular is, the first time I saw him was Jack Kirby, right? But the most impactful after that, despite all the great artists that have drawn him. As a kid, is obviously Billy Graham. Boom! It's like that's changing now. It's changing his physique. Is making him, because Kirby would make dudes kind of squat and powerful because that's how he was. But Billy Graham starts making him almost look like a buffed out dancer, and giving him even though Kirby gave him a lot of fluidity to his movement as much as Jack would, Billy Graham gave him a body type that actually matched that kind of movement. Like sometimes when Kirby would draw someone who was very flexible and lithe, it would be like, man, how's that dude moving like that? Because
right.
He's really buff, right? So Billy Graham starts making that, but the vision that I know ended up influencing me the most, especially with the sharpness of the angles, was Bryan Stelfreeze. Because I didn't want the four figures that I sculpted to look the same either.
Right.
I wanted them to have something of my style. And one thing that really knocked my socks off from that run with Ta-Nehisi Coates and Bryan Stelfreeze was, I love the way, because the armor, because it is armor, it's a suit, but it's armor. This is vibranium, right? It's metal.
Right.
That suit gives him a beautiful silhouette, but they incorporated this thing where this, how do we bring that technology in? Well, these symbols light up, and when it's lit up, he can access different abilities that the suit can enhance or use. I love that technology, but also the way they were keeping it culturally true. So when I was researching my piece, I always wanted him to sort of be, even though he's tied to the earth, and I hope you can see it. I don't know when I rotate it, if you guys can see it. But I wanted this vibranium mound, but I didn't really want him anchored to it. So you guys have seen it in person. So he's not touching. His foot here is barely touching. It's just those claws digging in the score marks. But then I said, I want this thing to look like vibranium. I want this, even though it's the earth, to show how the Wakandans have harnessed the earth. And if you start thinking about those as story elements, yes, you could look at it from the sense of we all need to think about the resources that we have in our own home, right? In a home, in a state, in the United States, in a country, etc., and using those. But the beauty of everything that's been done from the beginning, from the word jump, is that the Wakandans, it isn't just that they're beyond us all technologically, it's that they have a king, which you think, oh, that's kind of old-fashioned, and they don't have a democracy. Yeah, but you know what? They have this incredible society that's completely balanced. And what it is they realize that they have the most precious resource in the world. And yes, on the one hand, you could say they're selfish or they keep it to themselves, but they also recognize that it would throw the whole world out of balance. And rather than try to dominate with it, they just lift themselves up. So obviously that opens a whole mess of questions looking at the morality of that, positive or negative, but you can't argue with the results. So I wanted to tell that in the story. So how do I make it clearly look like a vibranium mound? I have it's the technology, but there's also that they've carved into this mound. And I researched all sorts of Yoruba symbols and put them in there. And then when I did, because I didn't just want to steal Bryan's, all of his designs, I found all sorts of different Yoruba symbols and put them all up and down his arms, and then actually painted it with gold.
That's crazy, man.
And then created like with resin, like little bits of static, like there was energy crackling up and down his arms. So I wanted to, sort of give that wink to Stelfreeze, but also kind of make it my own, tell my story of Black Panther. And then obviously I made it purple, kind of monochromatic, painted it with oils to use a very traditional medium, but also because, and I don't know how well it shows up in the studio lights here, but to give it lots of fluidity as you move around it. There's something that oil paints can do that other paints can't. And as you move around it, you see how the light, the shadows are picked out in different ways because of the nature of oil paint. And I'm biased. I love the character, but I love this piece. As soon as I finish, it's like,
see that,
he's right on. And when you see him with the others, especially because they've had that friction between them, but they've had to come together when they've had to, but also, there's a lot of bad friction between him and Namor, with Black Bolt between the two of them, sometimes against, sometimes with. I wanted that each told their individual story, but when you saw them as a group, you can move across pedestal to pedestal and sort of say, hey, there's something going on here from one to the other. And
we have a picture that you provided us so we can get a close up for the audience.
Yeah, there we go.
Whoops.
Yeah, you can't. So the title, and I could have just named Black Panther, King of Wakanda, but what I etched into the base is Afrofuturist, because that phrase gets thrown around, but a lot of people don't understand what that really means. Because the reality is, for most people, and Quesada was talking. I'm Cuban American also, but I grew up in New York, so it's a very different Cuban community in the North as opposed to the South.
Yeah.
And what's interesting is, and I grew up in a very diverse neighborhood as well. And what's interesting is that people think of Afrofuturism without understanding that to really deeply understand what that term means, you have to understand history. It isn't just, the word futurist is thrown around a lot, especially with the way we're barreling forward into the future now with technology, right? Oh, people are just looking to the future. What's next? How can we harness technology? And maybe technology is running amok, you could say, right?
Right.
So what is that old saying? Those who do not know history are doomed to repeat it. Right. So the only way we can really conceive of a utopian future is to understand our past, bad stuff as well as good stuff, but also honor what was great, because you know what, we can improve, but you don't recreate the wheel. So we have to understand where things have come from. And a lot of people, when they're thinking of futurism, they're very dismissive of older cultures without really understanding maybe how advanced they were in many ways, perhaps even more advanced than we are, as far as conceiving of things like sustainability. Like, it's so funny how sustainability is a buzzword, sometimes a bad word now and all, but you wouldn't go back centuries and tell people like, oh, you got to be careful about your resources. Somehow in all these ancient cultures, people already understood that. It's like we didn't maintain that lesson, so we're going to have to relearn it. So right. For me, making this vibranium mound, using these ancient symbols, but also like these little machine parts, I'm naming it Afrofuturist because it isn't just Black Panther. It's everything that he represents as a figure, but also as an archetype. And I think that the beauty of Black Panther and Black Bolt, for instance, as opposed to Namor, Submariner, right, and Surtur, who was my king of fire, right, element of fire, is Black Panther and Black Bolt have they have qualities that we should aspire to, right? Submariner is a little bit rough around the edges. We don't necessarily gravitate towards aspiring to be like Submariner. But I grew up in a pretty turbulent time, in a pretty turbulent city. And it's kind of funny. I used to love Submariner too, because I kind of get it. I kind of get, like, if you're angry enough, maybe that is the way you're going to come across sometimes. You're going to come across as the bad guy. But if you really, really look, there were times in, obviously, those early FF comics. No doubt in the Golden Age what he was like. He's a good guy, he's a bad guy, but he was always like, I'm just sticking up for my people. In the FF, they kind of played with him a little bit, Stan and Jack, where he was just a foil of Fantastic Four because he wanted to get with Invisible Woman, right? But later on, they realized, and that carried forward, where Submariner was a character who, he might be awful to everybody outside his country, but to everyone, or his domain, right, the oceans. But to everyone inside, he's a hero. And I think that they really did a good job of that in the second Black Panther movie, playing up. And I loved that they made him, I won't say Hispanic, because that's actually because he's not Hispanic. That's the whole point. He's indigenous. I love that. And I also saw how that kind of connected to the Doctor Doom story. Everybody outside of Latveria thinks that Doom is the biggest, most dangerous threat to the world. But in Latveria, they think he's the best thing that's ever happened to them. So I love stories like that. And there are things that you do, right? As a sculptor, the way I pose him, he's higher than the vibranium mound, even though vibranium is what made, you would think, right? Wakanda, what made Wakanda, Wakanda. No, it's the leaders. It's the leaders who understood with this innate nobility. What does it mean to be noble? It doesn't just mean a title, like, oh, I have a noble title. I'm a king, I'm a queen, whatever. I'm a Black comic lord, right? That's a noble title. But nobility also means what your spirit is. And so there's just little things like that I hope people notice. Like, yes, he's clawed into this mound. He's using the power of vibranium literally to hold himself up. But his gesture is one that some people will look at and say, oh, he's blocking, he's defending himself. Some other people might look at like he's like almost saluting, like saying hello. And I wanted that. I wanted it, not ambivalence, but I want room for the person who's taking it in to imagine the story for themselves. Because the beauty of art, right, is that it isn't just what the creator is trying to put out. It's what the viewer takes in, how they interpret it. So it says something about you. And you know, it was a piece that people kept walking up and looking and looking and looking and looking, and then they'd walk, oh, and then they'd notice things. And there were people who would come back 2 or 3 times to look at this one in particular. And it was almost like, I think because of the power of the character, because of that nobility, like Black Panther, let's be honest, has never been the biggest selling comic, right? It's never. There are a lot of great characters and stories that have never been the top selling, like consistently. Spider-Man is Spider-Man. Spider-Man was lightning in a bottle. It's hard to dethrone that. You know what I mean?
Right.
But I feel like Black Panther is a character that's still so many people's favorite character. What is it about that character? There's something else going on there. Yes, it's important for culture. It's important for the culture, with all the things that Christopher Priest was talking about, that Reggie Hudlin has talked about, that in lots of interviews, this what Don Mcgregor, Christopher Priest has said, what they talked about, what Jack and Stan talked about too, right? That's all important as far as what he signifies as a character. But everything behind the scenes, everything involved in the story, everything that's come since, I feel like everyone has handled it with a great deal of care because they know how fans have always connected with it. It's different. You connect with Black Panther differently. There's something beautiful and very powerful that lots of other characters who are awesome. Doctor Strange, an awesome character. It's an awesome character, awesome story. He's an arrogant guy, best surgeon in the world, and his hands get destroyed. That's a great story. It's a great yarn. Beautiful. Have nothing to, but Doctor Strange is not going to change how kids think about themselves. Period. Doctor Strange is not going to change how doctors think of themselves, even if they're very arrogant. Like I can't, not that I can imagine doctor, super arrogant doctor reading Doctor Strange comics and changing, right, their mentality. But people read Black Panther and they're moved. And not a lot of fictional characters can you say that about.
Yeah.
So when you work on something like that, for me, just the sculpture, right? But for someone who's drawn the character, for someone who's written the character, I remember when they announced, for instance, that Ta-Nehisi Coates was going to be writing comics. He's going to write Black Panther. I was like, oh, how did they do that? And then I took, like, literally the next day, I was like, they didn't have to sell him on that.
Right.
Black Panthers, you don't have to convince, even though Christopher Priest, ironically enough, was saying he had to be convinced to do it. I wonder if part of that wasn't like, well, what can I bring to this character? Because you're working on something, I would imagine, you're working on something that people are going to have different levels of connection and feelings about. And that's a lot of power in the creator's hands, the artist, the writer. They have a lot of power in their hands because they're holding a very special audience. But it can also be very intimidating, clearly, because you don't want to mess it up, right? So I think like everything that you guys are doing today, we wouldn't be doing this for a lot of other characters, right? You wouldn't be doing this. You wouldn't have so many people wanting to be part of it. So I think that all that speaks to something else. And in the same way that Spider-Man kind of was lightning in a bottle, at the right character at the right moment to connect with people, I feel like Black Panther is a different kind of lightning in the bottle because it's this beautiful legacy, much like the mantle of the Black Panther being handed down, right? The character itself for creators is something that gets passed from one set of hands to another,
right,
in a way that others don't, because he's always going to be culturally impactful. Even if we lived in a beautiful utopian society where there weren't wars between countries and this and that, it doesn't matter. He isn't just about that. He's about this innate nobility, having all this power, the greatest resources, and still just, and humanity. It's not like they put him on a pedestal and say, oh, he doesn't make mistakes. No. You see what I mean? That it's like, how can you make this character is the epitome of all our best qualities as people, show their flaws because that's part of it, and still keep them there where we all aspire to have that spirit. And I think that it seems like every creator that has stepped into those roles has understood that. And I felt it just making a sculpture.
Yeah, I love the way that you also said, you sort of looked at several various iterations of the character to sort of be inspired to create your own version and tie it in. I thought that was really dope.
I've done pieces based on artist work, and I'm always really, Phill and I have talked about this. If I'm doing a piece that's based on Jack Kirby's work, or, Walt was my next door neighbor at OAX, and I had done a big piece based on one of his characters. He does an independent comic called Ragnarok that I love. It's like a zombie version of Thor. It's awesome. If you've never read it, I really recommend it. When I do a three-dimensional interpretation of a two-dimensional artist, and years ago I did a series of sculptures based on the work of Salvador Dali to celebrate the 100th anniversary of Dali, of his birth, his centennial. If I'm doing something like that, I'm very careful I'm just translating something that's 2D into 3D, right? But I don't want it to be Kirby through the lens of Carlos, or Simonson through the lens. No, that's an insult. It's that artist work. I want to keep true to what they have. Right. But if I'm doing my version, I'm not going to lie and say, I don't want to be you're more of a plagiarist if you don't admit that other artists have inspired you. So when I did this piece, right, I have to be honest about the artists that have inspired it. Even though I'm going to do my own spin on it, I'm not going to rip them off. I don't want to do that, because there's still got to be some of me throughout it. And every part, there's got to be some of me. But I also want to respect the people that blew me away, that inspired me, that I was like, oh my God, nobody thought of doing that. You know what I mean? Like those are the artists that, oh my God, how did nobody think of that? Especially a character. We're talking about a character now, luckily enough, that's had a 60-year run, right? And yet different artists have come in and brought something new. So it's like, well, I got to bring something new, but I also have to be respectful to what's come before.
Hey, Carlos.
And I think that,
Brother Carlos, can you hear me?
There's a different pressure when you do it that way. You know
Carlos,
what I mean?
can you hear me?
I feel like I'm talking way too much. Sorry, I'm dominating. I'm not even letting you guys get a word.
I can hear you. Phil's trying to say something.
No, Carlos. I don't think Carlos.
I don't hear him.
He can't hear me.
Oh, he can't. Yeah, we have some problems with StreamYard. Yeah, go ahead. Let him talk for a second, Carlos.
As I lost my train of thought.
I don't know what he's saying.
So. Carlos, so I don't know what happened.
Oh, he was going to mention panels.
Yeah, but I'll log out and come back in. I'll log out and come back in.
I think what Phil's doing with panels is super exciting.
Yeah, I think he wants you to talk about what you guys are cooking up with panels.
Yeah,
he sent me some things.
I was excited to get some stuff. I didn't have a lot of time to get some stuff down with panels, but I grew up, early days of hip hop. My neighborhood was like a hotbed. So, and I grew up, tagging up all over the place. When I was a little kid, Von Baudet was still alive. Everywhere you look, there were Von Baudet characters. People were tagging up, and I was obviously inspired, doing a lot of stuff. And when Phill started talking about, oh man, I've got some ideas and we're doing something. I don't want to talk about it too much now, but I got some, this the merging of all these different things, because as most inner city kids, for us, we already understood that there were no
Can you hear me now?
lines between album art,
You can't hear me.
graffiti, street music that you hear on the street. Maybe it wasn't getting radio airplay, going to parties, what DJs were doing, comics, B movies, let's say, maybe less than B movies. All these, like, basically, it's so funny because in the fine art world, they'll talk about, like, several decades ago, they started talking about traveler art and folk art and outsider art. It's like, those lines shouldn't exist. You don't have to categorize everything. And I think as soon as Phill started telling me about what panels was going to be like, I was like, oh, of course. That's how we grew up. Those things, of course, influence one another, bleed into one another. There's a reason musical artists pick certain names and will reference certain things. It's so funny because a lot of people don't know what Gorillaz is. They don't know who Gorillaz are. One of the main creative forces behind Gorillaz is Jamie Hewlett. Is one of the greatest comic book artists. A lot of Americans don't know him because he's British, but there's a reason they're drawn. There's a reason they're animated. It's because the dude who created Tank Girl, Jamie Hewlett, like, he was like, I love music. I know musicians. I'm going to bring all this together. And if you look, it's almost like panels if Gorillaz is like a little speck in a very giant picture, Phil's saying, no, don't just focus on these little things. I'm going to pull you back. And where you see how all these things influence one another. And it isn't that one thing is of a culture. There isn't a comic book culture. There isn't a hip hop culture. There isn't a graffiti culture. There's just culture. There's just culture.
Paul, you got to relay what I'm saying.
The beauty
Paul, you got to relay what I'm
how
saying.
they merge. So I was tickled to death to be able to send some stuff. I sent a couple of busts. I did these busts for the OAX and their sculptures that I had done. And then I had them scanned. And originally they were going to be, they could work as individual pieces, but they also work as bookends because I like the way certain character stories connect. So I sent Phill a couple of the Iron Man busts. Oh, I think he's showing one right there. Yeah, there you go. Representing. And I sent some copies of my book. That's a retrospective of some of my earlier work, including quite a bit of comic book stuff, stuff that did for video games and things of the like. And, stickers, keychains, things like that, I would have liked to have sent a piece, but, packing up a piece like this and sending it down, I didn't know if it would make it in time. I wanted to make it one piece. He's showing the book. Thanks, Phill. I got to hire Phill as my PR man, my hype dude. So he's going to have some of that stuff for panels. I wish I could make it down for panels. I got to work on some commissions right now. I'm a little bit behind on a couple of different things. Yeah, that's some Kirby stuff there, the Avengers. I did those. Those are all based on different things that Jack did in his career. In the book I talk about it, like why those in particular. And they work as individual pieces, and they also work like coming together as one unit. I've actually got the Kirby award. You guys want to see
tell
it?
him
You think people might want to see that?
ask, about how people can actually purchase
I don't know what he's saying.
from him.
He wants to know how can people purchase your items?
So I have a website. It's manifestsculpt.com. All run together, manifestsculpt.com. But besides that, I do have a gallery on Comic Art Fans. And they're actually going to be doing a virtual comic book convention called Comic Art Live. If you've never been to it, it's a very cool virtual comic book convention. But you can always reach out to me through my website. There's a place to contact me. You can set up a commission if you want a unique piece. I do a lot of pieces that just occur to me, like the Black Panther, and they are for sale. But that's the easiest way, manifestsculpt.com. I'm also going to be doing the company behind OAX, which is now a public benefit company. The Comic Art Fans, they've turned it into a public benefit company, PBC, and they're going to be doing a show down here in Jacksonville if anybody makes it down to Florida, because they've also been doing the IC3 show. So they're going to be doing on July 11th. I have a couple of tables at that show, which is going to have a lot of awesome independent comic book creators and also conventional comic book artists, and that show is going to be very a very unique experience, because much like IC3, which they run, which Castro has taken over running, it's one day. And what happens is, you know how OAX is a very compressed experience, it makes it very intense, but you feel like you're getting a lot of value in that time. And it gives you a very, I hate to say it, but profound experience. The IC3 show is you have one day. So you're running around and it seems like everywhere you look, because the creators are feeling that urgency as well. Like, we got one day to really move people. I think that this show in Jacksonville, it's going to be big. It's going to be a lot of artists there. There'll be a lot of publishing companies there. And because it's only one day, it's going to be a very positively emotional experience. It's one of those things that, as the momentum starts to build for it, I think people are going to realize that, oh, I got one day to run around. But it makes you wise about your time. And I think that they're also trying to let people know that it isn't like one of these giant conventions where you're just going to stand in line all day to meet somebody. No, this is going to be like constant interactions with different people, with other fans, with the community, with creators, with publishers. And it's a very unique experience. And to do it in one day, I think it's great.
Phill wants to say something.
All right.
I can tell
Translate this for me, Paul. Translate this for me. I know he talked about they can buy items, but tell him to let people know that they can actually get commissioned pieces as well, and what that process is like. Because, you know, seeing it on right now doesn't do it justice, but his work is incredible. But let people understand that they can get commissioned pieces, and ask them, you know, what is our process. I know he said the website, but ask him just a quick, just to run through that about personalized one-on-one commission pieces, and not necessarily pieces that he has already.
He says he wants you to talk about how personalized commission pieces and not just the one-on-one that you offer.
Yeah, so I love doing commission work. I feel like there's something really beautiful, especially as a sculptor, because this is something I talk about on my website, I talk about in the book. Sculpture is different, it just lands differently because you can experience it in a different way. It takes up more space, obviously. You know, you can't throw 100 sculptures in a portfolio. Like some of these guys working around OAX got multi-million-dollar portfolios that, you know, stuff that they collect. That's incredible. You can't do that with sculpture. You're interacting with it. So when I collaborate with someone, but it's not a skill that a lot of people have, right? So a lot of times there'll just be something burning in a person's mind. Like maybe you like a character that nobody's ever done a toy or even a sticker of. And it's just been burning. Like, man, I wish I had a piece. I wish I had a piece. I wish I had a piece. Those are the best commissions to me. Or maybe they've done a version and you're like, that's not it. That's not what I wanted. So when I've gotten those opportunities to work with someone who maybe doesn't feel like their character's ever been done justice, has never been done right, or the way they would have liked to have seen that character, it's like magic, man. It's magical. Because when it's finally with them, yeah, there's a beauty to handing someone a painting or a page. But when you give someone a sculpture, a lot of times they get really emotional. People have burst into tears. And that, I don't take that as a compliment, like, man, you're the best sculptor ever. No, it's not that. It's not that. It's just that they've imagined this thing in their mind forever. And now it exists, and it exists in physical space. So I love those collaborating where people are just like shooting ideas. I want this, I want that. I like these colors, I like those colors. I like this pose, I like that pose. And, you know, they're just talking and I'm sketching in my mind, I'm already drawing. Then I'm drawing. And then it becomes this thing. And some people will tell me, I don't want to see anything until the end. That's the best. Some people say, oh, I want to see sketches throughout or show me, because they're so excited. They're so hyped. They want to see it as it's happening. Either way is fine. I love when they just say, do it. Because then you have that unveil moment where all of a sudden it's in their space and they can look at it or touch it. It's something else.
Well, look, man, your work is phenomenal. People, please check out his website, Manifest Sculpt. It's manifestsculpt.com.
Yeah, just all run together.
Manifestsculpt.com. Check out Panels, which is coming up. We're going to give you more information about that as the show goes on. Carlos, I really appreciate your time and coming out here and sharing your work with us, man.
Thank you for having me on. And
All right.
hopefully,
apologize that I
if
can't
people
hear
can
me. You
make it
can't
to
hear
the
me.
Jacksonville show, I'll have the Kirby Award. I still have the first two castings of the Kirby Award, and a special one that we made for the family that actually I had sculpted Jack, and Castro said, "Oh man, let's reduce him and put him in the."
Is that what it is to your left? Is that what that is?
Yeah. So this is the Kirby Award, and what it is it's Jack's actual drawing table and chair with Kirby Crackle all exploding around it.
That's incredible.
And the idea is I don't know if you can see, probably not. I don't want to like.
Yeah, that's good. You can see the Kirby crackle on it. You can see what's the name on the back? Oh, Jack.
This is Jack and Ross, because this was just the one that we were having the folks take their picture with. Actually, Phill was photographing them. So the name of the award is on this part.
Got the picture
and
up
the name
now,
of the winner
Paul,
is like first day of school, because now Jack's chair is empty. So although it's an award, it's a little bit of a challenge also, because we're telling people, yo, this chair is yours now. You know, it's not just about a little bit of great work. You got to sustain. That's the idea, right? So this is a bit of a challenge. Like, keep doing what you're doing. You're recognized. There's a lot of little clues, and this is storytelling also. And I had sculpted when I was first approached to do the commission, I had sculpted this Jack, because I thought we were going to do Jack as part of the award.
Oh.
And then Costa was like, no. And he had this clear vision of that desk in the studio, because there's just a lot of awesome pictures of Jack in the studio. And so I showed him that, and I was like, man, I'd like to give that to the family. So we scanned my original sculpture, and then we cast it, and we put him in the chair.
That's crazy.
So it's
that's fantastic, man.
Thank you. I love it. Honestly, I had a lot of, there's like things like you talk about bucket lists and stuff like that, but I just had a very clear vision of the awards. But the awards were about those people who were winning, and Costa's vision for the Kirby, but more than anything, Kirby family. And I was like, man, those people need to understand how this man touched my life.
Right.
Right. And so, because I tell people, when I was a little kid, there was Michelangelo and Jack Kirby. Like later on, I was like, okay, there's a lot of other artists, but it's like, that was it for me. And so I had my personal vision was I wanted to hand them the one with Jack in the chair, the family, and Tracy and Jeremy, Jack's grandkids were there.
Right there.
Phill took a bunch of pictures. A lot of people were taking pictures. My wife was taking pictures at that moment and talking to them. Like, I had an out-of-body experience, showing them, oh, okay, okay. There's Tracy right there.
Here we go.
I've had the pleasure of lots of beautiful moments in my life, but that was to say thank you in that way. I don't know what could top that, to be able to say thank you to that family, for all the pleasure, but also all the inspiration that man left behind. There's a saying. I don't want to take up too much time. I know you guys got other things to get to, but there's a saying like, "Don't meet your heroes." And when I was a little kid, I actually met Jack Kirby at a convention, but I was so freaked out that I like ran back to my mom, because my mom would give me, like, conventions back then were like $2 or $5 to go in. My mom would give me a little bit of money, go, okay, go in there. And I came around, like, running around, I was so blown away. It was my first comic book convention. And I came around, and it was Jack Kirby, and I'd seen his picture, so I knew who it was. And I had just bought some Thors, and he said, do you want me to sign those? And I looked at him, and I was so embarrassed. I said, no, and I ran away. And my mom, and I wasn't that kid. I wasn't bashful like that at all. And I went, Mom, Jack Kirby's in there, and he asked me if I wanted to sign these books. And she's like, well, Ann? And I'm like, I came back here to tell you. She's like, go back in there and have them, let him sign those books. So anyway, so I told him that story. When I was talking to them, I was like having an out-of-body experience. And the reality is like everyone that knew him, that met him, nobody had a bad word to say about the guy.
Yeah.
And that says a lot. And when you look, it's kind of funny, because a lot of people say that when he came back in the 70s, right, and he did that run on Black Panther, a lot of people were dismissing it. like, oh, because Don McGregor had done, like Don McGregor's Black Panther is like Sidney Poitier meets Malcolm X.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, and people are like, what's Jack doing? Like, what? He doesn't get it. And I think that what he was saying was, you're missing the point. Like, first of all, this guy is cool, but because he is so far beyond our understanding. Because think about it, what Jack is doing at that same time, Captain America, and he's got Falcon in there, and he's talking about racism. He's talking about a lot of scary things and authoritarian governments. There's a lot. If you go back to the stories, they may seem goofy and bombastic, but there's other stuff going in there. And then he's doing Eternals, like trying to finish that New God stuff. He was doing other types of politics. So I think he looked at Black Panther and said, this dude, first of all, he's a king. Second of all, he brought like this Indiana Jones flavor to him, where it was kind of like, he knows more, he's smarter, he's cooler, he's got technology, but there's weird little things that are just, they seem goofy, they seem wacky, but they're also fun. So when Christopher Priest kind of brought that back, I was like, thank you. Because it isn't, it was so easy to dismiss it. And it was like, oh, Jack's out of step. He's not understanding the power that this character has. And it's like, yeah, but I think he's also understanding something else about this character. Like, there's other reasons he's cool. Because let's face it, when he introduced him, he kicked the Fantastic Four's ass by himself, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, if there's somebody who gets it, this dude gets it. And I think he was trying to show that, like, don't wait. I mean, it's cool, like, but you brought him to the United States to be a school teacher and stuff like that. Like, no, this guy's going all around the world doing whatever the heck he wants, like, finding artifacts and stuff like that. Like, and he knows more about history and science and technology and the underworld and, art thieves and, I don't know. As a kid, I was like, oh, okay. Even though I'd read the Don McGregor stuff, and I was too young to really understand everything that was going on, but I knew what the Klan was, right? I knew what that was about. So, yeah, of course, it was like, oh, this is but it was fun. And I think that that's what he was trying to say. Like, don't just make this guy political. We can do that. And actually, ironically enough, I can do that with Captain America, he was saying. He was doing it with Captain America, just like he had from the time he created him with Joe Simon, right?
Yeah, Captain America's always been a political figure.
Exactly. And people try to say he's not. What's the very first image of Captain America?
Punching Hitler.
Punching Hitler in the face. We weren't even at war yet. Hitler was duly elected leader of another country, and he has the guy punching him in the face.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right.
All right, Carlos. Thank you very much, man.
Thank you so much. Phill, I'm sorry I couldn't hear you, man.
It happens, bro.
He says it happens, bro. It's all right.
I know your voice, so I'm imagining it all in my head anyway.
All right, we're going to take a quick
so
commercial break, and then we'll be right back. Why don't we play one of the episodes from the videos from panels? Let's try that. If I can figure that out, chocolate is gone. I have to remove somebody to do that.
For sure.
If I can. I can't. Oh. Here we go.
Why is it playing like that?
All right, guys. Take care.
All right. Well, there we go.
You all right?
Now I am responsible for doing all of the.
Lord have mercy. Hey, let me say something real quick before we get to the next person. I want people to understand that I'm so mad Carlos couldn't hear me, man, because we had a whole conversation piece I wanted to get to, and man, but I will say this, it's dope that we have so many different people coming from so many different angles, and it's just showing the love that the people have for this character, and just how it just branches out into these different, just these different areas. I know we getting short on time, so who we got next?
Well, look, one of the things that we learn about, particularly from Phill, is that there are layers to collecting in the comic book realm. There's comics, there's trading cards, there's original art, and then there's original art. And that's where we have places like heritage auctions. it is to say clearinghouse would be somewhat reductive, but it is the premier spot for buying original collectibles, and they no doubt also include original art and comics as collectibles. So here to talk to us about it is Mr. Xavier Chavez.
Hey, Zay, can you hear me, dog? Oh, he been funny. I can tell by the way he's moving. He been funny. He got jokes.
I was seriously concerned for a second, but here's your reply.
What's up, Zay?
What's up? What's
man,
up, Phill?
It's good, man. You know you my guy, man. It's been a minute, man. So, you know. So let me say this real quick. I'm gonna give you a quick introduction so people may not know Brother Xavier. Xavier holds a fancy title at Heritage Auctions. He's like the what's the word I want to use? He's the king of swag or something crazy. They just gave him a title just to have him in the building. I've known this brother for a couple of years. Anytime I've asked him for anything, he's always come through. Always come through. Doesn't give me a hard time.
Maybe a hard time.
Well, sometimes, but you know, when me and Khalil came up to Texas and wanted to see some Matt Baker pages, rolled out the red carpet, kicked it afterward, took us out to eat, made sure we all got back to the airport, and you know, I really do appreciate that.
Again,
but
and you can come back anytime, like I've said. So
oh yeah, I'm coming. You know, my brother Antonio works like not too far from you. Can you just let people know what you do at Heritage, brother?
So I'm a consignment director at Heritage, basically, and I specialize with comics and comic art, particularly comic art. And I go through your collection when you want to, let's say, part with some pieces because of either buying something else, which happens a lot, or you're wanting to buy another thing in another collectible market. I basically go through the collection. I let you know what it's a fair market value estimate. And you can ask me any questions about the consignment process, which from beginning to end is fairly simple. We try to make it as easy as possible. And from the point that I receive all the comic art, I go through it. I let you know how it's going to be scheduled. And I put it into sales for you, whether it be a signature sale, which Phill always loves getting the catalogs. I think he's graded some, or he's going to grade some.
So I have the Frazetta one off. That's I don't want people to know. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, you mentioned which one it was. I just said catalogs. And again, and the whole process, I basically guide you through it or hold your hand, whichever one you feel more comfortable with. Some people like the step-by-step process. It's sometimes scary, especially letting go of some of the things that are one of a kind and very special to people. So I help them through the process, and at the end of the day, they either receive a check or they can hold their funds on deposit and use it for other comics or comic art, or maybe a moon rock or some jewelry for a girlfriend or a wife.
Right.
So
so I know when me and Khalil were up there, on one hand, we were up there to see the Baker pieces, but I believe that he was also turning some art in for for that particular process.
And I think it was after he had some of them up for your exhibition. So
yeah. So he had already. Actually, I was coming to pick him up for the exhibit. That's what happened.
That's right.
That's why we met in Texas, because we came to. I met him so that he can hand them over to me personally. So just to say that, he had them J. Scott Campbell, Black Panther covers. I think a lot of times, a lot of people don't know that sometimes art is very expensive. And a lot of people are nervous about sending pieces in the mail, quite, as they should be.
That's great.
And it's crazy that I've had people like me and Khalil like, instead of you mailing it, we'll just meet in Texas. Hey, and what? Oh, there's a cat in 3D. And so long as you're not in the kitchen and the cat's on the kitchen's table or on the stove or something. But
again, I got two cats, so.
Let me ask you this too. So, are you the one that determines the value for the art that comes in? Like, if somebody wants to like trade or to sell, are you the one? Are you the determining factor?
Well, again, I'm not the final say. Most of the time, it's consensus of us all. There's a couple. I want to say a handful of us that have expertise, and again, I don't know everything. My expertise is like, for example, I'm a big Daredevil fan, and I'm a huge modern art collector. So that's kind of my focus. But I do know a lot of the bronze, silver, and golden age stuff. I bring it in all the time, whether it be strip art. Like Crazy Cat Sundays or any type of thing like that. But for example, my colleagues like Joe and Nadia Manarino are more well versed in that area because they've dealt with it for more than 45 years. So
okay.
So it's we all have our expertises and we all bounce off of each other. But at the end of the day, I can say with a good certainty or a lot of confidence that I see a piece and I can tell you, hey, this is probably going to conservatively be in this range. Okay. And again, I have a good percentage of wins in that area. It's not to say that I'm infallible. So I do make mistakes on both sides, on the low side and on the high side, because I've said stuff is going to go for conservatively $50,000 and it's gone for $150,000. So
that's a good conservative.
Yes, that's very good. But I've also said that stuff it's going to go for 25, and sometimes it goes for 18 or 20. And again, it's the market is moved on that artist or on that character, or that piece has been resold several times in the past. That's also a factor. Fresh to market is a big deal. A lot of the pieces that in the last 20 years, since art has just continuously gone up, we've seen some of the pieces be recycled within those 20 years, maybe 3, 4, 5, sometimes 6 or 7 times. It just depends on who's moving the pieces within dealers and art and auction houses. Some people think that it's a good deal, and sometimes they're right, sometimes they're wrong. Again, my personal collection of 50, 60 pieces has been because I've sold about 300 pieces to get to that point. So
okay. Well, let me ask you this. So when we're talking about the way these things move and what comes through there, one thing that comes to mind is I need to come back up there, and we could talk about some of this now, but there's a particular book that there's nobody can find any pages from. And right.
That happens sometimes. So
it happens. So like one of them is Fantastic 452. First appearance of the Black Panther. Speaking of that, I have a project coming out called Finding 52. So of course we got to set up where I'm coming up there talking to y'all about these particular pages and where they may or may not be, because you're one of the experts that can help me on my journey on finding what happened to those. But let me ask you this: is there any CGC news about any Black Panther items or anything that I should know about, or some high sales or anything in particular going on, or is it just?
Again, I can read you some classic highlights, and I can let you know what's currently coming up to the auction in May. It's okay. But for example, starting off with the 52, from my understanding, the only thing that I've ever seen is the unused cover that we sold, which we sold back in 2016, and it was an unused cover by Jack Kirby and Sinop. And at that time, it sold for $131,000. Again, kind of the hype with the Black Panther movie coming out in 2018. So, because that's also the record for Fantastic 452 and 98. At that time, it was in 2016, which I can let you know. I have some of this stuff pulled up, but I have a lot of tabs. So,
so you said that was on there twice?
No, that's only been the unused cover's only been on there once, and we sold it back in 2016. Like I said, with the 9/8, I think they sold within a month apart. the 9/8 Fantastic 452 with the highest it ever sold was $83,650. So
Damn. How many of those do you have? You have any yourself?
Trust me, if I had one of those, I think I'd unfortunately part with it, but I'd get a Daredevil #1 and a 9/8 probably.
Right.
Again, it's just personal taste. I'm a big Daredevil fan, so
No, for sure. So let me. Is there any particular art pieces that are coming up? Like anything that's crazy? I mean,
Well,
I know. Go ahead.
Per se, I mean, I know that there's always nice stuff in the auction, but particularly like I love crazy cats. So there's like 3 crazy cats in this particular auction. There's a Brother Voodoo page in this auction that I brought in. So, but again, apart from that, there's a Schuster cover in this auction, which we already sold the World War II related one in the last auction for just over $1 million. And in this auction, we have him saving a damsel in distress. So, I mean, for certain tastes, this might be a better cover for somebody. So, mind you, the World War II covers are very iconic. So,
right.
But
if somebody wants, so let me ask you this too. So, if somebody, I know people think when people go to buy or off of CGC, I'm not CGC. What the hell am I talking about? People going to buy off of Heritage. They have to be. There's a whole process. You just can't go on there and click and buy. You have to. I don't want to say be a member. It is being a member, don't you?
You have to register with us, and you have to open an account or account because you'll get a client number, and it'll be accessed with your email or your username, and you'll have to create a password. But to bid, you also have to associate a credit card with your account. So once you do that,
it has to be attached. It has to be attached. I know that because I think one time I got on there and it was like it wouldn't let me do something or whatever because I think I didn't finish something or I put the wrong information in there per se. If people want to get the catalogs, don't they have to buy like a certain amount of items first or have purchased things or whatever?
Well, if you win an invoice in a previous signature auction, I'm pretty sure that you get the next signature catalog as a hey, here you go, look what's coming up next kind of thing. But if you spend regularly, yes, you definitely get the catalogs sent to you. So, but if you don't spend regularly and you just want to have a copy of them, you can also order them off of client services and they'll send them to your house for I think the catalogs cost $50 each. So
damn, they cost 50.
Yeah, they cost they have the price on the back. So
I ain't never looked at the back.
I ain't never looked at the back. They say how much they cost. So.
Yeah, so for those who don't know, in all honesty, the catalogs are 100% worth it. They're you look at them, it's almost like something you would just actually go and buy from the store. Like it's like buying like a photo book of comics and graded items. Like it's an incredible piece. Like even after the sales are done, you can still go back and look at them and enjoy them and reference them. I mean, they're done so well. Just even the way they're written, like it's an amazing thing. It's an amazing piece. It's like a premium piece to have, in my opinion. Like it's not a throwaway item.
In some cases, it's like a tabletop
for sure. For sure.
For example, when the Promise collection came out, I know a lot of people ordered them just to have the reference of the whole Promise collection, for example. So
right. Zay, man, I appreciate you coming on. We like running so behind schedule, my brother.
Again, I'm more than happy to put you back on schedule. So I'm here to just say hi, basically answer any questions anybody asks.
Right.
answer any question.
Let me ask you this: if people want to reach you, if people want to hit you up, can you give them your Instagram page? Because you post stuff all the time on Instagram. And like I said, Zay's one of them individuals, man. My nephew's name is Xavier, and we just call him Zay. So I'm just used to saying Zay. So
everybody calls me X.
So X is one of those individuals that you hit him up, he'll give you an honest response. He's good people. He's not going to yank your chain, man. So if you could just tell him where they can find you out on social media, and people, please check the brother. He's a good brother.
Well, you can always look me up on Heritage, of course, but my social media on Instagram is one of the things that I post, and it's connected to my Facebook. I go on my Facebook regularly, but not as much as I do on my Instagram, which is Comic Art X or Comic Art Xavier Instagram. And again, my direct email is always, you can search me up on the Heritage website, but it's very easy. It's xavierc@ha.com. And like Phill says, I'm always happy to answer any questions. No strings attached or anything like that. I always love looking at art, and he's one of the people that can tell you the most. All you got to do is pull the string, and I can talk for hours. So,
for sure. Zay, I appreciate you, bro. And if you get a catalog, when you open it up, he got a little picture in one, like on the first or second page with the rest of the people in the suit.
With all the consignment directors, I should be the first. Usually, I'm the first one in the second row because it goes alphabetically. So
maybe, Zay, I appreciate you, big dog, and thank you for taking the time and coming on here. And I'll be hitting you up about coming up there because we got to do this Final 52 piece.
Again, happy to see you here, man. And happy to be on. Always happy to help.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Thank you for coming on, Xavier.
Have a good day.
All right. So, who do we got next?
Zay's a big. I need people to understand that Zay's a big dog too, y'all. Y'all gotta know Zay's a real. There's a lot of money goes through this dude's hands with these books and this art. So that's a good friend to have in the business, y'all. And he's really, really good people. And he took a brother out to eat.
Really quickly, as I said, we have different layers to collecting. There's a brother in our community who has exposed all of us to one of those layers, and that's international collecting. It's one thing to have a Fantastic 452. It's an expensive book, but you can get it. It's another thing to have a Fantastic 452 from Turkey. Where there's only a limited portion of those books out. And because they're kind of viewed as cheap materials, throwaway newspaper periodical type things, they're usually in poor condition. So finding one in good condition is even rare. Here to talk to us about that is Mr. Foreign himself, Robert Fordham. Oh, where's my applause? There we go.
Put the gloves on.
You are muted, sir.
You're muted. You're muted. You're muted. You're
Unmute
muted.
yourself before you put on the gloves.
He may not be able to do it.
You're still muted.
Still muted? Am I good? Am I good now?
You're back. Oh, wow.
We got that echo. You might have 2 StreamYards open.
Yeah, turn the mic off. Turn the mic off.
He's good now. He's good now.
You're good.
I'm good?
Yes. Yeah. What's up? Right. What's up, man? Hey, yo, let me tell y'all real quick. This is my guy too, man. Everybody on here is family, man. This dude has been up to me. He's been up my way, man. Me and this guy, when I did the show with the Locks with Jada and them, he was with me. He was on stage with me. You'd have thought this dude was getting ready to perform or something. This my guy. And when it comes to these foreigns, I'm just going. You know what, Brother Robert, Mr. Passport, can you please explain what a foreign? The difference between the foreigners and the domestics are for those who don't understand.
All right. So for me, the thing of I look at it as additions versus variants. Okay. You think of like the Bible, right? You have it in English, you have it in Hebrew, things like that, but it's still the first edition. So for the prospective countries, it's their version of our U.S. editions.
Did you have a second camera you need me to put on the screen?
Yeah, I had a book camera, but I think I might just do it the regular way. I think I might
Yeah,
just
it'd probably be faster that way. There you go.
Yeah. Let me just do this.
I can add your second camera if you want.
There we go.
You can make that big. Yeah.
There you go.
So, like, this is the version we know, right? First edition, first print. And then, this is the foreign
Pantera
edition.
Negra. What country is that from?
This is from Italy. Yeah, Italy. No, I'm sorry.
That's Spanish.
Spain. Euro Spanish. So this is the version that I found in my constant talking to other people in other countries. I got this book because, I like this run initially.
And let's say this too, for those who don't know about the forums, you're not necessarily going to grab them from a store. You literally almost have to know somebody from one of these other countries or something of this particular nature, or there's particular groups where people, these type of things take place.
Can you hear him? I think Robert's frozen.
I think Robert's froze.
Oh, wow.
That's
and
right.
he's.
So while Robert's froze, I got a couple forums here too. Let's do this. You back, Rob?
No, he's not.
He's froze. Well, I'll discuss what the foreigns are too. So the thing is, the foreign market is just comics that are from a totally different market altogether. So for instance, you may have your domestic version that came out, but then you'll have a Brazilian version or a Pakistani version or a Spanish version. They don't come out at the same time. So usually those come out later. There was one instance where Wonder Woman is it 206, the first appearance of Nubia. The foreign edition actually predates the domestic edition. So one of the foreign editions is actually the first appearance versus the domestic version. And that's sort of it's crazy because that would mean that's the one instance where the foreign edition should be worth more than the domestic edition. So while we're doing that, I'm gonna show. Here's a copy of my Fantastic Four 52. It's a pretty decent copy. And then you'll see here, I believe this is one of my German copies of Fantastic Four 52. I could be wrong if I'm saying what country it's from. I'm saying the wrong thing. I apologize. I'm not trying to be ignorant. I think this is one of this Italian. I don't know what this is. Another totally different language. And I got 3 of these. I'm tripping.
Yeah, you taking too long. Let's bring Robert back and have him.
You should have just brought him back right away, dog. Let's go. I was trying to.
You were stalling or something. I don't know what you were doing. Robert, let's cut to it, man. Get to the books, man. Stop making us wait. I want to see the heat. Bring the heat, bro. What you got?
All right, so everybody knows the Jack Kirby #1, right? It's the one everybody knows.
Domestic version.
Right? So when you go down this path, you learn that, in the UK, you have the Pence copy, right?
Okay.
Yes,
now this was created in the reference of Europe being a smaller country and the UK being a smaller country. So this has a much smaller print run, right? So when you think of this, when you want to think about scarcity, you can't say the word scarcity to me and be literal, like, oh, it's 1,000 copies. When we start talking about under 100, it's kind of one of those things where you're talking about just 10% of the population in the country. Pences are kind of more rare for that, right?
Now we think
I
of
love,
this.
I love how you have your books in Mylar and you're still wearing the black gloves. I mean, that's just.
I don't like fingerprints. That's all.
Even on the
now
Mylar.
this one's from Greece.
Wow.
Cabanas Hellas. Now you thought about the Pence was rare. I've only seen this book pop up probably three or four times in the past 6 years,
Nice.
roughly. And this is the number one. Same thing. You still got the Solomon's Frog, right? But then you start getting something like this.
Some color variations there, though. Yeah. Wow.
Now this
Completely
one,
different design.
this one's done by an artist that's still alive. His name is Lopez Espy, and he did his own. They just let him do his own thing, right? So for this, you have the full image of the Solomon's Frog, Black Panther going to reach for the frog, and then you have these people in the background that they changed, right?
Right.
What country is that?
This is Spain.
Okay.
So this is what I mean by, like, when you think of a foreign set, it's the same interior guts as the original, but then you have a different cover. They let the local artists have some work to do something different than the original Jack Kirby, right? So that's kind of where they make their money. Now the thing about this is that, for that one that Phill put up, that was the Italian FF52. Now this is La Prensa.
With La Prensa.
This was printed within the same month of the original. Now
Okay.
you want to talk about going down a rabbit hole of trying to find those pages. Who was to say they didn't accidentally send the FF52 to Mexico and they printed it? So this would be the first place I would check, Mexico, because it's printed within the same month, April 30th, 1967.
Some good information, Robert. You shouldn't have said that shit on camera. You should have told me that earlier.
Wow. I can't believe you just dropped that. I mean,
yeah, I'm about to go. I'm about to go out to Mexico first, huh? Jesus Christ.
Let's go, vacation. Let's go. So for this, even for the Black Panther in the image, you have, you try to give him a face in the blackness or whatever. But then I have the Swedish one too, the same Nordic country that you have, but this is a different title. This says the Awesome Four, not Fantastic Four. Right? But then if you go to Italy, they have now personally, I love this cover more because it has more detail of T'Challa, right? They made him super big, all the detail in the world, right?
Right.
The cape, the shiny. You want to make sure you showcase in front of the full moon.
Yeah.
Now this is the first edition, right? And this is magazine size. You can tell just from the size of it, right? It's a fraction of the size. It's big.
Yeah, I dig that one.
But then they had the audacity to come out with a second edition. Now this one, he made them super huge, right?
Now, what country is that?
This is Italy. This is edition lugs, that little seal in the corner. Now this is where they kind of gave you the first edition. This one has a Fantastic Four stories in it. It's like 5 stories in this one. This one has 2. It's just a FF52 and a 53.
Wow. I actually wouldn't mind getting that. So you're going to have to help me find that.
Now to keep going down that rabbit hole, right? Now this one I could take out of the bag. I know what you're thinking. Why am I showing Planet of the Apes on a FF52?
I know the answer. Like, go ahead.
All right. Hence the black gloves, right? This one has a poster that's intact on the inside.
Now, is that an advertisement for something?
No, it's literally a poster. It's sending you to Avengers 73.
Huh.
Now, this is an Australian Newton comic, right? Australia still prints in English, so it's not like it's a foreign language or anything like that. But I know for this, is like I got this just because of the poster. And this is the only poster. This is the only Black Panther poster that came in this series of books.
Huh.
And to find these with the poster still intact is equally as hard. I put that down. Now, we early on we had, Mr. Cowan was on. which I'm glad I didn't have to go behind any of the legends. But that four issue series that Mr. Cowan had in the 90s, this one was printed in Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Cover crazy.
2 stories in this one, and then 2 stories in the second one, right? And for those of you that like to see the inside, right there, you see the credit. Give him the credit in English, Mr. Cowan. Now these are equally.
I love those covers.
Yeah, and this is his art on the cover.
Yeah, that's the cover. That's the art from Marvel Fanfare.
Exactly. And he put it on the cover. Now, the thing about foreign editions is that sometimes they'll give you the better cover than the original. So a lot of times you'll get that offshoot cover that you're like, man, I need that. Now, I know what some people are thinking, like, man, I wonder if there's any modern covers, right? Now, this is a more of a current one. I got this one because, it has that original tiger in the back, full detail, panther in the back, full detail. But then they gave you this metal plate as a collector's item on the back where you could like hang it on the wall. You don't have to worry about putting your book on the wall. It's equally.
So that's a foreign reprint with
Yep. Modern. It has a barcodes and stuff like that. Same story on the inside.
It's like a foreign facsimile. Okay, I got you. I didn't know they did that with the foreigns too. But go ahead.
Huh?
I didn't know they did that with the foreigns too.
Looks like something you get at Hobby Lobby.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Now I am going to want to pivot a little bit because I know you guys are short on time.
Very short, but this is cool.
Yeah. All right. So I shared this one before. Eric Killmonger. This is the only printed image of him in the Black Panther costume. They didn't print this anywhere else. No comic issues. He was either in the Vegeta looking costume, but they never showcased him in the costume on any cover. This is the only one. Now this is a UK magazine. This is Titan Comics. They had one of him in this, and Chadwick Boseman on another. And that one is it was a twin set. You got the one, and then you got this one.
I've never seen that before.
Yeah, me neither.
So if you see this one, your best bet is to grab it because this is the only time he's printed with this costume.
I feel like your entire presentation is one that we should have behind closed doors. Because I know some of these BCL members, they're already on the internet looking for that.
Oh, don't worry. You have to come to me first to find it. So, but anyway, now this one does not share. Like I said, when they did a different cover, they did not share the same. Now, as you can see, Black Panther's colored like he has on a leotard and some boots, but they didn't color him totally in black. But believe it or not, Jungle Adventure. This is Jungle Action 6, first Killmonger. The interior panels in here.
T'Challa's real light skin on that.
Yeah, he is. Made him look like Tarzan, right? They said it earlier.
Right, and he got what he got on. So the brother got on the boots, shorts, and the helmet and the gloves.
Now this one's called. Now this is French Canadian. Now the thing about this is that if you look right here along the spine, it was torn. It was torn from a binded copy, right?
Okay.
Now I do have a second one, but I'm showcasing this one just because it's already in a Mylar, and I have the other one and going to get graded, right? But this is first Killmonger. Now I'm pivoting because this is Australia. Now, me and Phill talked about this one earlier. This is Australian Yafa. Now this one, the thing about Australia is that they do this where they don't like running the same book twice for different reasons, like second edition, first edition, or whatever. So they decided to do another run in a magazine size. Now these are done 3 years apart. This one is done in 1973, which this is the first edition. The second edition was 1978.
Nice.
Same cover, different titles. Killmonger on the front.
What was the reason again? You said because they don't like to run the same thing twice, or what were you saying now?
When they don't want to, if whatever book size was being ran, they don't like changing back to the original size of the first one, right? So this is like a digest size, like a Jet magazine size, and this is a magazine size.
Okay.
So that's why when I talked to you, I was like, I kind of need that for the duality of showing the two.
For
So
sure.
that's what this is.
For sure.
I appreciate your presentation, man. Thank you.
Now, the last but not least, just because we had the clan on here, right? Remember I told you about print runs. I got the Pence copy.
And that came out when that actually came out. The Pence copy did.
Yep. Now this is the first one I've ever read, right? So I got this one. Now I have this. I have the original US. I have the Pence.
Nice.
And for original art, I actually got it commissioned by a guy in Jakarta, Indonesia. This was done in ballpoint pen. Keep that in mind.
That's insane.
Remember those black light posters back in the day?
Yeah.
Everything he did on here is in ballpoint pen.
Wow. That's dope. That's super dope. Hey, go back to the one that had the first Pence, the one Pence you just showed. Now, question, because you had a little starburst up there. That's not a price variant Pence, is it?
Pence.
I know
UK
it's
Pence.
but so remember when some books were 25, they try to do a couple of 30, but they do a little start. So it's not nothing like that. That was just like an option they did for just going around the number. Okay, I'm just checking.
Yep. And last but not least, I was saving this for last on purpose, right? Now, this is the one that everybody knows, the Marvel Premiere 52, right?
Yep.
Now, the one thing I found out is that in Indonesia, they have things called Indonesian bootlegs, where they would have the stories, but it was not licensed by Marvel. Now, this one is exceptionally special. This has the same story as this one. Same panels, same pages. Only difference is that, as you can see, there's no black people in this one, by the way. Zero. He never takes his mask off. The lady in here is white. Well, Indian, I'll say that.
So they went and drew to the story, but drew totally different art to the story.
Same panels, panel for panel. And then it's like, this is called an Indonesian bootleg with Black Panther. Now, this one was exceptionally harder because, like they said, they use it for the linings of a bird cage or wherever they put their dog, or just kind of use it for kindle for a fire, whatever it was. But you can even see from the tape.
It was a throwaway after you read it.
Huh?
It was a throwaway after people read it.
Yeah. And the thing I laughed about this is that this was done in 1984, right?
Right.
And then on the back, you have the House of Mouse on the back, which I find equally as ironic.
Right.
But it's unlicensed. There's no Marvel. There's no Marvel nowhere in here.
Right. That's ill.
And my last little set that I like to share. My man, Mr. M'Baku. Now, this is the second one after Killmonger, right?
Okay.
French Canadian. This is the La Prensa run. Mac Division is a small division that came after La Prensa. This one has a non-canon story in it, where Black Panther showcases new powers or whatever. I haven't translated yet, but from what I'm hearing from the collectors in that area, that he had ESP, like he was able to manipulate whatever the next move was of his opponent beforehand. This one is La Prensa before,
I don't have that one.
His first appearance. Now, this one's exceptionally special because this is a file copy. Studio drawn HNG. This is the one they did not put out on the show floor. This one was kept in the office.
Nice.
Thanks to my brother Otis. He found this one for me.
Nice.
I got this from him in Pittsburgh.
That's right.
This one's huge as well.
All good things come through here. Like when you come by my way, good things happen. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
And then another one, I have this one too. Now, I laugh about this one was, you can see the color sets with the yellow cover and a dinosaur and Killmonger. And in Mexico, they changed the whole color.
I'm not mad at that blue background, though.
So when it comes to some of these things, it's definitely something where you get real. You can go down a rabbit hole so deep that sometimes you try to pull yourself out, but then you keep going down. You're just like, you know what? I might as well just keep going. But I fell in love with foreigns because it gives you that one up of not everybody's going to have it. If it's not for original art, foreign comics will give you that edge of saying, like, I went a step further. And not only that, but I ventured outside of a comfortable zone of dealing with people in country and currencies and terms of war and stuff like that too. So it's like a lot of things it's hard to get your hands on, but at the same time, it's a matter of luck and timing. So, even for foreign art, I had this done by the same dude that did that ballpoint pen. He gave this to me as a freebie because he had it.
Okay.
That's fire, dude.
This almost feels like the tattoo paper. You know how you put water on it and you're able to put on your arm? It's real flimsy.
Right.
I'm too tempted to try it, but I thought it was cool.
Don't try it, dog.
And some of the offshoots, I got this as a freebie too.
Oh, Daredevil 52.
It's a classic.
All right. Well, Robert, we appreciate you coming through and sharing your collection, man. Where can people find you if they need to reach out to you, like myself, who's about to ask you how to get some of these books?
On IG, I am Rob's Comics 81. I normally post stuff that I really like or whatever, original art, or even sometimes a couple of foreign books if I feel spicy. But it's something where I'll help anyone, especially if I can help them find something that gives you that one thing that you can't part with. So I know for me, it's a labor of love. It's never been for a large profit. It's always been that one part of saying, I know a different way of collecting that keeps it interesting. Just when you think you have it all, kind of just
hard. That one's hard.
Go right down that rabbit hole. This is Japan.
That one's hard.
This has who is Black Panther. It has introduces Black Panther 1 through 6, which that means this has the first Shuri in there, and Fantastic Four 52 and 53. Now this is the big boy.
That's the thicker boy. Okay.
And remember, if you get this one, make sure it has this little thing down here, the slip cover, the Obi.
Yes,
that means it's complete. If it doesn't have this bar right here, it's not complete.
That's the same with buying Japanese records. You want to get that piece on there. Hey, I want to say, brother Fordham, we appreciate you. And for those who don't know, the foreign comic game is a big deal. It's a niche within a niche within a niche, but there's a lot of good players in it, and Robert happens to be one of them. Like I said, it's a brother. He's been at my crib, so he's good people. And he's thrown me alley-oops. I've thrown him alley-oops. If you want knowledge on the foreign game, look no further than Mr. Passport himself, because there's nobody's knowledge, in my opinion, that surpasses his knowledge in knowing these type of things. So, and
the sad part is this is the tip of the iceberg. Yeah. Black Panther is just one of the characters.
Oh, for sure.
Well, thank you very much, Robert. Appreciate you, man.
Appreciate you, bro. Hit me up, man. You might need to come up next week.
Definitely. Draft. Let's go.
Let's get it. That's what I'm talking about.
All right. Let's I got one more commercial I want to play here, and then we'll bring on our next guest. Let's check this out. That did not work.
That's all right, brother.
This is why this is not my job.
Go ahead. Here with Johnny the Jr., artist of the Black Panther run with the great Reggie Hudlin. Would you please tell us about your experience with working on that book and your feelings about the Black Panther? It's 60th anniversary this year.
The effect that character had is not, I don't think it's completely in totality
That's how it goes.
Felt because of when it was created. Think about this, 1967. Two Jewish kids from Brooklyn Stan Lee and Jack Kirby come up with one of the most iconic characters in history, Black Panther. How ironic was there was the Black Panthers, not related in any way, but Jack Kirby and Stan Lee come up with Black Panther, a king from Africa. This is genius. And now look what it's done 60 years later. I got a chance to work on it with Reggie Hudlin. Reggie was a fan of the character, and he said, I think he's full of shit, but he said he was a fan of my artwork. Nicest guy in the world, and he's brilliant, genius. What was fun about it was I was worried about designing the characters. How am I going to come up with something original? Jack Kirby did everything great. Then I started printing out reference on tribes in Africa. I don't have to design anything. These cultural images, they were perfect. I just stole everything from these great cultures.
That's how you made the style for the Dora Milaje.
Exactly.
Ended up being in the movies.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
And the fact that we were going to turn them into females, which I think Reggie said, let's make them female bodyguards, make it different. And then I just designed them. And I hate to say that I stole it from the African culture. I stole it. Just beautiful imagery. That was the fun part, because after being terrified that I was going to screw up somehow and insult people, I just took it off the internet, every beautiful image you could imagine. And it was one of the most wonderful experiences I've ever had in my career.
And here we go.
We back.
I love having Geoffrey Thorne on the channel, man. Geoffrey, you're muted, brother. Ladies and gentlemen.
That was good purpose, because I was yelling 5 seconds ago.
We're gonna turn it up a notch with 3 of just some of the best Black Panther writers of all time. Mr. Geoffrey Thorne, Mr. Bryan Edward Hill, and Mr. Jed Mckay. I'm trying to do all the sound effects. This is not my job. Our producer had to leave, so I'm doing double hats, triple hats. But I appreciate all you gentlemen joining us. I have to pull up some things that I can't find, but that's all right. We're gonna make everything work. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. Let's start with your resume. You have worked on what I considered the best Black Panther one-shot of all time, King of Black Panther.
Nonsense, but thank you.
Well, I mean, I say that. I said, past tense, what I've considered, but now you've got competition with the man right below you, Jed Mckay, who wrote Avengers 20, and I'm like, I've just got competition. Which one's better? I don't know.
Well,
I mean, I'll step down. I'll happily take second place, Jeff.
No, nobody can hold a candle to see Wakanda and die. Nobody can touch that. So we're all like, that was the greatest.
True. Jason Aaron, knocked the park out of that one. And then we've got Mr. Bryan Edward Hill. Sir, you've written Killmonger and redefined the nemesis of the Black Panther. You most recently just finished up your run with Ultimate Black Panther, a re-envisioning of the character, an ultimate version. We don't talk about the other ultimate version because it kind of sucked. But yours was far, far, far better. And definitely enjoyed that. So, the question I have for all 3 of you, what do you feel is the significance of the Black Panther as a character in comics?
I mean, that's very broad. Do you mean just the phenomenon of him existing in the world?
His impact, how relevant is he? How important is he in the realm of comics?
Important. Well, for the
if
time
you want
in
to do
which
it from a
came
perspective of you personally, you can do that as well.
For the time in which Stan and Jack brought him out, he was one of a kind. He exhibits zero stereotypical characteristics. Wakanda itself had some minor stereotypical issues, But the Panther was somebody you had not seen before, really, in any comics anywhere. I think it opened the door a lot of ways. It proved that money could be made with that kind of a character focus, which had really never been tried outside of All Negro Comics 1, which is its own TED Talk by itself. And I think it allowed for a little bit more flexibility in an industry that was somewhat hidebound when it came to minority characters. Marvel, in general, was forward thinking on that. I think largely for financial reasons, not for any particular social differences than anybody else. They were just like, there's money on that table, we want it. But I think that phenomenon, I think it opened a lot of doors. And there were several failed attempts in both companies. And the Panther, for whatever reason, stuck. I think he just had that it factor that I think people chase but can't really create on purpose.
Jed, I want to hear from you.
Yeah, I mean,
you've actually never written a Black Panther title that I know of, but you in your Avengers run had him as one of the Avengers, along with Cap Falcon, Captain America, and Storm. But you know, after his most recent runs where he sort of fell from grace, no longer being king, etc., you had the sort of enviable task of building him back up in the comics.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, rock bottom is kind of my favorite place to pick up a character.
Yeah.
You know, it's what we did with Moon Knight. It's what we did with Black Panther in Avengers. But as far as like my affection for T'Challa and Black Panther, like why I think he's such a great character, I think it's just the simple fact that he's like, outside of, you know, the significance of him being like, you know, the black superhero, it's just the fact that he's not just that. Like, he's a character who stands on his own as, you know, the coldest dude in the world, and that's what I think is really interesting about it, because he's not a character because whenever he turns up, it's like it's an issue thing or whatever. It's like, no, like, here's a character who is incredibly cool at whatever he does. And I think that's where he succeeds so well, because he can encompass kind of anything you need him to do in a story, while also being, you know, like I said, a minority character, a black character representing in superhero comics. And I think that's, for me, what's really interesting about him.
Yeah, you had some lines where in the first issue of your Avengers run, you listed him as saying, the most dangerous, why is he joining the Avengers? Sam Wilson's like going to Captain Marvel, why are you having that guy join the Avengers again?
He's the most dangerous man in the world.
Most dangerous man alive.
Which I don't think I came up with that. Isn't that what they called him?
Yeah, it was a run.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Bliss and Sean Martin, bro. But,
yeah, okay.
You know, I gotta tell you, I did yell out loud when I read that line. I fell out. Like,
well, because it's an awesome title. Like, it's so good. Like, if you can have that name for your character, if that can be their epithet, then like you're set. You've got it made, because it tells all the stories you need to know.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
I finally have found my photos. Mr. Bryan Edward Hill, every hero has to have a nemesis. You have to have that foil, someone that you can put the mirror up to and say, this is how this person is different, in order to redefine the character. Now, Killmonger has been early established as his nemesis, along with, obviously, Claw, Dr. Doom, etc. But Killmonger especially, in terms of their backgrounds, power sets, etc. It always perplexed me when I read Jungle Action how T'Challa and Killmonger would fight, and T'Challa's supposed to be enhanced with this heart-shaped herb, and Killmonger was still able to beat him, or at best fight him at a standstill. And you were able to redefine why that was. Did it perplex you? Is that what intrigued you to do it? What was the motivation behind that? Can you hear me, Bryan? Is he
Bryan.
frozen?
No, he's not frozen. His eyes are moving.
He's watching YouTube.
Let's see.
Bryan.
Bryan. Oh, he's messaging.
I don't think he knows he's on. Let's clown him real quick.
All right, we'll skip it for a second. Let me message him.
Am I?
Can you not
Well, no one's
see
asking
us?
me questions, though. I can't see anybody.
Oh,
Everyone can
shit.
see and hear me, but I don't hear anybody.
Oh, that's weird.
I mean, I could just like play a beat and freestyle. You know,
Oh, my
that's like
God.
what you want. I mean, I could just throw a jam on.
That's
You
too
can't
funny.
hear us?
And spit some bars. But yeah,
Can you hear me, Bryan?
Screen with the countdown in the top, but I don't see or hear anybody else.
Oh wow,
Is he not in the studio?
he's there. I see him.
Okay.
Can he see our messages?
Yes, he can definitely see that.
Let me tell him to log out and come back in.
Oh, we could have some fun though.
I'm not going to torture Bryan like that.
Oh, that's the fun of this stuff. That's what
I mean,
glitches are for.
I wanted to hear the freestyle, but
Yeah, no shit. I'm gonna make him dance for us. Oh shit. Anyway,
All right, let's move on. Jed, you wrote Ghost Panther. I think that is your one Black Panther, so to speak, book that you did.
yeah, that was early days in my career.
That was
Back in
really
the,
early.
Infinity Warps days.
nah.
Bryan, can you hear us now?
I can hear you. I can't see anybody, but I can hear you. We got progress.
Okay.
Oh wow. All right, Bryan. What the question that we were asking you is?
Yes.
I'll skip that question and go to another question. What do you feel is the significance of the Black Panther to you?
Well, the Black Panther is a very special character. He's,
oh God!
many people have said that the Black Panther.
I mean, look, like there are very few characters of color who have had, that many kind of years on the field and have spread out and meant something to so many people, right? So for me, I'm audience first always, man. Like, so the specialness of the character for me was the understanding that so many people are invested into the character. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so that's really like what keyed me into it. And then the Afrofuturism and obviously what it means for like the pop cultural perception of Black intelligence, Black leadership, Black stoicism, all these different things, right? So it's like this intersection of these various things that I'm personally interested in and want to put forward, and that's kind of how I see it.
Do you find any difficulties in writing the character?
Sure, but not like I think because of T'Challa specifically, as much as it's always difficult to write kings. I think it's always difficult to write people at the top of a pyramid. Like in a way, like Peter Parker is kind of easy to write, right? If you're doing classic Peter Parker, because all you got to do is have him be late for a date, and he has to save somebody from a burning building, and then the girl doesn't want to call him back, right? Then you got to, you're halfway down the line to a Spider-Man story, For T'Challa, it's you've got the idea of being the leader of Wakanda, the king of Wakanda, and you want to get him on the field. And so it's a little trickier, I think, in that way to kind of manage the largesse of Wakanda, but also tell like a personal story about T'Challa.
Yeah. What about for you, Jed? Was it difficult finding that voice for the character?
I mean, not really. I had a very specific slice of the T'Challa experience in Avengers, because he's he's there within the context of being an Avenger. There's very little of like, oh, is he going to be king? Is he going to be not king? What are the difficulties of Wakanda, etc. Because that's solo title stuff. And at the time the book was coming out, he had a solo title, which is why that was one of like the 4 costume changes we had in Avengers by like the 3rd issue. So in the context of having T'Challa on the Avengers, I didn't really have a lot of difficulty with his voice, which is why I liked writing him so much. He was a character I felt like I knew what I liked about him, and I knew what I liked about how he would fit into a story and how he would drive a story and how he would interact with other characters. In that, he's got his undeniable strengths and he's got his foibles, and playing those off the other characters was, some of the most fun in putting that book together.
Yeah. What about you, Jeff?
I mean, I enjoy writing him. He's a perpetual flex from my point of view. I see the guy as a character in constant restraint. So as a result, it's easier to, in the sense of he has utmost discipline really at all times outside of, let's say, him and Shuri at the kitchen table. That would be the only time that the hair comes down at all, right? Every time he's outside of the palace, essentially, he's on. And he has to watch what he does, what he says, what the repercussions of it. That's a lot, But in terms of writing dialogue, certainly in actions to some degree, it's measured. It's always got to be measured because he's thinking, I'm speaking for my nation. What will be the repercussions of my actions on my home base, which Priest established is really his central concern. Like everything is second to making sure Wakanda is cool, everything. So for me, it's fun to write a character of that level of kind of purity in a way. He does have corners and edges and shadows and stuff, but it's all filtered through familial generational duty, right? And I always thought the introduction of Shuri was actually a fun thing, because you could have a person who's always the prince but never the king, and you have a person who has to actually be the king, and the two of them bouncing off each other. I always thought would be kind of fun, and I've had that fun. I think he's fun. Plus, like, it's like writing Thor, it's like writing a character that it's just like, well, he can just kind of like go off, be creative, right? Opposite of Peter Parker, where there is such an adherence to sort of physical, regular guy reality that you run the risk of you can overplay your hand very easily with a character like that, because he has to seem naturalistic. With I've never met anyone like T'Challa, so I'm making him up when I'm writing him, because never met a human being like that.
Here's the thing. I don't know if you guys got a chance to see it. We had Christopher Priest and Don McGregor on earlier today. Priest said something interesting. He's like, he doesn't really consider T'Challa to be a superhero. He's like, he's a king. There's very specific imperatives of being a king. I mean, even alluding to the fact that in from certain perspectives, he has some villainous tendencies. He lies like a lot. Like, he's deceptive. I wouldn't say lie as much as he is deceptive. As one of his abilities is, he's a manipulator. He tries to think 5 steps ahead, so he governs facts to reach an outcome that he's looking for. And I pointed out that one of the storylines I would have loved to have seen is an expounding on Reggie Hudlin's storyline of Black to the Future, where T'Challa, in being married to Storm, decide to ultimately just take over the world because they had all this power. Storm being the most powerful mutant, and then T'Challa having all this power with Wakanda, and they said, let's just clean up the world. Let's just take out all the villains and take over the world, and we'll do peace through superior firepower. I would love to see a storyline where he is viewed as a villain along those lines, because he had to break a lot of eggs.
But think Priest is right. Like, so what you're really getting into is kind of like the postmodernist idea of what these comic book characters are, right? And every Marvel Comics character isn't a superhero.
Yeah.
You know, they're not always serving that function. Sometimes you just have big genre stories, right? So, like, T'Challa can perform heroic deeds, and often / usually does, but I don't think he has the same gravitational pull towards superhero that other characters normally would. You know, I mean, this is kind of a brutal oversimplification, but you know, you look at like Frank Herbert's Dune, for instance, right? Like, you know, Paul Atreides can do heroic things, but he's not necessarily a hero. If you really look at like the prose version of Atreides, and I don't know what Villeneuve's going to do in the third movie, but I imagine he's going to touch base with that a little bit. And I do think that there's some potential there, you know, to kind of explore him in that way. Because he does exist in this kind of postmodernist, beyond Save the Cat paradigm, you know, like genre stories within the Marvel universe that aren't necessarily superhero stories in the Marvel universe.
I like to see Jed explore it because of what you did with Moon Knight, though. Like, Moon Knight is servant of Khonshu, right? So, like,
begrudgingly, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, he's a superhero, but he has an allegiance that is not visible, that the average person would not know exists. And sometimes he's going to break left when you expect him to break right because of his allegiance. I think T'Challa is very similar in that regard. Where, like, you know, if it serves Wakanda, but it screws the U.S., I'm sorry, U.S., but I'm not here for you. That's Captain America's job.
Yeah. And I mean, I think I agree in that. I think that something I've always found really interesting about T'Challa is that, to me, he's closer to a Nick Fury than he is a Captain America. And that, like you're not going to see T'Challa stop a bank robbery because who gives a shit? He's off doing some other stuff. And I think that, you know, again, like, one of the things I like about him as a character is he pulls from so many different arenas that most characters don't. And that, like, you know, obviously we're all philosophically and ethically against the idea of monarchy, but it is very fun in the story. Yeah, you know,
it's a story. I don't
yeah,
have to
exactly.
agree.
Yeah, but also, you know, you do spy stuff, you do superhero stuff, you do science fiction stuff. There's mysticism. It's everything coming together behind this one character, and I think that's what's so cool about him. So he doesn't. You get the sense when he's on the Avengers, he's kind of doing everybody a favor. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And because he's like, I got all my shit over here, so, you know, it's great. Let's go whip some Skrulls' asses or something. But after that, you know, I got to go and, you know, collapse an economy or something.
Right. I think that's not wrong. Like with the what Bendis did with the Illuminati, sort of touched on that a little bit, which is he's got to make deals with people that the Fantastic Four think of as a villain, or you know, I actually have a blood feud with this guy that runs 3/4 of the planet, Namor. Next time I see him, I got to kill him. You realize that, you know, and that's the kind of tension that you just beg for in a character that you didn't make up, right? As both Bryan and Jed are saying, he's a complex bag of tricks, which theoretically is so many story engines that, you know, you can break him, you can send him in espionage activities, you know, you could do a whole thing which is just the West Wing of Victor Von Doom and T'Challa having a conversation while their various minions are like doing crazy bloody battle about whatever the conversation's about. Like, you could just almost do anything.
And he's one of the few guys that, you know, is on Doom's level, just like him, Namor, and Doom, because they're all, you know, monarchs of their particular areas, and by definition of that, you know, they're heads of state. And so that puts them on a level with Doom that you don't see with, like, you know, Reed Richards of Doom. Sorry, Jeff.
You want the Kree or somebody to show up and only want to talk to Doom, T'Challa, and Namor, and ignore everyone else. Right.
In all of your runs, is there something that you would have liked to have done in your respective runs that you did not?
I would have liked to have had a run. That's what I would say.
This sounds like you're fishing to ask if I would have put T'Challa and Storm together.
You know that question was coming.
Yeah, I know. I dodged it last time and I couldn't believe it.
I know. I got a lot of flack for that. You're like, oh, Black Comic Lords is soft on Jed Mckay. I was like, no, he ran out.
Yeah, he's good at dodging, y'all.
Yeah, that's true. It's true. It's how you keep a career. No, it's one of those things where when you put Black Panther and Storm together the first time, it was a seismic event, right? We're talking about something that had a huge impact on the Marvel Universe, united the Avengers and X-Men lines, and then story-wise had huge impact. Because I mean, again, you're talking about the royalty of Black superhero comic characters. So having them both on the Avengers, a lot of people saying, okay, that's fine, they're going to bring them back together. The reality of the fact is we just didn't really have the, I don't like to say the opportunity, but the opening for it. It was too big. It was too big a moment to do without being able to give it its proper due. And by the time that we were getting through the stuff they already planned, then we were like, okay, we're going to be wrapping up at this point in time. Like, okay, well, this isn't something you put in a 6-page backup, you know? If you're going to do it, you got to do it right. And we weren't in a position, I think, to do it right. So,
would you have liked to have done
it? You know what? I don't know. I'd have to think it through because, like I said, it's a big deal. I don't necessarily think that just because we did it before, we got to fix it. I think in order to make a change like that, you got to have a reason for it. And at that point in time, I just didn't have the reason for it.
So there you have it, folks.
Because again, if you don't have the reason for it that's of that magnitude for that thing to happen, then you just cheapen everybody out.
Yeah, as I said, I got a lot of flack when I didn't get you to answer that question. We had you on before, and I was like, look, he and I have talked behind scenes. You may not like his answer. No one wanted to believe me when I said that. They're like, oh, you just didn't answer the question because you're trying to cover something. I'm like, no, you may not want to know the answer. So I'm glad you were able to finally address that with people.
Yeah, I mean, and again, could we have done it? Sure. Like I said, hey, guess what? They're back together now. But then that's not going to be satisfying for anybody, is it?
Yeah,
you know, it's
not
a something that
it's an event.
Exactly. That's the thing. It's an event. You got to treat it like an event. And at that point in time, we couldn't treat it like an event. So,
Bryan, what about you?
Oh, I did put Black Panther and Storm together.
Yeah. No. I meant the original question of: is there something from your run that you would have liked to have done that you didn't get a chance to do?
Oh, well, look, I was playing around like in an Ultimate Universe, right? So, I was Ultron. There were no strings on me. So it wasn't like I had to adhere to this or adhere to that. I mean, look, if it went on longer, I think it'd be cool to have a very scary Black Panther story, and to see like what could I do, like with some Junji Ito influenced stuff. I think more about the genre experiences I could take the character into, rather than like I wish I could do this narrative move, right? So if it had continued, there probably would have been a very scary arc with a very scary villain and an atmospheric experience. I'm also deeply obsessed about technology and technology's role in society. So there might have been a bit of a cyberpunk story that I probably would have taken him through, and I kind of get to it a little bit at the end of what I did, but I was building towards, and I was fine with where it landed, but building towards this idea of what is the realistic effect of Wakanda being this sovereign African nation seeking to empower and unify Africa, right? Like, how does that make that an enemy of Western power? And how, because in the real world it would be, right? Like, whether it's an ultimate universe or a non-ultimate universe, if somebody tried to unify Africa around its resources and make it like a dangerous superpower as a continent,
like a declaration of war.
Declaration of war, right? Like you want to talk about building a coalition of the willing?
That would have been a dope story.
You would have a coalition of the willing, right? Like that.
Their country controls the exotic resource that only they have. and it does all this amazing shit. It's even more important than oil in some ways.
And there's a lot of real world parallels too, Jeff, right? Because like, you know, right now, rare earth minerals are driving a lot of the oncoming geopolitical conflict in the world.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
I mean, we talk about fossil fuels and all of that, sure. But part of this
we need our chips.
Yeah, this whole Greenland thing is really about the rare earth minerals there.
Yeah.
That's what that's really about, right?
And the countries that have been taken over by mercenaries in Africa just to get their rare earth, keep that train rolling.
The deep investment of the Chinese have been having into Africa for a decade that we've paid no attention to, right? So there's all these like really interesting geopolitical things happening. So I guess if I would have continued that, I would have figured allegory and ways into that sort of thing as well, because I just think there's a lot of really interesting things going on with the African continent in our world that don't often get reflected into the geopolitical world theory of Marvel Comics.
I think it's difficult, don't you, that we have to walk a kind of a tightrope in that regard, though, because end of the day, these are people in spandex costumes with, you know, jump jets and stargates and shit.
For sure.
And ultimately, every problem is solved with a punch in the face or a gun in the back of the head. And the real world problems are like, I mean, I don't know that this is the venue sometimes for, I don't think the company could give, nor could we in the space given really properly address, like, your book was, you said yourself, was very Dune influenced in a lot of ways, but that is a complex work. Needed to be doing an ultimate book, really, to have the freedom.
Well, you know, and to that point, I think there's always room for allegorical exploration rather than literal exploration, right?
Yeah.
And the seeds are already there. I mean, you have this, you know, vibranium resource that is important to a lot of the power structures of the Marvel universe, that has primary residence within this one nation. You know, there's ways you can do things that are still within like the experience of the comic book, you know, the big two comic book, without making it like an essay, but just kind of complicating things in some interesting ways. You know, like I do think that people have room in their brains for nuance. I do. And maybe that's because I just kind of focus on a lot of what I consider tip of the spear genre narrative in a lot of things like indie games and that kind of thing, where I think they're very good at maintaining, you know, the escapist experience, but there's also something underneath the hood too.
Yeah.
Well, Chad, you're the architect of multiple crossovers. Let's do a big vibranium war. Let's do a global vibranium.
Hey man, I don't write Avengers anymore. I'm done.
Damn it!
He ain't going back to Saigon. He's in the helicopter. He left.
He already blew up the entire world with Blood Hunt. I mean, where do you go from there?
That's true. And actually, talking about Blood Hunt, Bryan, I don't know if I've ever actually apologized to you for screwing up your Blade stuff. To get into that,
I just screwed up Blade stuff.
I know. Yeah. Oh, because you were writing a Blade book, and I'm like, hey, guess what? Blade's the villain of this whole fucking crossover.
Oh man!
So,
I always wondered about that. Was that like planned? So you're saying that was not planned?
Oh no! I mean, it's a vampire book, so Blade's going to be in it. And I was like, "Whoa, shock! You'll make Blade the villain." Like, well, the Blade series is gonna
because the way Bryan's first run ended with, you know, sort of ambiguity with the big bad. I thought initially when I first started reading Blood Hunt that the big bad in that was going to be the one from Bryan's run.
Well, that's because Bryan is a professional.
Well, I mean, look, well, thank you, but don't. I never even gave it a second thought, man. I've been a screenwriter for 10 years. You know, like it's a full contact sport, brother. Okay. So, like, you're just used to the curveballs, and that wasn't even a big curveball. You know, like it wasn't like, you know, oh, Blade turned into a cuddly teddy bear that talks telepathy. Like that would be weird, right? Or I did a run of a big two book. I'm not gonna say which one it was, where I had built the entire thing around this villain and had really like dimensionalized how I was going to explore different aspects of this villain. And then they ripped that villain away and were like, find somebody else. And I'm like, the whole story is kind of built around this character, guys.
Yeah.
But no, I thought it was really cool what you're doing. Look, Blade's dope. I know we're Black Panther conversation, don't want to belabor it, but yeah, that's what's cool about the character is the character can kind of go through all that stuff and not lose a fan. That's the coolest part about the anti-hero, right? Is that they can do all that stuff and then come out on the other side and everybody's like, yeah, t-shirt.
Yeah. Well, that actually weirdly loops back to T'Challa in a way, though. Like what Jed was saying about him being more like Nick Fury, is that you can tell, and I think was it David Liss, where you can literally tell so-called street level stories utilizing T'Challa, the king of his entire nation, his super secret, super sci-fi metropolis Krypton nation. But he can be in the streets of New York, duking it out with the Kingpin, and it's plausible because of X number of factors that are happening in this story. You never go, well, Bruce Wayne wouldn't be here. You just buy it.
Well, and then that's a little Henry V, right? Like, that gives you like a little bit of a Shakespeare, like the king walking through the trenches just to get a sense of what it's like to be one of them. I mean, there's a lot of different ways you can get to experiences with that kind of character.
I think that really helps too. That T'Challa, he's not shooting lightning at people or flying around. Like at the end of the day, he's still beating people up with his hands, and that's a universal experience. You can do anything with that.
True,
whether he's punching out a Skrull or the Kingpin, he's like, sure, he could order an orbital strike on the Kingpin's fucking penthouse or something if he wanted to, really. But he's gonna get down in there, with 10 knuckles and teach him a lesson.
It's more fun to catch these Wakandan hands, though. That's
exactly. It's not fun to catch them. It's fun to throw them.
It's fun to throw them. Yeah.
Phil's back in the building. Phil, you got anything to say?
I've been waiting to get back for the past 20 minutes, but you wasn't paying attention to slide me back in. The hell? If y'all think I'm playing go and try a little private chat, and you'll see me saying, dude, bring me back in. I can show these texts I'm sending. He's not paying me no attention.
Oh,
So Phil came back in.
I'm listening now.
He came in hot.
Phil came in hot.
Speaking of throwing hands.
Phil, Jed, Phil, Bryan, Phil.
I was on, and then I got off, and then you forgot to bring me back.
He said, no.
No, we're not doing any of that.
I don't want peace yet.
There's no smoothing. I choose violence today, sir. I choose violence.
He's like, I want problems right now.
I'm gonna say this though. I'm gonna say this. I do appreciate everybody's particular styles. It's crazy though because I gotta throw one monkey wrench in there. T'Challa for me as a kid was a superhero. I know the anti-hero and all that type. I know we do that. Like, so when I was reading, when I was reading Black Panther as a kid, I looked at him as a superhero. When he would fight with the Avengers and things of that nature, I didn't look at him as just this background character, or I always looked at him as this, I think as time has gone on, the character, I think different writers, put their different spin on him or whatever. But I think for me, I always looked at him as this regal type individual. And I know now T'Challa could beat Galactus by herself with just his pinky toe. The way
with
everybody writes. I mean,
Galactus. What do you mean?
This dude, man, listen, this dude can arm wrestle the Hulk if he wants to now. But the thing that I used to like about T'Challa a lot as a kid was that he was vulnerable, right? So, for instance, when you look at a Wolverine's a dope fighter. He's this and that, but he's also reckless because you keep hitting him, and he knows his healing power is going to heal him. So it's almost like I'm watching this. It's really dope, but I do know how this is going to end.
Right.
The early T'Challa stuff, especially the early Don Mcgregor, you weren't sure. There wasn't. This was before the vibranium suits and the heart-shaped herb did all these different things to the characters. So when I would read them, I was like, because Jungle Action is the first Marvel series that continued multiple issues.
Yeah.
Like that was the first. So I'm reading it like, oh man, what the hell's going to happen? I'm coming back, oh, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? You know, he would be tattered. He would be, he fighting wolves and dudes with thorns on him and all type of stuff. But he found a way to win. And even if he didn't win at first, he came back. So I think like when I would see that as a kid, that gave me, you may not be winning right here and now, but you'll be able to persevere and you'll get through. You know what I'm saying?
You're describing one of the best parts. People talk a lot about the Silver and the Golden Age, and not a lot of talk is given to the Bronze Age of comics. But that period of time you're discussing is the Bronze Age of comics. And these characters were, as much as we feel we knew them and know them, they weren't as defined. They weren't as rigidly locked into their roles and states as they are now. Back then, there was no vibranium suit. You're right. It was the guy in a cat costume. How do we know? Because it would get cut a lot and get ripped open, and you'd see that there was just brown skin under there, and there wasn't any circuitry or anything like that. Occasionally, writers will come in and break T'Challa back down to that level to tell that kind of story. But that writer now in a modern day have to work to explain why the cell phone doesn't work. Basically, how many movies can you not make now because of cell phones, right?
Sure.
It's kind of same thing with T'Challa. You gotta create the circumstance where he can be that guy you're talking. Because I agree, he is a hero. He is a hero. He is a superhero, absolutely. But he's like Thor. He's like Aquaman. He's like Wonder Woman. He's a superhero, but there's this extra thing, right? Like, I am a representative of my nation. I'm protecting this group as well. And it adds a flavor. Whereas, let's say Bruce Wayne, who is constantly, I don't believe they shouldn't be synced up together personally. But that's just a rich guy who had a tragedy. Right. T'Challa's got a whole other bag of tricks going on.
Right.
He's got that plus a billion other things. And I think that ultimately makes him, it just makes him a fruity, you can just, it's like a bowl of
makes him a what? What did you say? A what?
Fruity, fruitful. Like you can.
Oh, hold on, Thorne. Never mind, go on, man. I just wanted to get the description correct. You said that made the child fruity, cuz I wanted to make sure we were
not in that way. I know 2026. No, like a bowl of fruits. Like a literal bowl of fruits.
I'm just checking, cuz I just want to make sure I'm trying. I know y'all been writing all type of stuff now. I don't want
somebody's gonna misquote me. No.
We never get misquoted on this channel at all.
I just want to make sure.
But Bryan, you got a compliment from Mr. Joe Illidge.
Oh, Mr. Joe Illidge.
Ultimate Black Panther was a 616 series everyone wanted, and the saga tantamount to an ongoing series the character deserved. That's high praise.
That's very kind. I don't know if that's accurate, but
it's 100% accurate.
You know what I mean? Well, I mean, but it's what I liked about being able to do an ultimate thing was I wasn't encumbered by continuity, because I'm weird. I'm like the Boba Fett of comics. Like, I'm not really part of the rebellion. I'm not really part of the empire, but sometimes they hire me to find a dude. And so sometimes Big Two will hire me to find a dude. And I come in like Boba Fett, and I kind of do my job for a little while, and then I go back to, Mandalorian stuff, right? So when you're working inside of an ultimate space, one, you've got Hickman basically carving you out space to do whatever you want. So that allows you to explore different things. But simultaneously, I understand the criticism that I got for like the book being paced the way it was, or T'Challa wasn't a super genius in every issue like they wanted him to be, and all the things. And I think it's because I knew that the Ultimate Run would be kind of a finite thing. This isn't going to be this ongoing thing. And then we know where these things eventually go, right? They get compiled, they get hardcover, So I was always building something that would be, satisfying on an issue-by-issue basis, but kind of knowing that people were going to sort of eat all of this in like maybe a couple sittings by the time I was all done. But there's still undiscovered country that's there, for people. And I think some things I landed okay. I think some things I could have done better to reach those corners of the fan base. can sort of always a battle that stuff. But Joe is a brilliant guy. He's actually been a long time friend of mine and was a mentor of mine, many years ago when I was first starting to think about writing comics. So I appreciate the comment from him.
Your
The mayor of
Black Panther
comics.
was straight up flex, man. I mean, it must be nice to not have that many guardrails or have very limited ones because of the universe that was being constructed. Like, I can only imagine such a thing.
I mean, well, it's the freedom of movement is nice. But I'm usually working in a very strange space whenever I'm working in comics, where they've kind of brought me in to like carry a thing uphill in a lot of ways, right? So it's fun, but it's also sort of like we're gonna give Bryan the situation where here's all this mythology that this has to fit into. You can kind of do whatever you want, but don't do any of this, and make it different, but make it the same, right? And then you're like, all right, fine, I'll catch Captain Solo, I'll hide in the garbage. I prefer that, honestly, like to doing like a main run on the mainline thing. I think, and maybe it's because I'm most of the time a screenwriter and I kind of work in finite. I think I do better when I know I only have like a batch of issues than if I'm thinking of doing like a 48 issue thing, or I'm aiming for that.
All right, Phill, you've been awful silent for someone who says you've been waiting for 20 minutes.
I'm letting y'all do y'all thing, man, because I got some questions, but I don't want to interrupt.
Pop your questions. We've been on apparently for 20 minutes.
Free for all.
Well, first of all, man, I feel a certain way, dog. So I've been rocking this thing for 8 hours. You decided to take me off for like 20. Well, I jumped out for a minute. My bad. But that 20 minutes, I was trying to. I was only gone for 2. And I'm
never letting you forget this.
I'm texting you, yo, and you like, yo, and then we got Geoffrey Thorne talking about the Tyler about is fruity in 2026. Man, I don't know what the hell's going on here.
Oh Christ, man! It's just a word.
Hey, listen, on Monica, I would like to see. T'Challa had a love interest back in the day.
Monica Lynn.
I would love to see one of you brothers tackle like some going back and doing some of those particular stories. I think she was such a dope love interest for T'Challa. But
Phill,
I just feel like
I'm going to break your heart one day off camera. I will tell you the Black Panther I would have done had they let me. Okay. And then you will.
Well, I've heard that story, and it makes you upset when Geoffrey tells you.
You will be upset.
We might as well be upset. I got time, player.
No, he's not giving away stories for free.
This hope that I'll get to do it one day.
Okay.
Never give away your stories for free.
The thing that I want is I would love to see like a jungle action situation revisited, and it doesn't have to be. I don't want it. What's the term people use when they do a movie and it's I don't like that shit. I don't like that. I don't want to see that. I don't want the Joker to be a moose or some goofy shit like that. I want to. I don't like none of that reimagined nothing. I'm on record saying that. No disrespect. People like I'm reimagining Iron Man, yo, and he's gonna be the 10 man. Man, go to hell on with that shit. Listen, I would love somebody to go and to do like a jungle action story. But it could be something from, like, there was so many different things that was going on. Like Paul always talks about the almost savage land situation in T'Challa that's never touched. Or you got the whatever the place is from where it's all the place that's nothing but thorns, and you got Salamander, Cruel. I think he was only in one other issue. We'll put this back up because I just feel like it's right next to me.
Oh, the map.
Like if we get back, to something like this, or like what are they doing? Like where are they at? And I know still freezing them. They did the whole where they modernize and all that, and I get that. I'm fine with that as well. But I would love to. I just want to get back to
Wakanda's an entire unexplored playground of stories.
But I'm saying even make it a time period. Let's say somebody goes back and says we're gonna dissect the jungle action, but let's see what's going on with other characters there while this other stuff is going on.
Yeah.
What you want is a Tales of Wakanda book, like Tales of Asgard.
Ooh.
Right?
Did you just come up with that?
I mean, shut up. I'm not pitching you anything, but I agree with you, Phill. I think that there's a lot unexplored. Every writer, and certainly when you have a Hickman level writer who comes in, which Coach was on Black Panther, right? That was a sea change, a massive sea change, good or bad, whether you loved it or hated it.
Right.
We're doing this now. We're going this way, and all subsequent stories are going to flow from this person's idea of what Wakanda and the Panther are. So everyone who came after, and frankly, the ripple is ongoing from that period. Everyone before, and it happened with Hudlin, and it certainly happened with Priest, right? These are seminal moments in the history of the character. But what they inadvertently did was create this appetite. Everyone who's had their hands on the character for any length of time well, what's going on around that corner? And what about those guys who just ran through? And that guy that you had a whole 2-issue fight with, and now he's just done? What happened to him? Right? Like, you made that person interesting. You made that section of Wakanda interesting. Like, look at the map of Wakanda. People forget there's like, Wakanda is both the Savage Land and Monster Island. But people always forget there are these giant animals wandering around in the jungles out there.
Yeah.
Right? Wakandans don't care. That's just
a lot of unexplored stuff. There's a storyline that we have a writer here that would be perfect for. It's this one right here.
Oh, fuck yeah.
That'd be crazy.
Jed Mckay, if you ever have the, are you still doing you're still doing Moon Knight? You're still Moon Knight.
I'm still on Moon Knight, yeah.
Here's the thing. You made me like.
Let's talk about that cover though.
Hold on. Let me finish. You made me like a character I could care less about.
What? Moon
I
Knight.
was not a Moon Knight fan. I'm like, I don't care about Moon Knight. Then I read Jed McKay's. I'm not. How many volumes are we in now? 3 or 4 volumes?
I've done my 4th Moon Knight #1. So,
dude, I have all 4 volumes, and I don't like Moonlight because you're writing it so damn well.
I mean, it's crazy. Do now, right?
I was gonna say,
I
think you actually do like Moon Knight.
I think you can admit, you can come out and say you do like Moon Knight.
I know. I have to come out and just say it. Look, along those lines, if you have the opportunity at some point, I think a cool story, because in the Priest run, there was T'Challa's about to die. He's on the afterlife type thing. And Moon Knight is brought in to use because Bast and Khonshu are related, and they're like, hey, let me go into the spirit world and save T'Challa. And Moon Knight does that. But we have this added factor now with Maria Ayodele exploring Storm's godhood.
Yeah.
So I think it would be cool to have an interesting god type storyline with Khonshu, Bast, and I don't know, Hadad or whoever the storm god is, and just have like a story of the gods.
Yeah, I mean, part of the thing is too that Moon Knight and Black Panther are like, they are due kind of like a reckoning. You know, last time we saw them together was the whole Age of Khonshu thing, which they were on significantly worse terms at that point. And even at the beginning of my run, you know, Tiger's on the crew because she's spying for Black Panther. Because Black Panther's like, I think I'm going to believe this guy is just not going to cause problems anymore. Like, I'm the Black Panther. Of course, I got my eyes on him. Of course, that, you know, changed once Jason was done on Avengers and I took over Avengers. But yeah, like, I'd love to do a Moon Knight Black Panther thing. Whether we get the issues to get there, we'll see. But I mean, obviously, they're 2 dudes that I really like. You know, I love T'Challa, obviously. I love Moon Knight, obviously, because
they both have these adversarial relationships with their gods, right? To some degree.
Yeah, with their patrons.
Their patrons, yes.
Yeah.
They don't like to be told. Yeah. Neither of them likes to be told.
But also, both of them tell each other what to do, which is, you know, you got your conflict right there. So I like you're right. I think there's a lot of fertile work there. It's just a matter of, like anything with Marvel Comics, especially doing an ongoing run, how many issues do you got left?
Yeah.
So
That's Jed McKay telling y'all to make sure you pre-order his book.
Well, let me add Brother McKay.
Pre-order all of them.
Brother McKay, I got a question for you.
Sure.
The first part's for all of y'all. I got to do it. I'm
Don't
tired
get us in trouble. Don't get us in trouble again.
I'm tired of every time there's a new story arc, we go back to number one. I hate that. I think we need to get back to legacy. We always go back to issue number one. We always starting over. I don't like every time we do a new writing team, we go back to number one. I know we do that because it gets people excited, et cetera, et cetera. I think we just need to get back. If we're going to do that, that's fine, but we need to get back to some legacy numbering somehow. That's all.
Sure.
Brother,
I'm not going to argue with you. Listen, I'd much rather we're putting out Moon Knight 60 whatever than Moon Knight number 3 next week.
But
ultimately, they're not my decisions.
Brother McKay, since you're on BCL, you cannot tell a lie. I'm gonna ask you a question, brother. I'm putting you on.
He doesn't tell lies. He'll just
listen, and listen for real. It's the Black Panther 60th. This is a Moon Knight question.
Sure.
Are we gonna get Moon Knight season 2 on Disney Plus?
How did he know that?
Man, you are talking to the wrong person. You know how I'll know is when they tell me we're doing another number one.
Okay. now y'all remember that when it's time for this to come up, and let me just because we got here's the thing. I love Moon Knight. I've always liked Moon Knight.
You have incredible taste.
Listen, man, somebody got to do it. My daughter is a fan. My daughter is a fan of Moon. My daughter likes Captain America and Moon Knight. She loves Moon Knight. She liked the series, even though there wasn't enough Moon Knight in there, but we still like the series. See that smile? You know exactly what I was talking about. Appreciate it. That was good. You gotta say nothing.
I'm just saying.
Right.
I've heard it all.
But
what if Hunter's Moon was Wakandan?
Hey, Paul, hold on. You had
just throwing pictures out there, man. Don't judge me.
Wrong with both of you.
Hold on for a second. We got some time now. With Daredevil doing so good, the show, it's unreal, right? It's unreal. Here's the thing. When you give the people what they ask for, you literally get the best results. So Daredevil was the first time we've actually, like, the Daredevil series have been pretty good over. I'm not trolling. I'm just telling the truth. It's been pretty good, but now we're actually seeing what we've always wanted to see, and it makes such a big difference on screen. That episode with Bullseye was one of the greatest TV episodes I've ever seen. When I think of like Moon Knight has some really good episodes. Like I would love to see them take that same attitude with Moon Knight. I would love to see them take the same attitude with T'Challa. It's the T'Challa 60th anniversary. So we're going to, I'm the biggest Black Panther fan, and I will say this: I wasn't the biggest fan of the films because I felt like it didn't feel like Black Panther. I know exactly what it meant to everybody, and I get all that. But I was reading Black Panther when I was 5, 6, 7 years old, and we had a whole. We're not going to get in all of that, but I would love to see. There comes a point where when I watched it on the screen, I want to be transformed to like, oh, this is what I've been waiting on. This is what I've been waiting on. When I seen the Daredevil new season was the episode before last, I said, oh, this is what I was waiting on. When I seen Infinity Wars, I said, oh, this is what I've been waiting on. When I seen Captain America Civil War, do you know when I saw T'Challa jump out that window in Civil War, I was 10 years old again. It was the same the first time I saw him on screen, and this is real. The first time I saw him on screen was the equivalent to when kids see Spider-Man on screen for the first time or Batman.
Yeah, for sure. I get it.
I lost it. But here's the thing. When I went to go see the movie the first time, I get the significance. I've seen it multiple times, and it was okay. This is dope. But it was like it wasn't the T'Challa that I wanted to see. And and I'll be very honest, and I'm on record saying this, and I have no problem in saying this. I'm to this day, I'm still upset that they killed the brother off. It's the 60th anniversary of the Black Panther, and we ain't talked about this at all. Damn it, I'm gonna talk about it. It's my show. The hell. And I'm still sick about that. Cause I'm just gonna lead out right then and there, and we're gonna move on because I done got triggered now. I done got 8 o'clock. I'm hungry as hell. I've been on here for 8 fucking hours. I mean, trail mix and shit. Like
we actually haven't had breakfast or lunch. We've been going all day.
But no, I gotta take off, guys.
Yeah. Goodbye, Bryan.
Bye, Bryan.
Peace, Brother Hill.
All right, talk soon. Peace.
Peace.
That's all right. Hey, listen, we keep it real. We keep it real
You're
over
not
here.
alone. There's a whole bunch of us out here who wish they had not in the future let the tragic loss of Mr. Boseman turn into the tragic loss of that character in the films.
And we had a show. We actually said that. I said I did not want to see his memorial service on screen. I didn't want to see that.
You're not alone in that.
Okay.
By no means are you alone in that.
Right.
I think what Jed was talking about in terms of why can't we just have legacy numbers? You got to picture us as if it were a war, we're the guys in the field. Like we're the guys on the front line, and we yell back to the commander back at base Q. You know, there's like 18,000 more of these people on this hill than you told us was up here. Like, no, take the hill. It's like, yeah, but I'm going to need more guys. Is what I'm trying to tell you. Like, yeah, we've allocated X number of guys. You got to use the guys you got. We
can't afford more guys.
Right. We can't afford more guys, dude.
Your guys aren't making enough money.
So that's as much influence over the generals as we have. Even if theoretically, I can't imagine this happening. But let's say everybody who's writing the Marvel comic, this doesn't include me at this point, but everyone like Jed who's writing a high ticket Marvel comic said, you know what, fuck this. We need Marvel Comics to be going this way, or we're not coming to work tomorrow. They wouldn't blink. They
Right,
just wouldn't.
sure.
Right?
No.
We're the foot soldiers. I mean, it feels like we have a lot of power, and within our I'm writing my story, I suppose I do have a certain amount of power, if you want to call it that. But I got an editor over me. That editor's got an editor over them. That senior editor has an executive over them. That executive has another executive over them, all the way up to Kevin fucking Feige. Right? Literally, all the straight line all the way up to Kevin Feige. And if Kevin wants to left, the whole company, the whole bus is going left.
Right.
Whether we like it down here or not.
Right.
You know.
Right.
I don't even want to say that it sucks. It's just the nature of the beast.
Right.
You know, a blue whale doesn't care if it shrugs and your boat gets capsized. It's not thinking about you.
I'm writing
you
that
know?
down. Using that.
And I feel you as a fan, as a longtime fan of this material. It is one of my dreams to have been able to be privileged to write this kind of stuff for both the big two.
Yes, sir.
Right. Whether those things are successful or not in the general, my success is I got to do it. Just let's get that clear. Okay.
Right.
But as a fan, yeah, I feel you, man. I'm just as much fist shaking and, you know, why did you do this? This was a dumb move. Clearly the fans feel this way. You can literally just throw a dart and hit a fan that will be like, why did you do that? You know, but end of the day, these voices are like, remember that was that show Horton Hears a Who?
Mm-hmm.
It's like that. They're Horton. They're all Horton. We're the Who's.
Right.
Right. And we're just please. No, I can't hear you. It just looks like a dandelion. I don't know what you're talking about. You know, it sucks. It's just going to suck until it doesn't.
You know, I'll say this too, and it's not like I'm not I mean, we've talked for 8 hours about all the great things, you know what I mean? So I just had to bring up one little piece that was on my mind. It's, you know, it would be wrong for me. It would be remiss for me to, you know, my thing is that I'm so passionate about the character because it has a personal place just in my DNA. So I may see something and take it in I feel totally different than the cat or even the certain hardcore fans, because my experience with the character is totally different. So, you know, now just because I don't like something doesn't mean that it doesn't work for them or it works for whatever. So I have to understand that, you know, as well. But from a personal aspect, and here's the thing: as much as I had an issue with that, that still didn't stop me from wanting to do the 60th anniversary. It still doesn't stop me from buying the new books. It still doesn't stop me from going to the movies to go see it and hoping that we do something different. You know, when I say that, I'm not saying Coogler is a terrible director, because obviously he's not. He's an incredible director. You know what I'm saying? You know, Sinners, he did his thing on that, and a bunch of the other films. But you know, you can like something and don't like something at the same time. Your favorite artist puts out an album. You don't like every song on the album. There are certain songs you're like, I'm cool. That don't mean you don't mess with the artist. It's just like, that's just not your joint. So for me, I felt like when I seen that, I've always felt disappointed. I think also because I had such high hopes. But I'm also very critical when I watch. There's certain movies I've watched where I'd be like, oh, that's not it. But it's just, I feel like the Black Panther is such a polarizing figure that individuals that love that particular character feel so strongly and have such strong opinions about either or. Like there's never, you're not really a fan is never lukewarm with this character.
Would you accept this? Let's say in this mythological Tales of Wakanda book that will never exist, but let's pretend it's going to exist right now.
The one we about to work
you
on. Go
do
ahead.
Series of 6 issues arcs, okay, and one arc would be T'Chaka. We never got to see T'Chaka being the Black Panther. We saw him getting killed and his son becoming the Black Panther. Right. But based on the sliding time scale in Marvel, right, you can set that period. Right now it's Azari, who was the one who ran into Captain America, because there's no way it could have been T'Chaka because T'Chaka's too young. Right. But you could literally go, here's a period of time set in the 1980s or 1970s. All those adventures, those jungle action style adventures, those are T'Chaka adventures. And his Black Panther costume was the one that got ripped up and sliced up, and he had fights with various people. Now it would be a rejigger of certain things, because clearly we know those adventures happened with T'Challa. But then once that 6-issue arc is over, then you jump forward or back. You could jump forward to T'Challa and Storm's kid as the Black Panther, having adventures in 2099 or whatever the fuck, right? And so, but the thing will be Tales of Wakanda. So no one's going in expecting it just to be T'Challa or just to be one thing or the other. But you also know you're going to get 6 months of this adventure. What that would do for a guy like you is you could get those Bronze Age type of stories back. Also, if the audience keyed to one or more of the characters that got explored, that character's getting a spinoff. How do we know? Deadpool, Wolverine.
Yeah.
Those guys were nothing characters.
You know how we know that's going to happen?
Stop it.
It's because Geoffrey Thorne has already
Stop.
written some of this already. I'm just saying. That sounded like Eyes of Wakanda season 2 to me. And certainly certain elements of Black Panther.
Brother Thorne, let me ask you this. Can you go back? I'm going to ask Brother Thorne on the click on me pretty big, please, sir. Pause.
Here we go.
I need to get me on her real quick. As a representative of the Black delegation of young HBCU African American delegates, fathers and grandfathers, I would like to ask something of you, sir. I would like to see a story. And I don't need any money. I don't need no money, but this is a freebie, man. Just give me a credit. Give me some type of credit.
I'll name a character after you.
Thank you. I got a question. No, I'm being honest. I'm being for real.
I'm with you.
We never. Here's my issue with Wakanda is this big giant dippity that it's just big, right? It's massive. And people are there. We need a common story from Wakanda. Everyday people, what are they doing? Every day a damn pterodactyl's not coming through damn Wakanda. Oh, look, it's every day a pterodactyl's not coming through. Submariner's not coming through every day. People got to get up, go to work, do some other stuff. So let me ask you this. So if you got hundreds of thousands of people in Wakanda, some people got regular cribs, some people ain't doing whatever, some people having issues. Everything ain't, we have this false narrative going. Jerry, I want you to take some notes with this too, brother. Everything ain't always great, right?
Well, that's Eve's Black Panther book, wasn't it?
I was literally about to
Yeah.
say that.
That's
Eve
that's,
Ewing
that's
did
Doc
it.
Ewing. Doc Ewing did that,
Let's
tried to do
listen. We take it to a whole nother situation here.
Okay.
You want to see people getting their dry cleaning? Like,
no, don't hear me out, because what happens is because here, for instance, I just feel like we have all these events and all these things that happen in the Marvel universe. But a lot of times we don't, you'll see them like the one-off little special stories where we deal like with the common person or what happens or whatever. But I feel like these are the type of stories that people would just love. He's telling me go eat. I got some food right here, man. But I'm just saying, like, we want to see people deal with stuff. It's just like, it's drama, it's things going on, but it just happens to be in Wakanda.
Okay,
it just happens.
You're right. You're gonna laugh, but this Tales of Wakanda book I've mythically pitched and will never occur.
Mythically pitched.
You can tell that story, and what you would do is, I would not recommend this particular person, but you could do a story like Criminal, Ed Brubaker's Criminal, set in Wakanda for 6 issues, dealing with characters that are normally background characters, like the palace guard has to deal with whatever. Now, it sounds like I'm still pitching you an adventure, right? But if I tell you a cop story in any city, that cop has to go home, that cop has kids, that cop has a spouse that does whatever the hell they do, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So you'd get that. That's all GCPD was. Greg Rucka's GCPD was, what's the life? What is it like living in this crazy ass city of Gotham, right? Plus, occasionally the Joker runs through and starts murdering everybody, right?
Right.
But I mean, it's all doable,
as he does.
All of that, and the thing that you're yearning for, I think, is a legitimate audience yearning. It's that I can't believe I'm the guy saying this shit. It's money, right? Someone has to decide to allocate the funds. Someone has to decide it is worth it to the company to do this. What are we not you and me, people who like to make stuff, and people who like to imbibe the food we give, right? We're all at a deli. Me and Jed are at a deli. We make our particular sandwiches. You come up and buy the sandwiches. You like the sandwiches, yay. But the company that employs us to make those sandwiches does not give a shit about what we put in the sandwiches or how much you like them. You could be buying them to throw them at your friend. They don't care. They just want you to buy the fucking sandwiches. Right. So I wish, one thing I would like to impart to the audience, it isn't like we're not all pitching our guts out on all manner of things.
Right, for sure.
Right. Jed will absolutely attest to this. You're seeing maybe 1% of the shit we pitch these people. Okay. The stuff they say yes to, that's what you get to see. But that's not all we pitch them.
Right.
Yeah. But also, sorry, Jeff, to interrupt for a second. The stuff
Go.
that you do see also ends up getting, shit canned at issue 5.
Right.
Like,
Shit. Like Bryan was in here saying he likes the sort of corners on the edges of his storytelling. Right. I have yet to enter. All of my stuff has been cut short. All of it. Because I enter into all of it thinking, well, I'm going to be here in 2 years and I'm going to set this seed right now. You're not even going to know why this is important. And then the audience doesn't buy it. And that's too bad for Jeff. And it's too bad for the book. But it's the way that I write. I can't write smaller than that.
Yeah, they're actually still wrapping up your storyline from Green Lantern right now.
That's because I'm not bitching. I'm saying some people can write novels, some people can write short stories, some people can write both. But not every short story writer is a good novelist. Not every novelist is a good short story writer. It's just the way it is, right? You have to know what your swing is. But in terms of the way the business is structured right now, unless you hit a home run out of the park and keep doing it, you're going to get cut off.
Right.
You're just going to, because they're not looking at it in any other way than that. They're just looking at the sheer numbers, which is why on Black Comics Lords, you guys are constantly telling the audience, you got to pre-order these books because that's where the sale is made. They don't care if you buy it in the store. It's already been bought from the company's point of view, the LCS, right? Okay, I'm going to answer this. Even if it's a utopia, Star Trek is about a utopian society. Star Trek is about a utopian society. Does it look like a utopian society to you? Of course not. It's got people in it. It can't be, right? So
still messy.
the same thing with Wakanda. What Phil's asking for is, all right, you call it a utopia. How does it work? What is the day-to-day like? Does this girl get a crush on a boy and it doesn't work out and he does, like, they're still human beings. They're going to do human being shit, right? It's just within the context of living in this super scientific advanced place, right? All I'm saying is, and again, it sounds like I'm sort of defending the company. It's more like I'm explaining the company.
I mean, you're telling it how it is. You're laying it out. This is how things work.
It is how it works, and it sucks, man. I would love to be guaranteed you're going to definitely get 12 issues, and then we'll talk about 12 more. Because then I would structure my story that way. But that's not what I'm told. What I'm told is, do your thing, man. We're going to run till we can't run no more. Right? And what happens is I structure my stories the way I structure them. And then for whatever reason, I've just not been hitting that button. I don't know. Can't tell.
Yeah. They want you to structure the stories as 5 issues. That way you're guaranteed your trade paperback. But beyond that, it's you gotta write in that manner. And it sucks because, like you, Jeff, you're a big storyteller. You're big about epic stories. The way your storytelling is always large. So
the characters I've been asked to mess with, I want to loop it back to Black Panther in a sec, but the characters I've been asked to mess with, they have giant convoluted backstories. So if you're going to make a course correct of any kind, good or bad, the audience would find my house and kill me if I just went, okay, today it's Nubia. Forget about Diana. All that, forget it. All that's over. None of that happened. It's been Nubia the whole time. I don't know I don't know why you're talking about Diana. I want to write Nubia. It's Nubia. All that shit that happened with Diana, that actually happened to Nubia. To hell with you. Right? No. If you want Nubia to be the star of Wonder Woman, you're going to take a minute, and I mean a minute, to course correct the entire book so that it's now focused on her in a plausible, acceptable way. Okay. Yeah. And if the audience doesn't go with you or the company doesn't allow you, you're not going to get the time to make the course correct. And then they'll go back to number 1 and reset the deck. And that's the way it is. I'm not complaining. It is the nature of the game we all got into. But those are the rules.
Right.
It sucks.
Message.
Oh man, I'm supposed to hit the message button.
I know, man.
So go after them indie books, man. Buy them indie books.
Message.
Oh man! Hey yo, he saw he need to come on with us on Wednesday when we under talking.
That's a good point.
I'm sorry.
Jeff, you gotta come back on our Wednesday wrap up.
I just want everyone on both sides of these things to understand what the nature of the actual game is, so that there's less bad feelings on either side of these conversations. The writers and the artists can't do what you're asking them to do. Most of the editors can't make these unilateral decisions that we would love for them to make. It is both more convoluted and more complex than that. And frankly, we just don't have the juice to do it. Like, I would love to just go, I'm doing Black Panther now. Everybody out. I would love to be able to drop that mic, man. You'd have no idea. But it's just never going to fucking happen.
I don't know. I think you should email Will and tell him about that Tales of Wakanda book.
Is Will still employed?
I'll give it a shot. I'll give it a shot. You heard it here first, folks. I will literally hit up Will Moss and ask him about Tales of Wakanda and see what he says.
Let's go.
Let me know when you do that, and I will just.
Jed Mckay told me to do it. I'm blaming it all on Jed Mckay.
I mean, I don't work for Will anymore. He can't do shit to me.
Hey Mckay, so you're doing the current run of Moon Knight, correct?
Yes, sir.
An outstanding run.
We were at OAX this year, and see. So they were doing the they were bidding on, they were auctioning, bidding on original art and stuff like that. It was the big bid joint that was going on. And during the auction, the announcement was that this one Moon Knight piece that's what's his name did.
Yeah, guess
just got commissioned for a cover.
Oh yeah.
Right. And
Eric's great.
And then that price just
I believe it.
It shot up right then and there. It just went for crazy amount of money. So it was just that was crazy. And I don't buy prints. That's the only print that I've gotten in years, and I got it because, like I said, my daughter is such a fan of
Oh yeah, nice.
I
Yeah,
had
yeah.
to get the print. But here's the thing: the original art looks so much better than I can't. The original looks crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Eric's the animal. He's so good.
Jesus.
I met him in New York last year, a couple years ago. I don't remember
This one.
but yeah, he's
and-
a super sweet dude.
Unreal. Artwork's unreal. I mean,
Oh, it's incredible.
Brutal.
That was crazy.
He also did this Black Panther one.
Yeah,
Nice.
come on, forget it.
Get a life. Look at that.
That's crazy, right?
That's great stuff. Yeah, he's a real talent. We talk now and again about this and that, and he's not. I don't think he's not doing the covers regular on Moon Knight, but he did that first relaunch one, did some of the variants, and yeah, it's just extremely sick stuff. And again, that Black Panther, like, come on.
Yeah, all that shit's crazy.
What looks incredible is these two guys together. I'm just
my
saying.
God.
Yeah,
They're
there it
pushing
is.
you hard,
There it
brother.
is.
They're pushing you so hard.
Peer pressure. Peer pressure.
Well, you'll be able to claim credit if it happens, right? Like,
I don't want credit, man. I just want the story, man.
Well, but Thorne, you
Just
know,
ask the artist to make some weird dude in the background look like me. I'll be good.
Okay. No, I will definitely hit up Will.
Yeah, man, I think it's just
That's what the group wishes. I will do what the group wishes.
Yeah,
I mean, it just makes sense. I just think we need more stories like that. I think it's sometimes where it's something, we don't see the aftermath of something that happens. I think a lot of times heroes they go along with their lives if they didn't destroy everything, and people still got to deal with these different situations, or they're living in. I mean, it doesn't sound entertaining, but with the right writers, it turns into a whole nother thing. It turns into a whole
All right,
nother thing.
I'll hit him up.
And Victor Laval just set up your type of story in terms of his intergalactic Black Panther run. Leaves open some doors that you would be easy to run through. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Damn you, Ted
I mean, listen,
McKay.
I was get in there. Go on, son. I mean, listen,
Out of our pits, I read your book.
I think that T'Chaka stuff is great. Like, you can take a lot of that great 70s T'Challa stuff and have T'Chaka do it if you want. Like, if you want to keep
Yeah,
that 70s
why not?
thing. Like when he was a school teacher, that was great.
Yep. The other thing, like one of the things that's interesting about the Marvel sliding timescale is, I think what Phil's finding unsatisfying, what Phil's finding unsatisfying about the treatment of Wakanda, and some of the others in the chat apparently is that we describe it, but we never show it. And this way you get a backstory. You're not doing it for this purpose, but if you told the stories of the past, then by definition you're seeing what that era was like, and therefore when you come to the present era, people will be like, oh, that's the building that was just having its foundation laid in issue 2, set in 1965,
Right.
Whatever. But now it's the the Supreme Library. Oh, it's only that old? Oh shit, I thought this was centuries old, or the
yeah,
opposite.
it's like you're doing like your Astro City thing, but in
God bless you. Yes, exactly.
You're in T'Chaka or something like that,
Yeah.
But
so it's doable. It's just, do they want to?
I'm gonna give y'all a pitch for something that I wanted to do. This is just me. I'm gonna say this real quick. I'm gonna say it out loud because it's never gonna happen, so it doesn't matter. Check this out, Brother Mackie and Brother Thorne.
Okay.
I was a big MCU fan until this last phase. They did whatever they wanted to do. So just moving on. Thorne, your part is MCU stuff. You got the cards. Come on, man. You can make things happen. So I want you laser focus.
Yeah. I think you're overestimating the amount of money that we're.
That's
okay.
the whole metaphor about the foot soldiers.
in my mind, I'm just like, I'm thinking extra. So I was one of those few people who got to see like Infinity Wars like 2 weeks before it came out, right?
Okay.
I went. They took my phone. I went with the press. Only 3 people from my city went to go see it. I couldn't say nothing. I was torturing my kids for 2 weeks. So I went to go see it, and they was in the seat. As soon as Loki's neck snapped, they was crying and shit. It was the most beautiful thing ever. So we're big. Like we go the first night, first show. Like we do all that. I get like 8, 9 seats, the whole family. It's a big deal, right? Endgame. People gonna get mad at me. I think Infinity Wars is superior to Endgame, but that's one other conversation. Now that's all right. Though you can roll your eyes. It's more dramatic.
I'm thinking about it. I'm just thinking
It's more dramatic, and I feel like the ending, the payoff didn't pay. Like they made like the plot device to making Thor fat. Oh, I'm depressed. I'm fat. I'm Asgardian. I'm gonna eat these wings, and now I'm fat. Fuck out of here, man. I was mad as hell. Moving on. They only did that to make Captain Marvel come down and do the same shit he did in Infinity Wars. She came down, busted some ships. I'm thinking,
bro, get to your point.
I'm gonna get to here's the point. Here's the point. Now, here's where Marvel dropped the ball. You ready?
Okay.
You ready?
Yes, sir.
Lay it on me.
You had 5 years between Infinity Wars and Endgame. 5 years.
Damn.
You mean to tell me not one person up there said, hey, yo, we need to do a series or a story on Disney Plus about the 5 years between Infinity Wars and Endgame?
You mean the blip?
Wait, I guarantee you that show was pitched. There's no way it wasn't.
So Thorne, let me get my genius out. And then you can go ahead and say, Phil, you are a genius. You should have been in the room too, cuz. Let me finish my story. I said there's no reason why you don't get, and I called it 5. It was 5 years, 5 different stories.
That's the name of the series is 5?
5. Just 5.
Okay.
Right? You have what's going on in Wakanda. You have what's going on and just a regular family who's somebody's leaving work and they don't come home because they disappear. You know what I'm saying? So and then the series takes place over 5 years because it starts from when whoever disappeared to when they came back. Like all the stuff that's going on, all the government stuff. You mean all of a sudden your bank accounts ain't right? This ain't right. This isn't like the level of drama and just good writing that could have taken place make no sense for that not to happen.
All right, I was legitimately gonna call you out, but that actually has some substance. You could film it kind of like the movie Crash.
I'm talking about,
where
man.
you have several stories going on.
Hold on, cuz don't jump in the writer's room now, cuz you was talking shit.
Oh my God.
So no, listen. So then wait a minute. But then you have situations where somebody's get ready to get all of a sudden somebody come back and now they come back to their family and somebody you married to somebody else or the kids like this is good drama stuff like and it didn't have to be a superhero story. And 2, you could have showed because Steve remember Steve was dealing with the people who were dealing with the blip in the therapy courses. You could have one of the people who was in one of the therapy courses could have been people going through therapy and what they're dealing with. Like this was a story that sold itself, didn't have to have a big budget. It could have just been a drama and it could have won all the awards. It was easy to do.
A dude struggling with losing his wife in the blip and he finds love during the series. And towards the end of the series, the wife comes back and he's like, but I've got another.
Come on, man. And here's the thing. People should still be dealing with this shit
admittedly, you were kind of cooking on that one. You were kind of cooking on
and then the age difference. People come back at the same age, right? But everybody else's age. So somebody left when they 15. They come back at 15 and their homies is 20.
Getting married. Yeah.
This is real. Like this was, man. Come on, man. This was easy, man. Look, I told my man Will about this.
You have a great writer's mind. You have a writer's mind. The things that you're
saying. Don't tell him that. It'll be insufferable at this point.
Okay. I got 2 books getting ready.
Yeah, that's not our problem.
I'm with my eyes.
That's just one more gladiator on the field. It doesn't mean any shit to me.
Thank you, brother Thorne. Hey, listen, I'm gonna take that all day.
Okay.
You're creating a monster, Jeff. You know that, right?
It's the truth.
There's no
Just-
winning with him now.
Just so you know, I'm not in competition with anybody.
You're not in competition, brother.
I either beat your ass and get the job, or you beat my ass and I get to go to a movie. So there's no lose. I win.
It's a
Either way.
win-win.
Okay. Here's what I'm gonna tell you, Phil. People definitely pitch that. Just like people been pitching Starfleet Academy for the last 30 years. People
They
definitely
really
pitch
have.
that because it is such a great idea. And everything you said, including the budgetary aspect, wouldn't cost that much to make. All of that is good Hollywood writer thinking. Okay.
Right.
Or Hollywood writer producer thinking. If you're a writer, you don't have to worry about that. That's somebody else's money. But there's no way nobody pitched that or thought of that. There's guaranteed no way. That window has closed. Just like it was too late to make the Black Widow movie they should have made 5 years earlier.
Right.
They waited too long. So
Brother Thorne, with
you're
that,
right, but they won't do it.
So, Brother Thorne, I'm gonna give you another. So with that, I do documentaries and things. I got a new film getting ready. I'm working on this year. It's called
You're tracking down
50.
You're tracking down the Kirby. I saw it.
Let's go. We ain't gotta say nothing. Hey, man, throw the poster up. Throw the poster up. I don't say he heard, cuz. I don't want to hear nothing.
Don't put it out
close
there.
my laptop.
I didn't do that.
I saw. I was watching you guys. Anyway.
All right. Sorry, guys. I got to split.
Goodbye, Jed.
Jed, thank you very much for your time, man. Appreciate you, bro.
No, it's great to chat. And yeah, now that I don't have to worry about you asked me about T'Challa and Storm, we can chat again sometime.
I will check your email in the next.
Thank you for saving me by pointing out
Hey,
that
Brother Mckay, my daughter Tristan Thompson is the biggest Moon Knight fan. Just remember that name. You just want to put a character in the one day, cuz let you know, man. Hey, listen, man. Hey, listen, closed mouths don't get fed, cuz that's how I grew up.
That's true, man. I hear you. I hear you. Jeff, good to actually talk to you.
Finally get to see your stupid face. Yeah. God damn.
I mean, this is what I get as one white guy here. That's it, my stupid face. All right.
I will check you.
Unbelievable.
Check your email.
You're a comedian.
All right. I'll see you later, guys.
Count. Take care,
What am
man.
I, a comedian? I'm funny to you?
No, man, this is good.
Man, I'm misspoken. I put my foot in my mouth all day today. And I don't care.
No, Thorne, you the real one, dog. Let me tell you something. Thorne, I mess with you. You the real one.
You know what? I love this shit. I heard you guys talking, and I love this shit since I was a kid too, man. My dad turned me on to this shit too. You know, I sit in here and I despair all the things you guys are pounding on the table about. Why didn't they do this? Why would they make this dumbass decision? Why can't they just? I say all of that shit, and I'm in it, and I'm still saying that, and I'm like. To people who can do shit. I'm like, why did you do this? And they have all these economic reasons and blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, but you're leaving money on the table. If it's just about money, you're not getting the kind of cash you could be getting.
Come on, man.
You could be getting all the cash instead of some of the cash.
But
they don't want to hear it from me. So somebody like them has to tell them. And I don't know who that will be.
I like the way you talk, brother.
I'm getting too old to worry about bullshit. What did my friends say? My bag of give a fuck is almost empty. Okay, I have almost no give a fuck left. So I'm glad that you are making your docs. I'm glad that you are this passionate. I'm glad that Black Comic Lords exists. I said this to Paul and the others all these times. I wish this should have been around. It couldn't have existed when I was younger. But now that we have it, like, keep flexing, always flex, keep pushing and flexing, because some of these conversations, we were breaking each other's hearts at conventions and in between conventions 10, 15 years ago. Except now you guys are actually the younger set, actually doing the shit that we couldn't do. So do it,
I'm going to say this too. I think that it's also imperative that people understand it's important. Like for me, I sit back and I say, we're doing the Black Panther 60th anniversary. We need Brother Thorne on here. We need Mcgregor on here. We need, it started because I said, man, I'll be very honest, and I wanted to do a Storm 50th last year. And it didn't happen. And I felt like it was, be honest, me and Casper from Comic Art fans, we were talking about, let's do an exhibit, let's do this, let's do that. I feel like, you know, Black Panther is not 50th or 75th, but 60 is still a good number, and didn't nothing crazy happen on the 50th. So, and I say this too, if not me, then who? Let's go ahead and let's do this. And
Listen,
for me,
you guys
like,
did your virtual convention. That was dope.
Yeah,
do this.
Crazy.
Keep pushing. Keep freaking pushing.
Right.
You know, like, because also it's fun. When was the next time I was going to sit next to Jen Mckay and Bryan Edward Hill and talk about comic books? When was that going to happen? You know, so I mean, but yeah, man. I mean, all I want to say to you is the things that you worry about and the things that you're concerned, they are not illegitimate, and you are not alone in the things that you think about. All of us or not all of us, some of us don't care, but many of us who make this shit feel exactly the same way.
Right.
What all I would press upon the fans of this stuff is, please remember, at least in my case, I pitch these people 10, 15 projects whenever I pitch. I don't pitch them like, oh, I really want to do X-Force, right? Can I please do X-Force? I pitch them like, you know,
the whole
60 things. What about Blue Marvel? What about this? What about that? What about this thing? And I'm just one guy. What about all the others who are also doing the same thing as me? And then the Marvel guys go, or the DC guy go, yeah, that one.
Right.
All that other shit.
Right.
Goes right out. Like out. Don't even bring that shit out.
Right.
Right. And like, I couldn't even get, this is not me bitching, but I'm just trying to be real with you. I posted half of my pitch for what I thought the Blue Marvel book should be on CBR somewhere. It's buried now, but it was a while ago. But people read the first half because I didn't want to give away what it was.
Right.
You know, why make the book if I'm just going to tell you the story here? But like, they were like, holy shit, you know, and not because I'm so great, but like, that's a character that needs stuff done with it. But when I try to pitch the company, they're like, don't bother. We're not even going to hear the pitch. It doesn't even matter what the pitch is.
Right.
Right. So if that's the wall, you know, what are we supposed to do? Make our own stuff.
Right.
Which you guys have been very good at promoting, you know, promoting their the indies that are doing their own stuff, the really quality indies that are doing their own stuff. The hardest hill to get over is to get people to buy them, to get people not just to be aware, but like, okay, go buy them. Right. Don't just say I support. That's nothing. I can't eat that. I can't print my books off.
Open up your wallet.
Right. You got to open a wallet and not buy Batman this month or this week sometimes. You know, I'm sorry, but I mean, these books are too expensive. Sometimes it means don't buy Batman this week. You can get them next week.
So to that point, Jeff, what do you have going on that people can go support?
You can get my own homemade stuff on Global Comics for free right now. Just go look up Winterman Comics on globalcomics.com. You'll see I'm putting up shorts. I just put up one called this character, Mr. Gray. I did another one on this character, Century. I'm just throwing stuff out there right now. I'm in the process with what do you call it? I keep getting his handle in my head. Quinn. We're making
Quinn McGowan?
Quinn McGowan and me are doing a comic together.
Yeah.
I just sent him, he's been waiting a year. And I was like, I'm finally free. I sent him the first 10 pages of the script. I'm like, go. So we're going to drop something. We don't know if it's going to be a Kickstarter or if we're just going to drop it somewhere. But for me personally, I'm not like most of the guys that are there. It's not my bread and butter to do this. So I can afford to drop money and not expect to get a payday because my actual money comes from the TV job. So I'm not going to go broke doing it, but I also have to figure out how do I distribute, what do I do, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So go look up Century, go look up Mr. Gray on globalcomics.com. Some of the stuff's by myself, me doing the art too. Some of the stuff's me with gifted artists doing their stuff. There's like 10 books up there now. If enough people dig them, then I will have a reason to start doing it more seriously. Right. And maybe you get a new indie line or I go to Image with something, you know. I'm just trying to figure out the best mechanism right now, which everybody is. I do feel like it's fascinating watching you guys. I watch you guys talking about the art that you're getting and the collector market and tracking down books and all that kind of stuff. But I don't know if books are the way they're going to be going in the future.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. I wish I knew, but I don't. So whatever the best is, I don't know if digital is the answer. I don't know if giving it away for free on a website and then going, okay, you guys like this? Let me make a hard copy you have to buy. I might do some version like that where you do like 15 different stories, adds up to 100 pages, and you go, okay, these are for free on the web, but if you want them at your house, you're gonna have to go buy the book. You know, stuff like that. Those are all different ways you can do it. I'm watching all the indie guys that you guys bring on. I go and check out their sites. I go look at their books. I don't make a big fuss about it, but I'm checking in on Concrete and all the other guys. I'm checking all their stuff to see what they do with their different business models.
Yeah, and to that point, Jeff, we have a lot of we talk about this all the time because you watch us, you know this. We have a lot of resources within our community. Everything that we need to create, publish, distribute the book. Well, distribution we're still working on, but certainly create and publish a book we have within this community. So when you're ready, just let us know.
We will talk. We will talk.
It's all networking, man. We got it.
What's his name? Joe actually put out, he hasn't done it recently, but he put out 2 books encyclopedia of all the black comic book shops, black-owned comic book shops in the country. I'm like, well, you don't need Diamond if you have this book. You just need somebody to distribute. You just call them up individually and say, will you take 5 books? You know, now somebody got to make them calls. And it's a lot of companies. And some of them are going to say no, but it's a way to get started. You know, 5 books here, 5 books there. That kind of stuff.
Well, let's talk. We'll figure something.
All right, we'll have a Zoom.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, Thorne, I sent your message in the private chat, man. If you can see it.
I got you. Hold on, let's write this down. Actually, no, I'll just cut and paste it. What am I, stupid?
It's 2020.
All right, I'm going to email this to myself. Hold on. Phill.
Following up, that's I just gave the other one as well, Jeff.
Okay, hold on. I'll put them both in. Okay, Phill and Paul. All right, and let me cut and paste you. Cool. Gotcha.
And I want to say, while we're doing this, y'all, we have one more special guest coming on, and I know it's getting late, but we got one more, and you know, it's a you know, it's just gonna be a good one. I just want to say to everybody that's been rocking with us since what time we start? 1?
Yeah, 1:30. Oh, 1:25.
We started at 1.
Started late.
We started at 1.
Okay, gentlemen, if I screw this up, I will just get in contact with you and get it right. Like, so
yeah,
if I somehow mess this up, it's me being stupid. I will get hold of you. Okay.
It's all good, brother.
Yeah. You got our email, man. You can reach us anytime.
Yeah, what I'm saying. If I have any issue, I will hit you up.
All right.
I'm out, I guess.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Take care.
Thank you for the venue. This was a great thing to do today. This is a great, just like we did with Doc Bright. This was a great thing to do today. It's necessary.
Thank
you, man. Appreciate you, Jeff.
Appreciate you, brother. Man, this been a serious day, man. You know, and you know what? On some real shit, man. I couldn't think of a better brother to do this with than to do this with you, Paul.
Likewise, brother. We certainly been talking about this long enough.
For sure, long enough. You know, I think we done covered almost everything Black Panther. To what color socks the brother got on, to you know his first birthday party, what he did, man. It's just for me. I'm very biased. You know, having Mcgregor on was incredible to me because it gave me that it gave me like that Billy Graham connection too. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And just the fact that is my particular favorite version of T'Challa. And I'm not saying the other ones are great. I'll say some of them may even be greater to other people, and that's fine. But for me personally, and I think that's what makes T'Challa, the Black Panther, a great character, is that he we take it personal. It's a character that we take personal. Everybody takes him personal. Everybody who's a fan has their own personal ones. You know, I know people like this.
Before we put on our last guest, there's a question I have. There's a question I have for the community.
Okay.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
Yeah.
Are you not entertained? I want to see some people hit the like button right now. We got enough viewers. We've given you over 7 hours of content. I would very much like everyone who's watching us right now, show us some love by hitting the like button. It costs you nothing. It's sitting right there. Hit the like button. If you really want to hook us up, please share this video so that other people can see it. Algorithms are weird right now in social media. It's
Yeah.
like bending over backwards to get, whenever we put stuff out, it gets buried. And so, you know, our channel, quite honestly, should be a hell of a lot bigger than it is, considering the quality of content that we're giving y'all. So do us a favor, hit the like button and hit the share button. And if you're new to the channel, please subscribe. It doesn't cost you anything. You'll let to know when we do these videos again in the future. Phill, we have our final guest in the green room.
Oh,
you want to go ahead and introduce him?
Man, I'm gonna say this. You can't talk about Black Panther without talking about Jack Kirby. This guy, him and Stan Lee created the most iconic, culturally relevant superhero of all time. And it's when you think about the legacy of Jack Kirby, not only did he create Black Panther, we're talking Captain America, we're talking, I mean, Thor, we're talking the you know, Dark Side, the New Gods, we're talking literally Fantastic Four. All of your favorite heroes was created by this man single-handedly. You know, the Kirby Museum. Let's do this. Let's, without further ado, let's just get right to it, because I'm going to do this super grandiose intro, and we gonna get to what this is soon as Paul's ready to bring this John up.
All right.
Here we go.
Here we go.
For the rain, here we go. We got
I made it.
Jack Kirby. You know, we couldn't. There's no way we could end this show. No, there is a way, but we're blessed to have. How you pronounce it? I'm gonna say Hope, but it's wrong. How you pronounce your last name correctly?
Hoppe.
Hoppe. Boy, I just called you Rand, so that's all. You know, so
That's right. My lights are too bright. Give me a second.
okay. Getting the production value together here.
Yeah, it's so crazy. It's been a while.
Hey, listen. So the day we went and we talked about the legacy of the Black Panther, we have some of the greatest writers, creators, sculptors, artists, people who just collect forms. We kind of did all of this. But
7 hours, man.
7 hours.
Wow.
But there was no way, you know, for me, it was important that we had somebody from the Kirby Museum to come on, and we just wanted to discuss just history and the importance of this particular character and just, you know, what he means. Jack Kirby was a visionary, you know. Who would have known 60 years later that this character would mean so much to so many?
True. Yeah.
And unfortunately, you know, Brother Kirby's not here with us anymore. But can you tell us a little bit about the Kirby Museum and what it all represents and what it entails?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, like, 21 years ago, I'm a big Jack Kirby fan, right? So, and I'm actually helping out John Morrow with his website. For John Morrow, who publishes all these great, was publishing the Kirby Collector, and he's published a bunch of other wonderful things as well. But I was helping him out with his website, and I had gotten around. I did some world traveling, and I was just like, there's quite a few like single artist museums out there and I just felt like there was a gap for Jack that he kind of needed to be embraced by like a nonprofit that was interested in fostering scholarship, study, helping to promote himself as an artist and a creator, just kind of in the nonprofit realm. So I asked John, and I suggested it to John, and he thought it was a good idea and was willing to contact Lisa Kirby, Jack's daughter, who he had been kind of, well, not working with, but kind of got the okay from to do his magazine after her mother Roz passed in '97, and Lisa thought it was a good idea, so I was kind of off and running. I mean, the weird thing is usually when museums are founded, they're founded with a collection of art.
Right.
Didn't do that. Kind of went against the grain and just said, we can create a nonprofit that acts like a museum that does not have a collection. And thankfully, a year into the project, my colleague Tom Kraft reached out and said, you should really start building a digital archive. You're going to conventions, you're promoting Jack. There's all these original art dealers out there. Why don't you bring a scanner to the conventions and start scanning art? So 20 years later, we've got 8,000 pages of original art scanned.
Wow.
Yeah. Thanks to collectors, dealers, auction houses. So, we've got this vast collection of digital assets. Also, one of the things that happened for Jack in Jack's career was when the technology became available to him, he got himself an 11 by 17 photocopier.
Okay.
And started photocopying his pencil art before he sent it off to the inker and the letterer and the editorial offices. So we have the family, or Jack did, he had a significant selection of what you just call Xeroxes of his pencil art in his garage.
Wow.
So, how many years later, working with Lisa, and whatever, we're now caretaking. We're taking care of those photocopies, all in archival boxes and envelopes and all that stuff, and but we've scanned those too. So we're getting close to like 18,000 objects scanned.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's been a great resource. We work with publishers. We're working with DC, and we've worked with other people who have been published Jack Kirby books. Not even necessarily Jack Kirby books, but they want cool Kirby art in their publications. So they'll reach out to us if they to see what we might have in our collection, and we help them out. And that's one of our revenue streams is to be able to provide images to publishers for things like that. We help out scholars doing research. And like today, I was just at a convention. So, we go to conventions and talk about Jack. And
so when you were talking about how you would go and you would scan the particular pieces in, you said something about the Xerox copies of the pencils. You were at OAX this year, correct? Were you at OAX?
That's right.
So the commanding, when we had the full story of the commanding, those were Xerox pencils, if I'm correct. Yes,
they were. Yeah,
they were Xerox pencils. So with those, did he keep the originals, or were the originals probably sold somewhere else?
No, well, the actual original art was like sent to the inker and letterer, right? So that was. He photocopied it and sent that out, and then he ended up having the Xerox.
Okay.
And we have those Xeroxes.
Okay, the Xerox of the pencils.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
So
since we're here for the
cool.
we're here for the Black Panther.
Yep.
And what can you do? Is there any? So I know when he first did T'Challa, he did the Cold Tiger. He called him the Cold Tiger at first, and he had the yellow costume, the yellow and the red particular costume.
Yep.
Is there any particular Kirby Black Panther origin artist story that we may not know of that you may have some insight of?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, that's part of the fun. That's why I'm here. Is there's been a lot of. I'm not going to say this is my research. It's stuff that people on the internet have discussed.
Okay.
There are a lot of Kirby advocates out there, Kirby partisans.
Okay.
So they'll dive in to a lot of these subjects.
Okay.
And I mean, this Cold Tiger thing is just fantastic. It just doesn't have. It's just a great Kirby sketch. It's just so alive. When he would do these kinds of things. The great stuff about Black Panther is that it was based on current events.
Okay.
That there was when the heck was it? There was a significant. I'll say it even this way. Albert Einstein wrote a letter to Franklin Delano Roosevelt saying, "Hey, if you're going to do this bomb thing, by the way, all the uranium that you need is in the Belgian Congo."
Wow.
Okay. So there's one particular mine in the Belgian Congo, Shinkolobwe, and there was a significant political. I mean, Belgium in Africa, terrible. They were just like practically the worst, most murderous colonizers in Africa. Whoever that king was in Belgium, it was terrible. So there was all this stuff going on. So there's this place called Katanga, where the uranium was.
Okay.
And there was I can't even. I unfortunately I'm unable to describe in detail because I kind of pick up stuff and pass it along. I'm not like a heavy scholar into Katanga, but there was this guy Patrice Lumumba, and he was the king of not necessarily, he was like the king of the uranium mine. And it was just this very significant African mineral stuff where Lumumba did something and Congo did something and there was a war and people got killed. And once all was said and done, Malcolm X used to walk around and say Patrice Lumumba was the greatest black man on the continent of Africa.
Mm.
Yeah. It's assassinated in 1961.
Yeah. So it's I honestly believe that Jack was inspired by this and created the Bruce Wayne of Africa.
Wow.
And used that story, and it's possible that
that's why we got
Jack,
in the
when Jack and Stan would do this stuff, it was like Jack would put it all down on the paper, and Stan didn't necessarily either understand what Jack was talking about or it's not like they significantly collaborated on storylines.
Okay.
They would kind of. Stan was more of an editor in a way. He would have a brief editorial phone call with Jack, and then Jack would create 21 pages of comics.
Mm.
So a lot of that too, without you saying it, was Jack even did the stories as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. That's always been rumors for most of them, but that's okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm at the Jack Kirby Museum. That's where I'm at.
Right. Right.
So yeah, there's I'm gonna click here. There's like a YouTube video about that from Ohio State University that kind of covers this. It's a little more like Jack and Stan did this, but it gets into the
well, we're here for
into
the truth,
story.
Brother Brown. We're here for the truth. So you give us what the truth is.
I do the best I can. Yes.
Okay.
So, but this is a nice video, and there's a link in the comments of the or the description of the video that has a link to an article, which I'm actually looking at on my other screen here, and it's great. So that's where all that stuff came from. But the people on the Kirby partisans are like, oh yeah, it's Wakanda is what is the name of the place? Katanga. I'm sorry. So, but that's what Jack did. Jack read the papers. Jack read the magazines. He didn't just read the pop stuff. He read like Scientific American, and he would read all kinds of things. And that's where he would get where he would draw his inspiration from. So let's see I got more.
Yeah, I'm sitting there. I feel like I'm about to get ready to watch the slide or something.
I know. Yeah. Oh shit! Didn't want to do that. All right. Okay. So, hey, live stream. So, here's the first cover for FF52.
That's the one that wasn't used, right? Because
it was not used.
Because his face was shown. Was that the reason why? Or
no? This one was just not used. It was. I believe, I would say, I mean, it was produced, right? They did all the production on it. They made the mechanical for production, and then they said, oh, we got to do something else.
Okay.
Right?
Casper points out that's the heritage auction piece.
Yeah. And then what we see on the left is a very poor Spanish reproduction, I believe, or some, I forget where it came from. It was, it shows the Black Panther's face, right? And that was changed basically to, what's the appropriate way to put it?
the face is on this one too. It's the
the German one.
Yeah,
Wow.
the face is on that
Cool. Because they didn't want to scare the people in the Jim Crow South or whatever,
right.
Whatever. Yeah. So that's what they did. Yeah. So that was like 1966. It's a totally cool story. And I'm not gonna go into details on it, but it's great. They get called. The EFF gets called. And to Wakanda, and
right.
Here's a fun one. Here's like a rare outtake of pencils that apparently were not inked from that issue that ended up in used as a cover on a Comic-Con program in '66.
I've never seen that before.
We can't even talk about searching for 52.
Let's go. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. See, you got me excited.
I'm trying to even determine what storyline that was from. I can't really tell.
It looks like he's fighting Wyatt Wingfoot, which I believe is 53. Don't they fight?
Yeah,
I think.
But you said this was unused though.
This is unused. It's a sequence. It's a one page that got pulled out.
Look how good those pencils. Look how dope those pencils are though. Still.
I'm sorry.
Those pencils are incredible.
Amazing. Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah. No, the pencils are always a delight and always very, very inspiring and packed with power. Yeah. So this is obviously just a detail, right? I believe it looks like it's a 4-panel page. We're seeing, almost 2 panels worth of stuff, but we've never seen it otherwise, any more of it. Somebody's got it, I guess, unless it ended up in a flood or a fire.
Right.
But it's out there, I think.
That's incredible.
Wild, right?
That's incredible.
Then Kirby published with his son Mark Evanier. They published this Kirby Unleashed portfolio in '71, and they published that this was in there. And that's pretty cool. That looks like from '52, I think.
Wow.
Maybe not. Oh, right. 53 was the way it began. It was kind of an origin story, right?
Right.
So I think that's what this is. There's another
It's
one.
from, it's from 1971.
No, that's when Kirby Unleashed was published.
Okay.
Right. So this is artwork from, you know, from.
No, I was saying the Kirby Unleashed was from 1971.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. And then this is also in that.
Hmm.
And it's pretty. It's, you know, the files I found. I'm not doing it justice. It can be, the graphics can be better. You know, I didn't find the good ones. I'm sorry. But yeah, it's great. It's really cool. You know, that there's this stuff out there that I'm sure. Well, you know, am I 95% sure that they exist somewhere?
Somewhere.
Yeah. What else do I got? I don't know where I'm going here.
That's right. Just keep going. You good.
Yep. Okay. So we have 2 issues of FF. Then the next issue that he appears in is
the annual.
This FF annual, right, in
Yeah.
67, right? So these,
right.
Let's see, these guys were April 66. He next appears in August 67 in this annual.
Okay.
And it's cool, you know. It's like filled with characters and Psycho Man but one thing that's happened, and I was tempted to put the originals in, but in 1966 or 67, they didn't really have Xerox machines the way we do, you know?
Okay.
Well, the way we might know if, you know, us older folks. But they did have ways of making copies.
I mean, look at those pencils. Hold on for 1 second. I need, like, I'm looking
Take a
on my
moment.
screen. So I had to move. I'm looking on my TV. So I got this on my TV. I'm looking at these pencils and
Yeah.
just the level of immense power. I think a lot of times what people don't get is that Kirby stuff looks totally different with different inkers, right? Totally different. But just the amount of just the energy and the detail, like it's just it's unreal to see. You know, my appreciation for pencils is ridiculous. Like I'm like trying to do the show and I'm like looking at this on this big screen, like, oh my gosh, this is incredible.
Yeah.
It's incredible. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Yeah. So, you know, the pieces of paper that these 2 images came from are actually pink.
Okay, because you
Just
said
saying.
these weren't Xerox. You said they didn't have the Xerox machine.
Some other kind of like reproduction, quick, cheap reproduction. It almost feels like newsprint, but it's pink and it's full size. So it's original art sized pink paper.
Okay.
And we scanned it in and then we made it grayscale and fixed it up a little bit. And we have a number of these.
Y'all did a good job.
Yeah. Yeah. It's amazing to see his pencils. It's just so much power and it's just wonderful.
Now, can the general public reach out to Kirby Museum to get copies of these?
Not in that way, you know. We should put stuff up. You know, if we write an article and put it on our blog, and I could put them in there. You know what I mean? And, like, that would be the thing. Or again, if somebody was like writing an article for, you know, a website or something, we'd probably share 1 or 2 of them, but not the whole collection of these things. But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Then it's not like they're hidden or locked up.
It's really beautiful art. I mean, even if it is a reproduction, it's incredible to look at.
Yeah. And this is what he would deliver to Stan.
So when I'm looking at this, so I'm sorry. So now I'm reading like, it says deadly shot hunts down, dodging Panther, leaps at such and such. So is that those are him describing the panels or what's going in the panels? Yes.
No, it's kind of like he's drawing it and he's writing the story while he's drawing it.
Okay.
Right? It's not like he's been doing comics for 30 years at this point, right? Like, you know, busting his chops every day in that chair. And it's just he's gotten to the point where he's writing the comic as he's drawing it, but then he can't put the editor who's buying it from him, Stan, won't let him put the dialogue in.
Okay.
Because Stan is going to do that.
Okay.
So, or Stan is whatever. So he just has to put these notes in to describe the story.
Okay.
He used to go in with the pages and have a meeting with Stan. And it got to be the point where it was too much. It was just too much, because Stan would ask for changes, and guess what? Wouldn't pay for the changes.
Okay.
So Jack is just like, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to get on the train with my art and sit in there and put myself into that kind of a situation. He's just going to, have a phone call and,
Right.
go over some, basic stuff like, oh, there's a new character that manipulates emotions, and the Inhumans and the Black Panther get involved, and blah, blah, blah. And then Jack will, again, like I said earlier, Jack will create how many pages of these comics.
Right.
And then mail them in or drop them off, but wouldn't have a meeting with Stan to tell him what was going on.
Okay.
These notes were what told Stan what was going on. Crazy. Shall I move on? Ready?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Please. I don't know what's next.
We watching your presentation. Let's go to the next joint, Brother Ram.
Okay, right. So then Panther shows up in Captain America comic in Tales of Suspense in October 1967, just soon after. And it's just I kind of forgot what the story is. But it's lots of action, and it's very cool. And the art is great. First issue inked by Joe Sinnott. Just looks great. And then we look at this.
Here's the classic cover.
Oof.
Classic.
Just amazing.
I've seen that. That's such a great cover. Such an iconic.
It really is. And
it's been reprinted.
One of the things when I do like live streams and we show this stuff off, I'm always amazed by or it makes me laugh when and then of course they use the original art as part of the mechanical. We're just going to cut it up and put rubber cement on it and blah blah blah. But anyhow, so then the next issue, I think there were two issues of Tales of Suspense that the Panther appeared in. This one, 99 on the left here, was inked by Sid Shores. It looked fine. A lot of people don't like Sid Shores because it's kind of like an old-fashioned kind of style of inking, kind of golden agey.
Right.
But then this Cap 100 happens. Cap gets his own book. Marvel does a little bit of expansion, and they start publishing more comics. And what's really fun in Captain America 100 is my friend Richard Kolkman, this guy who does the Jack Kirby checklist, who goes deep on Jack, everywhere and anywhere. This Captain America 100 is the first time the name T'Challa is used.
I didn't know that.
Neither did I. So he's gone through all those stories that we just went through, the Fantastic Four sequence and the Captain America sequence. And his father is called T'Chaka, but he is not called T'Challa until this panel in Captain America 100.
Nice.
Never knew that.
Cool.
I absolutely never knew that. That's incredible.
I have a Captain America 100 is one of those books that when I was a kid, I would go to the comic store and I would see Captain America 100 behind the glass, and I would just, man, when I get older, I'm gonna get that. It probably was only like $20 when I was younger, but that was big money. You know what I mean? It was like something crazy. Yes. I was like, oh man, it's $15. I mean, they're going crazy, but it's such an iconic cover.
Yeah,
and just one of the pieces. And my daughter is a big Captain America fan, so that's one of the big books by her in her collection.
So it was also one of mine. One of my earliest comic conventions was a very, very cool thing for me because I came home with Commandy #1 and Captain America 100, the same
Nice.
convention.
Mm.
Just, like just great. That was, yeah. So that was so anyhow, so that's a fun little note there with that. What the hell is next? Oh, okay, and then, he's in the Avengers. He appears in Daredevil, drawn by Barry Smith. He's in the Avengers. There's all kind of stuff going on. Then, the Don McGregor jungle action stuff happens. I'm sure you guys talked about some of that stuff today.
We had Don McGregor on.
Yeah.
A little bit.
I was a little young for it at the time. So when Amazing Adventures with Killraven was happening and Black Panther, it was just it was skewing a little too old for me. So I didn't.
It was mature. It was more of a mature comic.
Yeah.
But like I said, my dad used to read that. So I mean, that's probably why. That's why it was a mature comic. Like he was a no nonsense guy. It was a mature book.
Yeah.
So
what I like about this is Jack drew the.
Is that a Xerox?
It appears that Jack drew the cover for Black Panther #1 on a mock-up of Jungle Action.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah. Because they were like, I guess they were like, oh, Jack Kirby's going to do Black Panther again? Well, let's make it a first issue. After the fact or something. I don't know.
Wait. So wait.
So he thought he was going to take over from Jungle Action.
This is what I'm looking at on this the scan of this photocopy, and we can conjecture or get or intuit whatever we can on that. I mean, it says Black Panther. It says Black Panther at the top. It says #1 at the top. But why is that logo on there? I don't.
So maybe, just possibly, I don't know. No, cause you know what? Here's the thing: being that it says #1, maybe they just threw that on there before they knew what the lettering design was going to be. So maybe they just wanted to see that. That could have been that. Because I don't think they wouldn't put #1 because obviously they weren't at #1 when Jungle Action was over. It'd been like 19 or something.
Right.
Okay.
So that's a fun one. Okay. And of course, King Solomon's Frog and the whole adventure stuff. It's just a whole crazy fun thing that's not at all what the Don McGregor stuff was.
It was a totally different situation.
Just some pencil stuff I figured I'd share. This I don't think the thing on the right was an unused cover. I'm not really sure what it was. Looks like it was, he dated it. He signed it at the bottom, 78. Yeah. So
I don't remember T'Challa wearing that outfit.
Wearing what outfit?
On the second.
Oh,
page.
When he's like in like wearing
it's
some
like a
kind
bomber
of
jacket
snow.
or something.
Yeah, you're right. Because they had to evoke him by putting him in the thing at the top, right? But that's him. Yeah.
But that's what's his name from the whole Frog saga, though, next to him.
Mr. Little, yeah. All right, I'm going to keep going.
Keep going, brother. Keep going.
Okay, so this is here just because we ended up not we actually ended up we are collecting original art for our museum as a museum should, collect art. So one of the first pieces we got was this page.
The Black Musketeers.
Yeah.
So but y'all got that's the Xerox page. That's not they'll go to the original page.
Right.
So we had that in y'all. I think we had that in Collections in Black last year. I believe y'all allowed us to get that last year.
Correct. Yep.
And I want to thank you for that, brother. Appreciate it.
Sure. Yeah.
Oh wait, and that was one of the first pages y'all got original art to?
Correct.
That makes it even better. Clap it up for myself. Clap it up for myself.
Yeah. No, we're very lucky and very, 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 very pleased with the person we bought it from. We're very kind, they're just really a wonderful thing to have. We displayed. We actually so we do these pop-ups. We've done a lot of pop-ups in New York City, in Manhattan, in Tribeca, at a gallery, a gallery that's owned by comic book children, like the Giellas. There was a comic book inker named Joe Giella who like inked the Flash and Batman in the 60s and 70s, and his kids, one of his sons opened an art gallery. He passed away. Now his sister is doing it, and we do pop-ups with them because we feel like they're comic book family,
Right.
So we were able to actually have that on the wall in the art gallery. It's really
Nice.
cool to be able to do that.
Nice.
Oh my gosh, what is next? Okay, so I just go through the covers. The stories are amazing. I was talking about the series today with somebody, and they said that there's this one sequence of what the alien shows up and T'Challa does like a push-up, and they say he says this is how we greet people. So then the alien does it, and then on the way up from the push-up, T'Challa knocks him out.
It's ridiculous.
It's just crazy. I mean, they're really fun, adventurous stories. I mean, we actually, the Kirby Museum, I think we tweeted Ryan Coogler, before the movie was even being made. It was just like, could you please put in some weird science fiction thing? Just a little, but not. I don't know. There wasn't, but anything like that. But we love Jack's stuff. These crazy things, the Wacky Family and the Star Wars parody, right?
Yeah.
These comics. There's like a weird Star Wars parody in it. He stumbles across a movie being shot. I don't even remember. It's just crazy stuff.
So he did that also in the Eternals.
Yeah.
When they had the fake
Same
Hulk
time.
or whatever.
Oh, well, the Hulk TV show was on, so Marvel asked them to put the Hulk in the comic.
Right. But it would turn out to be like a Hulk robot. Like it wasn't like the real Hulk or something.
Yeah, he was like, then, I'm not going to put the Hulk in. I'll put the Hulk in, but it's my Hulk on the Jack Kirby planet, Or Jack
So I
Kirby.
almost have a complete run of Kirby's Black Panthers, all in 9/8. I have maybe about 3 I have left to get. So that's going to be that's been one of my goals for the last couple of years. To have that complete run in the highest grade possible.
Yeah, I mean, there's been some collections too. A while ago, they put them in trade paperbacks that were kind of cool if people just want to read them. I'm sure. How could they not be on Marvel Universe or whatever? I guess they are.
Sure.
Right. All right. I got one more. Get ready.
All right, brother. Take your time.
Here we go. I hope the audio comes through.
We're gonna see.
Okay.
Oh yeah, and do the wait till the Black Panther comic and do the right thing.
Don't ruin it. What are you, spoiler, dude? Come on, man.
Everybody here should know this. If they don't, they're in the wrong group.
I love that. Black Panther eats pizza, we eat pizza, with a Jack Kirby Black Panther comic.
Let me ask you this. So when the family first saw that scene, do you know what the reaction was, or
no?
You know.
Nothing. Yeah. I'll say this though. So Mike Royer did a lot of the inking and for Jack's work, right? But he didn't just do the inking; he did the display. He did the lettering and the display lettering, like the titles at the beginning of the story. And he would do these very distinctive, what some people would call blobby. It was like a blobby kind of a horror style. He would definitely do more horror-y like things in the Demon. But even in Black Panther, there was a very particular style of lettering that was on those initial splashes, and I just had the sense that the 70s and early 80s graffiti guys were inspired by Mike Royer's display.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. You listen,
So-
and that leads us to. I'm waiting for that leads us to this conversation, I'm glad that you're saying this. My man, Do What We Love is on here. That leads us to what I'm having next week. What I'm having panels, and panels is my exhibit. And this, I couldn't even pay for somebody to say what you just said right now, because I'm doing a whole exhibit where we are talking about the connection between graffiti and comic art, and the fact that we talk about how you got like the bubbles in graffiti, which literally looks a whole lot like Kirby Crackle. Way the letters are formed on these splash pages, and the way all these things look. And it's funny because we've done a lot of pieces, and I'm gonna send you some stuff that we did a lot of Kirby inspired pieces for the exhibit that we have coming up. We've literally took Galactus face. We have a whole panel. I'm gonna send you. We did a whole big giant panels piece. The colors are based upon what issue is that of Fantastic Four? It's based upon the colors of Galactus in the image. Galactus is not in the graffiti at all, but it's based upon the colors that's on the cover. I have a video of that dropping on Monday, and we talk about that. So that is super dope, and you best believe I'm going to be taking a clip from this when you're talking about the marriage between the two.
Yeah.
There's no way that I'm not.
Yeah. And Vaughn Baudet was all over graffiti.
And now, since you went to the second point, and we never do that, hey, take this little piece off my face, Paul. It make me big real quick, sir, if you can, sir.
I know you like to get big.
Ooh, that was crazy. That was out of line. Pause central. The whole Baudet thing. That all of that is. Let me say this. You just sort of. I'm not going to use the word legitimize, but you said what we've been saying, the correlation between the graffiti in comics, and how you can't deny it whatsoever.
Right.
And like we said, between the Kirby Crackle, looks like the bubbles, like even when you open the splash, even the titles, just the regular titles.
Yes.
And of course the splash pages and the way these things are laid out. And like you were saying, the time frame, me and my man Shane was talking about, the time frame lines up. It lines up, and you mentioned Baudet, like all of this lines up. It just lines up. Baudet did comics too, and graffiti, and it's crazy. And you already know. That's all I gotta say.
All right.
That I was excited for you to say that. That was dope. That was amazing for me. It really was.
Yeah. All right.
You got one more piece? Was there a piece with the thing you was getting ready to show? Was that was it?
Oh, I can fire it.
And
up.
let me ask you this: the thing was a caricature of Jack Kirby of sorts, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
But so was Reed Richards. I maintain. Particularly, there's one issue of the FF where the FF are on a billboard. I think it's like Kurgo from Planet X or something. It's like a really early issue. And Jack Kirby actually inked it himself.
Okay.
And you look at Reed Richards' face and you go, oh, it's Jack.
Okay.
Because, Jack was a tough guy who got in fights and smoked cigars, but he was also kind of a super genius.
That's fair.
In his own way.
From Yancey Street.
Yeah. Well,
that's fair.
Delancey, Yancey, yeah. Hang on, let me get this thing. What am I doing? What is it telling me? Oh yeah. Yeah, so the big thing that we've got going is that we've got this Jack Kirby's getting a street sign in Manhattan. So
when's that? When's the date for that?
May 11th.
Okay.
Which do you know what street? You know what street it is?
Yeah, it's going to be the corner of Essex and Delancey, and It's right by the McDonald's and the subway entrance to the subway.
That's
And
like
it's
the Lower East Side, isn't it?
Yeah. Jack was born a block away and grew up 2 blocks away. And this genius Roy Schwartz like wrangled the I don't even know what to call them. The New York City government in order to make this happen, and got the petition signed and got the city councilman, and Jack's gonna have a street sign.
Dope.
Dope.
So that was the thing that I was that was
So
my
after the
last-
after the street sign thing, are you having some type of event there as well, or is it just going to be some type of?
So we're having a bunch of people are going to speak, and then eventually some of the grandchildren will be there. They'll reveal the sign. We just heard the other day that the New York Police Department agreed to block off Essex Street in both directions.
Nice.
So if it's a nice day, we'll probably have like 1,000 people to celebrate. It's going to be great. It's
That's
really
great.
going to be great. It's just such a, I tried to navigate the government to follow the rules and apply to get a street naming happen for his 100th birthday back in 2017, and thankfully my failure helped Roy out a lot. Like he said, "Oh, so that's what I shouldn't do."
Right. But I mean, but at this particular point, is getting done. When is the next? So with the Kirby, I know y'all have these pop-ups. Do y'all have any pop-ups going on now, or is there anything in the near future we need to be looking out for?
Not right now, but in tandem with the street sign unveiling is we are going to have a months long exhibit at the Center for Jewish History on 16th Street in New York. It's near Union Square. It's called The Jack Kirby Way: How a Jewish boy from the Lower East Side became the king of comics.
Nice.
Yep.
Nice.
And we'll have street code, some really big prints of covers, some original art. And that'll be up from May through November in the city.
Okay, so then I'm definitely going to have to go and catch it.
In the city, in Manhattan. Forgive me, I'm being very New York City centric here.
No, I know exactly what you were saying as soon as you said it. I know exactly what you meant.
Yeah.
And let me ask you this too. I know it's getting late. I just want to ask you one more thing. One,
sure.
Appreciate the alley-oop you just. I appreciate you coming on. I was happy to. I either wanted to start with Jack or I wanted to end with Jack. He's the alpha and the omega when it comes to this. I need to make sure we had that on. And like I said, for those who don't know, you were coming from somewhere else, and I appreciate you still taking the time and saying that you didn't want to miss this. And
I was so thrilled to be able to do it. I appreciate it so much. Thanks.
Well,
so much.
I'm excited to have you here. So the one thing I want to talk about is this. Because I have to. Me and you talked about the project that I'm going to be working on, the Finding 52. With Jack's, I know some of the problem that Jack was having at a particular point was him getting his artwork back and things of that particular nature. I know they had cleared that up. But to me, it seems like with Kirby, it was important for him to have his actual physical pieces of art with him. Like he wanted his art, like, make it Xerox and things of that particular nature. Are y'all still discovering art pieces that y'all haven't seen?
Oh yeah, all the time. Yeah, there's definitely art out there and I think, as the long-time collectors kind of age out, to put it politely.
Right.
I think we'll discover more,
right?
That have been, kind of preciously, like
It's held
Gollum
on
with the
tightly.
ring kind of stuff,
Right. Right.
I mean, we've encountered people who like, they don't want us to scan their art because they feel that if we scan it and then well, we agree with people. Well, like, look, please let us scan it, and we just want a copy of it, and we'll agree that we won't even share it with anybody,
Right.
you know. And there are some people who are like that, you know, where or some people don't even want us to scan it because they feel like it takes the juice away.
Takes the value away. It's crazy.
Yeah.
And
like,
you know, me and you're going to talk about Finding 52 at some particular point. We'll have that conversation later on.
Sure.
Apparently, you're both going to have to hop on a plane to Mexico.
I'm not doing that, man. No, we're not doing. I don't know why he even thought that was. They definitely got the Xerox copies that was sent to them. I don't know where that conversation came from. Question. It's not a Black Panther question, but it's in there. Kirby had attempted to do a book called Soul Love.
Oh yeah.
And it was a Black romance book. I think that DC was supposed to publish it and never published it. And I think Tomorrow Publishing had reprinted it like a year or so. So I'll be very honest. That was when I learned about that maybe 8-9 years ago. I was scouring the internet, just downloading anything that I could have because I never. It was just the most amazing thing, man. If you pull out. Yes, I have that one.
Bring
Yeah,
that's
that love.
Yeah, and he also we helped him out so much he gave us our blue edition. It only has the same stuff inside.
Okay.
So
okay.
That was fun. But
have you ever
seen
the magazine style version of that?
Yeah. Yeah, isn't that great?
Man, I really wish. I know somebody that owns a page. I know 2 people that own pages from it. I really, man, you know, for one, I gotta give Kirby his props for doing a Black romance book. And even though it was never released, you know, I could only imagine what that would have looked like, you know, what that would have meant to the culture. That would have just been incredible. So
who doesn't want to read stories about Diane Carroll spurning Sidney Poitier? Come on.
Exactly. And let me ask you, do you know like any information about that? Like, you know, I don't know if he just did it because he wanted to, because Jack did what he wanted. Jack was a visionary, you know, when it didn't come to fruition, how he felt, or, you know, or just the process on actually getting it reprinted. And I'm gonna let you go after that, but that's just
okay. All right. Well, I love talking about this, so thanks for asking. No, I mean when he started getting you know, really frustrated with his deal at Marvel, you know, particularly, I mean it's of a theme with what I described earlier, where even when he was delivering these 21-page stories to Stan, and then Stan would just change it too much, right? There's like, you know, so he just kept. He was clearly a character and concept, you know, factory, you know, in the best way, and he's just started doing all these character presentation pieces that got and eventually got him. I mean. Well, I'll say I think he pitched Ragnarok to Thor, to Marvel, and they said, well, we can't kill Thor off. So I think that kind of like annoyed him as well. So he basically
wait. When he pitched Ragnarok to kill off Thor.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Okay.
Yeah. And there's evidence for it, but just to. So it got to the point where he stopped creating new characters for Marvel. Like the art is beautiful, but you look at some of the Fantastic Four stories, and it's beautiful and it's action packed, but there's no really great concepts and no really great, you know, new characters. So, but he finally works out a deal with this guy who used to be a kid in the Simon and Kirby studio, like, you know, erasing pages and, you know, doing whiteout. Who wanted to be a comic book artist, who became a comic book artist, Carmine Infantino.
Yes.
And Carmine was like a kind of a cool mid-century modern comic book artist in a way. Like he had that sleek style when he did the Flash in particular. And he just ended up becoming not just the editorial director of DC, but the publisher at DC. And Jack expressed his frustration that he wanted to leave and showed a bunch of presentation pieces. And he and Carmine were like, we're gonna do at DC what you did at Marvel.
Right.
Because almost all the characters that we love at Marvel came from Jack doing what he called the Blitz. Like Fantastic Four, Avengers, Hulk, X-Men, Sergeant Fury. This is all. As a Jack Kirby partisan, I'm comfortable saying that Jack Kirby created all those characters and brought them to Marvel.
Right.
Okay. So and that changed comics.
Right.
And Jack's years and years of writing and drawing romance comics helped him with these superhero comics. And the things about the Marvel being superheroes with problems and stuff like that. Well, that
came from romance.
I think that came from the romance comics that Jack was so good at. You could read Stan's romance comics and be like, Stan's not good at that. Stan was, he wanted to do Archie comics. He liked doing teen humor stuff.
Right.
So I'm just going to keep talking. I hope that's okay. But
keep going.
So he gets to DC and they're going to change DC. DC is the number one. Are they the number one? Yeah, I think they're the number one comic book publisher at the time. The Batman thing has faded, like the 66, 67 Batman TV show, popped kind of, so what are they going to do? Well, they've discovered that they've known for a while that, college students, like the age of the readers is a little older than it had been before. Like, that's what Marvel was the thing that, like, well, Superman is, they're like fairy tales for 8-year-olds, right?
Right.
And then, but Marvel is like cool science fiction for 13-year-olds. Well, maybe, but the college kids are reading the Marvel comics and going, we love the Hulk as our fraternity's mascot and stuff like that. So, and then the Conan, the Conan paperbacks were selling. The Lord of the Rings was a big thing. So they were like, we're gonna age up the comics a little bit, and that's what the Fourth World was. That was Jack and Carmine, kind of aging up superheroes, to be a little more, not 13-year-olds, maybe 18,
right,
19-year-olds, young college kids were the audience for that. But Jack also had a lot of ideas for new concepts and new packages. And he saw that, like, Jim Warren was doing these eerie and creepy magazines. Mad was a magazine, what's his name? Bill Gaines, turned Mad into a magazine so he could avoid the comics code.
Smart.
Right? So, DC should... Actually, Marvel tried those 2 Spider-Man magazines, but they didn't go anywhere. But he was like, all right, we should look into doing some magazines. So he did that Mob magazine. I forget. I think I looked into the timing of how successful the Godfather book was compared to the End of the Days of the Mob, but I don't think it worked out that was a thing. It would have been a precursor to the movie, but the book was still pretty popular before the movie.
Right.
And then the Spirit World, I don't know. That was, I don't know. There was a lot of stuff going on with that as a trend. Horoscopes and other things. But yeah, he was like, let's do a black romance. And it seemed he clearly, he bought his house in the suburbs by doing romance stories,
Right.
So it seems like it would have been a good idea, but I just You know, they just the publishers just they I think Carmine was behind it, but you know the other business people just they couldn't, they didn't like Jack, and
Yeah,
they
and
really
Black
wanted.
Romance was probably a hard sell. It was like,
Yeah, and I think John Morrow covers it in the Dingbats, but in the Dingbat Love, but it's like, they showed it to Roberta Flack's people, like there was some connection that they had with,
I forgot
just
about that. There
randomly
was
in
a whole
Manhattan that
there was a Roberta Flack situation with that.
Yeah.
In Tomorrow Publishing, they talked about that. Like it was a big. How was it connected to Roberta Flack? I totally forget.
I think it was just somebody knew somebody,
Right.
And it didn't that didn't they didn't react well to the comic. I mean, comics are weird, even back then it was like one step up above pornography and crossword puzzles. I mean, we love comics because they're comics, and particularly Jack Kirby stuff. But really, on the newsstand,
right. It was just there.
So it's not like you're showing people a comic book in America in 1972. That's what illiterates read that, or something.
Right. Right.
So, yeah, that's. And I love the divorce angle too. Like at the same time, it was like, soul love and then true divorce stories or something.
Right.
Like,
Two
I love them both as
different
concepts.
Two totally different concepts. Like it's two totally different stories. It's like I'm in love, I'm getting a divorce. I mean that's. I mean for me, that's when I was younger. I said to you, I said when I was younger, I didn't I wasn't a fan of Kirby as a kid. Like I was like, man, I didn't like that the hands were all blocky and this and that.
And what's with the teeth and oh yeah, I know.
And I said, and then with the line, but then it wasn't until when I got older, and I was like, yo, this stuff is out of this world, but this is really, really good. And I think, one of the issues was always it depended on who the inker was, and Kirby had all these different times. But when I think of, for me, regardless, this man created the Black Panther, my favorite character, the most iconic Black superhero in existence. And for me, maybe 10 years ago, when I found out about the romance thing that didn't even come out, that just put him, to me, just like on a higher echelon. Like I was so amazed and like looking up the pages. And I remember, I don't know if it was y'all or was somebody else who wanted to get skits. There was a post I seen, or there was a blog or something talking about how they didn't, some of the pages were still missing. Like all the pages weren't there during a particular time. So, and they were, somebody was trying to get all the pages. It might have been y'all. I don't know who it was.
We were helping. It was probably John Morrow, but we might have done something to on social to try to help him out.
So it's just, I just feel like when I look at Kirby, he's always been able to kind of, he was a visionary. Some of the stuff that he did in some of his books that was so far out back then, are things that are actually happening now, which is wild. With the AI technology and clone this and that. It's the stuff that he talked about back in the day. But the thing that
he was such a science fiction guy. He just loved reading that kind of conjecture and stuff and he loved, like when he would I actually I was lucky enough to interview him like a year or two before he passed away, and it was all about technology and stuff, and the audio was actually on our YouTube channel of my interview with him, and I didn't ask any good questions. The guy my friend was asking all the questions. But one of the great answers was like, he would be like, Jack said something like, I always wanted to present technology with a sense of legend. I was like, okay, that's really cool. And he said, and I always wanted to use the technology now that I think would exist in 30, 35 years.
Wow.
So he would kind of look at the science, the news, and the science magazines and stuff, and just kind of come up with ideas that could be used in the comics that were like, I mean,
So you're saying Jack Kirby was a futurist?
he was, yeah. And he got visited by the FBI in the early 40s because he was following Tesla, the actual Tesla, not the current stuff, but the actual guy who was talking about like atomic power or atomic something
What?
about atomic, and Jack put it in one of his comics. And the FBI knocked at his door. He's like, "No, I'm reading about Tesla. Over on Long Island. There, he's doing amazing things." And they were like, "Oh, okay."
It's crazy.
Yeah,
it's crazy. So, well, Brother Rand, it has been real.
It's been a pleasure.
It is about to go on 10 o'clock.
Mm.
We've been here for
8:18.
We've been here for 3 days doing this thing. Well, not 3 days, but it's it's been a pleasure, it's been a blessing to have a representative from the Kirby Museum on here, and I couldn't think of a better way to end this particular show than a representative from the person who created Jack Kirby. I mean, created the Black Panther. And I apologize to the people still watching that I went through some other things, but to me, it was just important for context because Kirby had I just want to show that this man did so much and still managed to create this character that we still love to this day. And the fact that he made a Black romance comic, and we haven't had one of those since Negro Romance, and then so the second one would have been the one that Kirby would have done, which is incredible. So, is there any last things you want? No last words. You're not about to get executed or nothing crazy like that. But
No. I just my last flourish was definitely Black Panther eats pizza, we eat pizza. I just love that so much. Thank you, Spike Lee.
Hey, we really appreciate you joining us on BCL.
Yeah.
And this has been a journey. Paul, anything that you want to say, brother?
No, I appreciate you coming out. It was a pleasure meeting you at OAX.
Yes, sir.
If you acquire anything else that you from a Black Panther or that you think that we'd like to see, please let us know. We'd happy to have you back.
Oh, and I said to Phill a couple of days ago when we talked, Tom and I do our live stream series.
Tell Tom I'm mad at him that he didn't come on, being shy. You told him I said that. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay, I will. But we started working through Jack's work at the 70s, and if you go to the museum's YouTube channel, you see all hours and hours of us looking at art and talking about stories and cracking wise, and we've just been we just put a stop. We got so busy, but all we have left to do is Black Panther and Devil Dinosaur. So, stay tuned for.
Where can we get some of that Kirby Museum merch? Because I remember that T-shirt.
I got mine.
You have one?
Yeah, I bought one. I wore it on our show one time.
Oh, yeah, I need to get one.
Yeah, we have a gift shop on our website.
On the website. All right.
Yeah.
Bet.
Okay. Right. Well, brother, it's been real. We appreciate you.
Yes. Appreciate you guys too.
We're about to get ready and sign out here, man. Paul, do you want to take? I'm going to say this before we go out. There's nowhere else that I can't think of nowhere else that you can get all of the individuals that we have that worked on this character today. And this has been a labor of love. And I would do this again. I have no problem doing this again. If we're here for the 75th, I'll be 60-something years old. Paul, man, we could knock that. We could do that again, Playboy. I think it's just this is something that me and Paul refused to let T'Challa's 60th anniversary go unnoticed, uncelebrated, and I'm talking about uncelebrated, you know, by us, by the fans, those who get up and love the character and buy the books and things of that particular nature. It's a $1 billion franchise, but you know, we're at the heart of this thing, and but this was also our love letter to the character. You know, this was us showing our respect, and you know, I had a good time. And you know, we've been there for 20 hours. It doesn't even, to be honest, now it doesn't even seem like it. In my opinion, it doesn't. Time flew. It may not have flew for everybody else, but for me, I feel like time is flown. I know as soon as I get off, I'm gonna be tired, but I feel like this has just been dope. Guest after guest after guest after guest. Paul, we did it, man. You know, we got through this thing. It was a really dope show, and
we still have one more video to show.
Damn. Hey, listen, too, man. We're gonna end this with throw that final 52 on the end, man. Remind these people, man, that this is coming. Kickstarter's coming. Oh, look what I got in the mail today. It just came. I'll be sending them off this week, y'all. I'll be sending them off this week. That's the books, the ones that were redone. Look at that. Bingo.
Yeah, I need my signed copy.
I got you, boss.
All right. Rand, thank you very much.
All right, guys. Take care.
All right. All right. Now, let us pull out the...
You know we should got the SAR video.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to pull.
Okay.
I had it queued up, but then I accidentally dropped it. There we go. You ready?
I'm always ready.
All right, we're here with master artist Joshua.
What? No, don't do that to me. Don't do that to me, man. That's not
Hey,
cool.
look, we had no technical difficulties all day. Hey, who's that good looking, man? That was me. We didn't have any technical difficulties all day. That was crazy.
We probably overheated our system.
Man, listen. We made listen, StreamYard acted all right. You know what? It acted up one time. We had one audio issue. But one audio issue out of 8 hours isn't bad, man.
All right, here, let's try it again. Can you see the screen? Oh, so you can't see the screen yet.
Yes, sir.
All right, we're here with master artist Joshua Cassara. Has done great works on everything from Marvel, from X-Force to Falcon, everything. So Joshua Cassara, he's the one who's done
that Tony Jennings thing off.
Great covers as this, as
you looking for this one? Oh, you got the book right there. Oh.
Illustrated Black history of the Black Panther. Joshua, you obviously, based on your work, love this character because I can tell by the level of detail that you put in the character and love you put in the character. It's the 60th anniversary this year. What is the significance of your work on this character and of the character itself, your feelings on the character of the Black Panther?
Honestly, I think Black Panther is the best. He's my favorite design in all of comics, right? of all characters. Like his silhouette, everything about him, like it's my favorite. It's my favorite looking. I think it's the best design. It's beautiful, and like I jumped at the chance to draw him. So when anytime Marvel wanted me to do it, it's like, yes, he's the man. Of course, the cultural significance, absolutely. Like I love, like I keep as much Black Panther art as I can, you know, and people always ask me, what do you want to do? Like, what's the next thing? What haven't you done? You know what I say? Black Panther story. Give me a 10-issue story. Give me the right writer. And like, I want to like crush it. Like, I just want to do like the Kirby technology, right? Like the thing, like I love drawing like the organic things in the jungles and things like that. So like, I still fantasize about doing a full Black Panther story. And I've only got to do covers so far.
That's what's up, man.
Good stuff.
Shout out to Joshua Cassara.
Man, shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to everybody that's still in here at what's it 9:54?
Yeah, we went past our time.
everybody in the chat, man, if you want to leave a quick message,
and if you want to really help out, please like the button. Hit the like button. I'm so tired. Hit the like button. Share this video so other people can see it. If you're not subscribed to the channel, please go ahead and subscribe to the channel. It doesn't cost you anything.
For sure. And listen, we not done. We done tonight though. But we got some more surprises. I got panels this weekend, man. If you're in the Pittsburgh area for the draft, there's a lot of stuff we got going on. It's just going to be an incredible joint. Me, Jared Cullen, my man Shane, we got stuff from the Paradise Collection. Shout out to my man Paradise Great from X Clan. Used to run the Latin Quarters back in the day. He's the person that was responsible for giving your favorite artists, Rakim, Kane, Public Enemy, like their first shows. Anytime you hear a rapper or MC talk about the LQ or the Latin Quarters back in the day, that's Paradise Gray. We're going to have some of the original hip hop flyers and posters from that era. Like I got stuff like with Grandmaster Flash when he was using the Flash, drawings of the Flash as an icon. It's just amazing that we got going on, we got coming up. And also we're gonna get ready and get ready to start working on this Finding 52. But I'm depending on, I'm trying to do this all myself as I go around the country looking for these pages, but I'm gonna be looking for support from the community so we can make this happen. We do this for y'all. We do this for us, but we do this for y'all. We try to make this shit as, I don't know. I want to get off here real quick, but let me say this. I'm gonna be done. So I get excited. And I take this shit very serious. There's too much bickering and arguing and shit within our Black comic book space. We are a niche within a niche within a niche. People are going around doing false narratives and all this other goofy ass stuff, man. And it's so weird to me. It's weird. It's very weird.
It's crazy when
I'm
like,
pardon me. I'm gonna address this and I'm gonna say this. We've had people accuse us of being a particular way for the most ridiculous reasons, and you know what, man, everybody can have their opinions and say what they want to say, and that's fine. Say what you want to say, but I want you to remember this. That narrative that people are trying to come up with, speaking for myself, is as false as it'll ever get. And two, I ain't got to explain myself to anybody. And it's late. And
our work
it speaks for itself. There's no way.
That's why I don't bother addressing it, because it's
but I want to address one thing, and I do want to say this, and I'm being very literal too. I go to these cons, and I go to these cons. I go to these cons. When we see some of y'all at these cons, it's very important that you keep the same energy, and because when we have conversation, we address it. I don't want, oh man, I'm just going. I'm gonna say.
I was really trying to get my clicks and likes, man.
I'm gonna say this. Let's just be clear. The one thing you can never do, we can have differences of opinions on comics and books and whatever, but the one thing I will not allow as a man is for anybody to question my character by any stretch of the imagination. I'm not that person. I'm not that friendly with y'all in real life. We have to be very respectful on how we talk to each other and what we say about each other. You'll never see me get on here, type some stuff about some individual group, or say, oh, somebody said this, so they must be like this or be like that. Man, that is so goofy and childish, man. Y'all cats need to grow up. And
it's like being like a damn school sandbox.
Nobody's addressed me personally to a certain degree, but when I see blanket statements about the crew or man, chill out. Chill out. Chill out. What we deal with over here is the positive, and we deal about the culture, and we deal about the history. Everybody in our crew don't even all get along all the time, but we family. We disagree on things all the time, but the one thing we will not do is attack another person's character. And I see too many black men in these spaces who are supposed to be up here always attacking other people's character. This ain't about Black Panther right now. It's 10 o'clock. So I'm gonna say this. That's sucker shit, man. It really is, man. It's sad to see people do that. And I'm addressing it. From here on out, let's not do that. If somebody has a particular issue with somebody or thinks this, contact the person. Let's have the conversation. Or I tell you what, all these groups and stuff that have these issues, let's get on the show and let's have a debate. Let's talk about it.
No, that's not going to happen.
It's not.
That would require you to look a person in the eye and say some of the foolishness that you say. B, I feel positive about engaging people about these issues because we do this out of love. We do this out of seeking truth.
For sure.
We don't do this for any agenda. We don't do this for money, certainly. We do this because of love of comics, love of these characters, love and support of these creators. There's no other agendas beyond that.
Sure.
Y'all may have agendas. We don't have agendas. We are what we say we are. And so you can't debate that.
Right.
That's why we don't have to address a lot of this stuff because the work speaks for itself. If you want to talk about it, come talk about it. But be a grown-ass man next time and DM somebody, contact somebody. Don't just do a post and run away and hide your hands.
Right. And with that too, we also address BS within the family where there's people who don't do things right the way they supposed to. You know what I mean? But we address that, within the family and, behind closed doors. My whole thing is this: there's way too much foolishness going on in the world right now. We don't know what's going on day by day. Goofy ass shit in the government, families all messed up, violent. Like, listen, yesterday alone in Pittsburgh, man, there was so many shootings because it was a nice day out. It's embarrassing.
And y'all want to go after people over comics.
Listen,
comics?
Listen.
We talking comics? Seriously?
Listen, man, I come here a lot of times to escape some of that mess, man. And
exactly.
And to build with people, man, and to have a good time. I'm all about positivity. I'm all about positivity, preserving Black history, Black culture, comic culture. And I just, it felt real good to do this Black Panther piece. It really did. And like I said, the reason why I did this was because I felt like we missed the boat when it was time to do Storms last year. And that kind of haunted me all year. And I said, no, we're not going to do this for T'Challa. So listen, we're going to keep bringing you this good content, these good pieces. You're going to have like 8.5 hours to go back and just watch the show and enjoy it. Take out the pieces that you like. You may not have liked everything. That's fine. But in 8.5 hours, you should be able to find something. And we hope y'all continue to rock with us because we rock with y'all. And if you have an issue with something that we say or you don't like something that we did, just, address it. But but the thing you're not going to do is you're not going to attack anybody's character over no damn comics. I'm not doing that, man.
Some people are just goofy, man. It's kind of crazy.
I'm not doing that. I can attack your character over something that you do or something that you say or whatever. But we're not attacking people's, don't attack people's character. Now, some people's character is flawed though, but that ain't got nothing to do with the comics. I'm done, man. I gotta get something to eat, man. I'm too pretty for this shit.
Look,
hey, on some real shit though, and I'm cussing out. It done got late. But you know, when you black, you got your little towel and stuff. At this particular point in the game, listen.
Why isn't that a terrible towel though? To go with the cup.
I got the black one. I got the black one over in the corner.
That wasn't an invitation.
We're gonna see what the Steelers do in this draft. We're gonna see. Hey, listen. If you come to Pittsburgh next weekend for draft weekend, there's so much stuff going on, and I'm bringing Chubb Rock on Friday. I got panels Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Everybody's gonna. When I say everybody's gonna be in the city, is unreal. So I'm done. Support the Black comic lords. Support all these Black comic bloggers, reporters, whatever. Support them all. I watch everybody. I show everybody love. Support them all. Because like I said, there's no need for people to be divided. We're stronger together.
We really are.
There ain't enough of us to be divided.
Here's the thing, and I've said this before. We have enough going on in this world, real life problems, real life situations, real life dangers because of things going on in this world. An administration that's beyond bonkers. It is a dangerous time for all of us. If you don't recognize that, then you just have your head buried in the sand.
Right.
There's a lot of things that can stress us out. And there are a lot of things that we should certainly be concerned about. And for many of us, characters like the Black Panther, comic books in general, the ability to take your mind elsewhere and think about other things, to escape those problems for a few minutes, for a few hours, is important. Mental health is important, particularly for Black folk, because we're terrible at taking care of our own mental health.
Facts.
Comics is a respite for me. That's how I unwind after a stressful day. And this stuff shouldn't be with a disclaimer. I shouldn't have to. You should be able to enjoy what you enjoy, love what you love, read what you read, watch what you want to watch without having to qualify it over someone else's standards. I don't want to go too deep with it, but comics isn't something you should be beefing. We should be beefing with each other about.
Yeah.
I'd like to take all of that talkity talk, clickety clack that you do with your thumbs on your phones and do something more constructive. Address the real life problems, not comics. That's just silly. And you seem stupid when you do that. Anyway, got anything else?
No, I mean, I just, we probably didn't even need to go there, but it was just, I don't know why I got excited. Maybe because I'm just hungry. I don't know, shit.
Yeah, true. We had a good time today, though. We had a good time.
It was, man, listen, man, today was dope. And it was, today was dope. It was, like I said before, man, to be able to do this at this particular stage is incredible, and I don't take it for granted. And the fact that, everybody that we asked answered the call. Some people couldn't make it because of scheduling and things of that nature, and that's fine. And I get it. We're not mad about that. But this is
the majority of the people that we invited showed up.
Yeah.
Vast majority of them did.
Yeah. And, some people had to come on a little bit later and switch some times, and it wasn't no problem. It was just, we made the call, everybody answered. And we're blessed to just be in that position. We're gonna keep the culture going forward. And even though we live in a day where people are quoting fake Bible verses. Conan versus from Pulp Fiction is crazy.
Oh
Man.
man. Like I said, we live in interesting times, man.
We live in some
We
interesting
got bigger
times.
things to worry about than comics.
It's funny, man, because it's for me, and it's almost Sunday anyway, so it's almost time to get a little sermon. And for me, it's just wild because reality is crazier than what fantasy is right now.
Right.
And
Like
it's everything is, it's like a bizarre world, you know. So for me, when I've heard whatever, I'm like reading, like, for real, like that's what they got out of this or whatever. And there
man,
was
come on. I can't believe Lex Luthor would ever be written as a president of the United States. Well,
right. Let me say, hey, look, here we are. So, but
here we are.
Anyway, hey man, we love y'all. Let's get up. Let's get back up, man. Finding 52, man, going to drop this Kickstarter. I apologize for not having it ready right now, y'all, but it's in the works. Is definitely about to be something crazy. I've already started working on this thing. And I promise y'all will not be disappointed. It's important to the culture that we find just where these pages are, if they even exist anymore. But I'm going to make these trips, and we're going to see what we can do with it. And
let me know what I can do to help.
For sure. I definitely am, man. I mean, I'm definitely going to be coming back out your way, man, because I'm definitely going to have to go and sit down and talk to Kazra about some things.
I keep feeling we're gonna have to go to Mexico though.
I'm not, man. If we do, I'm not. That's man.
Wild, right?
It is, man. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna shoot a pilot. But depending on where we go, there's gonna be other incentives for it as well. So maybe on Wednesday we can. I'm not gonna Wednesday. I'm gonna be getting ready for the draft all this week. So yeah, it's all good. It's gonna be dope though. It was just when I found out that no pages from Fantastic 452 exist anymore, I was just sitting there like, what? No pages from and for me to have in my hand probably the oldest Black Panther page from 53, I gotta find 52. So
yeah.
Anyway, it's been great, y'all. I'm up. Love y'all. Y'all be safe. Until next time. No issues, no beef. It's all love over here.
Real.
Let's
we literally have beef with no one.
Hey, I tell you what though, I'm having beef with my stomach. So I'm hungry. I wonder, you know what? We did the big long joint for the we did the virtual con. We did the Black Panther joint. I don't know what we can do to even remotely top this particular one. It's not about topping. I got to think about what the next one's going to be.
We have plans.
Yeah, I think this should be a quarterly thing. What do you think?
We did tell y'all we're doing it bigger and better this year, right?
Oh yeah.
We don't lie to y'all. We never lie to you.
We don't.
Stay tuned.
Peace, y'all. Hey, throw up that 52 real quick before we get out of here. Let them see me real quick, and then we out.
Are you serious? I'm tired. Why don't you just bring it up on a Wednesday wrap up?
Let's do it on Wednesday wrap. Let's talk about it.
What's this? I'll play this. What is this? There you go.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you, bro.
Absolutely.
Get some sleep,
Thank
big
y'all
dog.
for watching us. Appreciate each and every one of you.
For sure.
Black Comic Lords. We got you.